lowest win rate.
Come on, show the
lobby.
portals.
Right now, I'm actually a little
What is this
surprised to see
cast?
someone like ZUA, who's more this consistent player,
Oh, got
actually be the player that's standing on trainer golems. Maybe my
2
guess is
scholar
ZUA is maybe
bastards,
getting a couple
3
rests in the high
4
ground
scholars.
trying to get a win.
He heard us at the very
Title
beginning
has
of the day.
sugar.
Taking a
Ooh,
look at these
Title
golems
has
right
good
here,
one.
there's already 4 scholars.
Sugar
A lot of people are
Chrono.
going to be jockeying for that spot, and I'm looking at the high
Witch.
verticals coming only from midfeed and Title. Very interesting trajectory
shape
here.
going
Only
on right
these
here
2 players
as well.
have that super high 8 witchcraft cap.
So maybe, I was going to say, probably
Bomb
the
Young
Witchcraft, right?
is,
Because when you're taking a look at 6 Sugarcraft, it's kind of underperformed versus most of our expectations.
I think
Oh,
it
Title has a good
has,
one.
You know, it's just so volatile, right? We've seen it win, we've seen it go ace. I actually feel like most of these verticals are going.
I'm rooting for
similarly.
Title.
I feel like in the beginning of the day, when you're trying to just get points, I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't think Title really has an option, but some of the other players might lean
Streaming
more
yet?
into those not
Yeah, it's
super
on.
high
We're on.
verticals, but more consistent emblems. The one that comes to mind, for instance, is something like Bomb Young's multi-strikers.
Where is
Yeah,
it? How can I
think
check?
for Title, like you're correctly identifying
in
here,
there.
that Witchcraft needs to be the option.
Oh.
We'll be seeing what augments are being picked, though.
Branching out.
Yep. That's a big one here. The 2 ones I'm looking for are beggars can be choosers and branching out, because those 2 guarantee you a +2 on your augments. Really important
Ooh,
for
they're
midfeed
on.
and Title if they can get that 8 witchcraft online.
Midfeed's thinking about it.
I believe that's Gear, PYM at the top. It still has
Oh, branching out.
and also rolls into beggars can be choosers. Let's see.
Midfeed doesn't take it. Midfeed actually doesn't take the branching out.
It is a bit of a gamble. I would say beggars can be choosers is more guaranteed. You only have 1 reroll chance on that. And Bamyang with a very strong Vanguard Blaster, but he's actually somewhat contested here on midfeed. Midfeed might not even go
Vanguard
after the
Blaster.
Witchcraft. Both of these players having Vanguard plus Blaster +1
It
emblem.
is strong.
I mean, Witchcraft is still a very strong trait to just tech in even at 2. So that's the way that you should be able to make your early game really strong, and then you can actually get to a position where you can roll for those 3-cost units.
Do you have someone you're rooting for?
Smile here. He has a very good start to go into some of those Hwei items with the Nashers. That's one of Hwei's best items as well. So 6 Blaster
really. Not right now.
for Vanguard.
I just
All
want
of
to
my
point
guys are
out
not
that
here.
midfeed, we didn't go into this too much in the pre-show, but is the player that has been playing the most narrow lines. So I'm very surprised to see what midfeed has in store for us here. Was
Root for Title then.
heavily leaning into Jinx.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I'm
on the
rooting for
rise,
APAC,
with
obviously.
5 plays on Jinx and
Yeah.
3 plays on the Rise.
This is a pretty interesting.
Title is
setup.
on my
Zero
server, though.
throwing the Bloodthirster here, but this signals to
Why
me that
BY1?
more of the shapeshifter line that we're seeing in front of us.
Why
Though
BY1,
he does
yeah.
have the Scholar, which we have seen.
Is
Scholar
his the
actually
favorite,
trying
I
to
think.
cap out, has the blaster with this
He
specific item.
scored the highest on the day 1 and 2.
Bloodthirster, ZUA is actually angling to play for an extremely high cap with the Briar 2 Smolder 2 on level 9.
And this is something we saw that was pretty unique from CN, is the way they play the shapeshifter is they actually reroll a lot for the 1 cost. They're not going directly to 9. They like to play through the Jace 3 and the Elise 3 sometimes for a stable start and then outcap on 9.
I was gonna say, I think this game actually
Should I watch
does
your stream
allow you
or
to
the
have
main
that pace,
stream?
Too. Just looking at a lot of the emblems that are spread across the lobby,
you
a
watch the
lot
main
of these players are
stream,
gonna try to go for 3-cost reroll or higher.
Just leave your camera on.
Also, 2-component start.
Yeah,
we didn't
still
talk about
very
that,
low.
The fact that it's only 2 components means that there's an
Good
additional
talk.
influx of gold
Is it?
coming to every one of these boards in their
How's it?
was
How's it
good.
now?
Now it's good.
ZUA
It's
with
much better.
20 gold already made it 2-2.
Night and day.
Once you hit those
I moved it
interest
away
thresholds,
for a
makes
bit
the
because I was
entire
afraid of
game
it
go
would be too loud.
significantly faster. So I expect to see more players actually
Now
angling
it's-
for a potential fast stage.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
it
that
has to be
too,
close, I
specifically
think.
because we have so many preservers in these golems.
But Darkest is going
4
into
at
shapes.
total,
Because
and we could be maybe seeing a
It
comeback
makes
of something like the
sense.
counter preservers for the players that don't have the items to necessarily lean into that Wukong and the Jinx.
Oh, I cringe only a little because I love that comp. But
The Karma
also,
one?
Yeah, I love it, but I'm also thinking it's not so great right now unless you end up getting, like, what if we get a Prismatic, right? If we get What the Forge, absolutely full send it.
Volta here already angling for 9 multi-strikers, as we have seen from Kubi here as well.
Yeah, that's a smart choice because from Volta, because he is the only one with multi-striker emblem. You just choose a line that
Well, good or
is
bad news,
uncontested
depending on
there.
how
Yeah,
you
that makes sense.
scale it. No extra spatula, no extra pan on this carousel. That would have made things go a bit crazy. Notably though, that bow Wukong was open for quite some time. Ex-Riot going to be the one that picks that up.
I want to outline how Midfeed was one of the few players who was actually able to slam an item in the front half of stage 2, able to get that Nashers on the Syndra. We did see it as well from DUA, but it's no coincidence that Midfeed is also the only player 100 streaking. At this point in the lobby, though, people get a third component. They're able to slam items. We're going to start seeing players lock in a little bit more with what lines they're playing based off of the component they picked off the carousel.
YBY1 is on loose streak again. He's always this low streak player.
Deprived carousel there. Usually you can have a chance for 2 double components. Only one.
But you're saying he's
And
like
if
the
we look
favorite
at-
here,
We were
right?
talking about there was 4 scholars,
Yeah.
double witchcraft that also use the rise. So tiers are
Although he's
very
not low
important,
streaking
and I think
actually,
some players
he's
might want to actually
according
drop
to
those
this
2 polos to
infographics.
contest that.
I'm
Not.
really curious. Of course,
Oh,
to
he
see
took,
what they're actually
that's why he's low. He
for.
took
Like we said, for Volta,
Took
it's
that
very
risky
strict
business or
clear cut,
something?
Yeah,
Specifically
something
for
like
those that maybe have that extra blaster like Stuart and Balmyong. I'm finding myself on the worrying end of things because that comp, especially when contested, doesn't do too well.
Especially when Midfeed is 100 HP here, and he might keep his streak all through stage 2. That would be the perfect position for that Blaster Vanguard line, and I agree with you, Max. You should not contest him if he's on
2 guys with Blaster Vanguard.
We talked a lot about
Is
Blasters
it 2 of them? I only saw
as
Midfeed.
and this is actually, Clement, I know you and I talked a lot
Midfeed
about
has,
this, how it's being
Blaster
treated
Vanguard
like it's an
Witchcraft.
unconditional comp. But there are
I think
this-
there's
this is one
another
of the biggest
Blaster
duo outline,
who
right?
is
Being able to
leaning
play
into
Blasters
Blasters.
from ahead is vital to the comp success.
A lot of people think that if you hit Hui's, you just go into the Blaster comp, but that's not actually correct. You want the full tempo. This is how Balmyong has found success. This is how YBY1 has found success on the line.
Do you think there's a world where we're actually playing Vanguard?
Interesting
here?
positioning.
I think it's definitely possible, but that means that you're only using one of your emblems, and that does mean you cap lower.
I just quickly want to say that we haven't seen mid.
Oh, YBY wanna do
any adjacent comps on that
like
line yet.
Karma.
So it is a comp that has
Wukong
kind of cropped up,
Encounter
and like I said,
Karma.
by many people is kind of
Karma Preservers.
misjudged on where the good
interesting.
spots and what the conditions are. So I'm
Basically
not
your-
sure if we're
The game you
going where
played
things will go.
last game.
I'll have to watch how he does it.
Without the bard.
Is right here. And
Yeah.
taking a look at YBY's board, he is setting himself up for one
I
of
got
those
an aggressive
things that
preserver
a lot of people
augment,
come
which is
coming
why I
in
leaned into
high
it,
risk,
but
high reward. And we know he
Oh, you got it? Oh, that's why, okay.
yeah. But that like I
Overall,
couldn't
That's good.
extremely
couldn't
high.
capitalize
Called
on the
out
game. My
for only
items
2
were
components,
kinda
so
dog shit,
everybody
so
sitting at minimum, I believe,
just
33
leaked.
from title is the lowest
Yeah.
econ going into the Krugs round on 2-7. This is
Don't
this
even
is
know
a
what's
very
best in
rich
slot
lobby
for
compared
Bard.
to the norm.
And healthy. For the most part, people haven't
It's
really
probably Morello, right?
damage either.
It's a
Very
shiv.
good with
It's
burn.
a shiv
Talk
is
about what
really
happened
good.
right there. YBY actually took down his brother in arms, or broke his 5-win streak.
I think
there
it's
from
skewed
midfield.
by,
And that's actually huge because the tempo advantage would have gone to midfield.
But yes,
That
it's some
on a
sort
court
of
that really
burn.
needs it.
I mean,
Morello.
Clement, they might have come in
Yeah.
as
Morello
friends,
Shiver,
brothers in
the
arms, but
staples
it
of,
is the
like, the
top
top
8.
three.
You cannot
Yeah.
show any more mercy. You need to go for everything. Every single point matters to bring you closer to
Preserver
the check
Encounter.
threshold. So no graciousness anymore.
Good.
The gloves are off.
We didn't talk too much about YBY taking risky moves there. Actually, I hadn't quite noticed until we just saw the board. So sacrificing early
Risky
HP,
moves,
lose,
yeah.
I believe it's 20 HP.
Risky
so
business.
that you can get additional gold. That comes in, is it 3-2? When is it gold?
Oh, I think it's better, right?
Yeah, I think it's
Should rename it.
3-3,
Somewhere
after
around there?
3-2.
Yeah.
It should come with the
So
song.
we can kind of see the shape that YBY is playing, right? You sacrifice that early gold, you build a strong enough fort to snap the streak of the 5-streaker, the potential 5-streaker on stage
Why
2.
is he not
Once that
slamming
gold
the
comes in, all of a
Coke?
sudden, YBY has a huge influx
Okay.
of gold and more resources than the rest of the board, the field. So we're going to see him try to stabilize on the back half of stage 3 and extend that streak as much as he
He's
can.
strong.
Here, take
Why is he strong though?
Yeah.
Come back.
Yeah, I feel like that's such
Level
a good choice
5.
because, as you guys were calling out, there's only a couple of components that were dropped, but it is a silver lock.
Alright.
I did it. I
Silver
did it.
again.
Your
Everybody.
fault.
Volta
Why
has,
did you
has
do
to be
that?
so disappointed. I was like, beggars can be choosers? Only silvers?
Well, now
I
you
mean-
can
YBY is
take,
thinking,
that
Or
out.
a bench. That's his
silver
favorite.
ticket.
I'd be so surprised if
that's
he
good
doesn't
for
actually go
him.
for it.
Is it?
Late game specialist
Good for
might also
Wukong
be
3.
a great choice for
Yeah,
people.
I called it. We
No,
have
it's not.
Flora's bench on
I don't
full
think
blast.
he rerolled
Don't be
it.
surprised.
Does like to go for the high cap. One thing I do want to look for is restart mission if any of them actually took it, because someone like YBY would actually just snowball so
Oh my
far
goodness.
ahead, even if he
Thieves'
had a
gloves.
built up.
He doesn't,
He's
but
got
what he does
Prisoner
actually get
Scholar as
instead
well.
is the late game specialist. And what I love about YBY's spot now is having the late game specialist in this super
Is
econ
midfeed really
heavy,
good leading into Blaster now? It
game
doesn't-
means that it's going to be a lot easier to get to level 9.
doesn't look like it.
He's going to be an incredibly flashy player here. Looking across
Yeah,
the
it looks
board,
like a
the
way.
Blaster jam has
I
to be
think he-
sorted out
No, I think he
somewhere.
should be
I think
pivoting
Midfield might
Witchcraft.
be leaving that door open. He is still ahead in
Can
the
be,
HP
yeah,
table,
I mean, it's
but as we
a-
talked about, there's 2 other Blaster players, and it does look like Gear is angling heavily into that line.
So I'm wondering if for midfeed you just abandon the idea of going into plasters and instead play around the Singa Cassiopeia.
Yeah, that's what I was
Syndra.
thinking too.
I think that might be a good option here since you're already stacking that
Vanguard
from the very
Syndra,
start.
yeah, I
And
mean,
you do
it
just have
can
an extra
work,
Vanguard
I think.
emblem onto the golem that would not be playing
he's
into
been stacking it
several of your
for a
emblems,
while.
He can get
but
4
better than
Witchcraft in
playing
there.
into several of your emblems and going dead last because you're
Syndra.
3-way contested. True.
Yeah.
Definitely
It's
needs
still a bit low, still,
generation of some
on
sort
the
though,
voice.
like Clement called out before, the
No,
what do you call it,
if it's the mic
tier-
position.
not the tier, the upper
could
tier
be.
heavy, the lack of tiers. You had a word for
Let
it.
me
It's
check
Sorry.
my
poetic. But
Oh.
the
Deprived.
deprived, the tier
Yeah.
deprived
Oh.
carousel.
Yeah,
coming in for mid feed here, who really does need that tier.
Well, we'll see if one is in the next one. There's a good chance.
Bamyang here now solidifying himself on the Blaster, so it looks pretty certain that
If I speak normally like
move
this,
away
is it
from
way better?
Gear's already very cemented
Yeah,
in
it's
that
way
line
better.
as well, so,
So it just needs to be
two
closer.
Blaster sort of cap out. I
Yeah.
do want to point out when you're playing 6 Blasters, you don't actually
Also, it
have
adds
to
that
reroll for
bass
this free cost. It does help.
to your
but
voice.
You also
That's-
have that high cap with
Works well.
the Smolder and the Varus if you choose to go for
Yeah.
that.
This game's definitely going to go really long.
Yeah.
I think it's certainly going to get to high levels, and then the question there is like, if someone misses, does somebody just die super
That's
fast,
true.
right? Because someone's just level 9 super
Ooh,
early.
there is a Varus.
This is huge.
Or
Double
Nasta,
tier
sorry, they
carousel
look the
on a
same.
2-item start. So it helps out a lot of those Blasters players.
Does midfeed
What is
get one
Ryu,
my question,
doing?
Because midfeed is last pick.
Oh,
How
yeah.
open is this last tier actually? And Darkest says
A
nope,
double
fine.
Shyvana.
You double Shiv?
Unfortunate.
I mean, it's shape,
Yeah.
right?
They're able
It's
to build
obviously
some front
shape.
line, though. If
It's
you are trying to
shape
play something like
with
Syndra,
something.
making sure you can stall the fight as long as possible.
He has
is gonna be
shape
powerful.
emblem.
So,
Shape
in a way, it's
scholar?
kind
Is
of
that
like
a thing?
mana generation because it makes the fight
It's
longer.
like the
Uh,
worst version of
Right.
what you'd like to be.
I don't think so. It's got to be shape
Bamyang
blaster,
would
right?
would have liked
With the
to see
smolder?
here.
Stationary support?
Yeah.
Ah,
This is
yeah,
Blaster
yeah.
line.
You're right, you're right.
Sorry, this is Bamyang, I'm sorry. Okay.
He's angling
Yeah,
level
yeah,
9.
I was confusing
You're
The
right.
with
overlay
scouting
is
or not.
pranking me.
8,
It's
9.
okay.
Yeah, so this does give you some attack speed.
Probably
but
shape.
He's doing good, 'cause 95 HP, so-
something like
He's dropping
Seven
the
win streak.
Nomsy, no
We
dragon,
will
probably
need to
trying
keep an
to.
eye on Gear, who's on the opposite
trying to lean
side
into
here,
the
because that
blaster
Stim pack
somehow.
might be coming in after this
Yeah.
fight.
Maybe he
And
thinks
I'm
he can
curious
get
on
4
what we're
blaster in.
Great call
You
out.
can
No,
get 4
I mean,
blaster
at
in
this
for
point,
sure.
I imagine Gear is hoping to
Just don't play the
gracefully
dragon,
lose
right?
this round. On the other side, though, Bamyang has a lot
6
of
shape,
front line, so
4
the nice
blaster,
thing about
maybe,
having
at
Soraka
the end.
too is that you
Yeah,
never really
yeah,
get
yeah,
killing
because
a
he has
handful of
shape
units.
plus
But
1,
when
right?
you get
Exactly.
to
So
not
he
the
can
exact
easily
fight you
do
wanted
6
to see,
shape, 4
overall,
blaster.
it could be
So
really
that's
good.
5
It
units
could be
plus
pretty good for
3
Gear to
blasters.
still slingshot his way back in.
Alright, let's see. Gear's
Yeah.
gonna have 50
So that's
gold
8.
here and hit the stim pack, so let's find out.
Can
what
do
he's
it at
gonna
8.
Nice.
And then add the dragon at 9.
I am
It'll
so
be
looking
interesting how
forward
he
to that
works
game,
it in
by the
because
way.
Gear
If you
is.
didn't know about it yet, we're going to be able to.
If YBY is
put
pivoting, it's
20
okay, but I think
components
Gear is
going
also doing
forward in
blaster.
the next set. That was already leaked, a new nice little quality of
Oh yeah, but
leadership,
he's rerolling, so
This time around here, Gear will
he just
get
has to hold a
some
few
components
units.
and some units out of it.
So I do want to point out, because there's already other blaster players, he's
Preserver,
building items for the
Scholar.
scholar instead of
That's a
going for the
very
blaster.
weird
Not going for the blue buff. Doesn't want to contest on Hui.
I think they're thinking it's a forced pivot because there's so many blasters. Everybody's taking the line
This is a bit risky from his spot.
firmly.
Other option there's the Preserver as well. You could play something like the Warrior Preserver line, which does benefit from having additional items. You have so many different
He's
board
fucked
costs
with
on
these
your board
emblems.
that
It's
being
not
able
good.
to, upgrade all of them, give them all items can be valuable. I kind of agree though. Same thing,
Also,
you kinda
they
wanna play
renamed
some
him
tempo
for
so
the
you can
podcast.
sacrifice
His
HP and then eventually go
real
down.
Well, we'll see what
handle
it brings
is
for now. Our economy
P on
at least
me.
is working out, right? That econ loss coming in there right before
Gear
Wolf, so
P on
gonna
me
be a
or
little bit
something.
richer.
Econ loss.
It's
I
an
love
econ loss. I'll take it. I'll allow it.
I have a
PYM.
lot of econ losses in my game.
Yeah, I can imagine you do.
So just taking a look across the board, I think
Oh, what's he trying to
all
do
our
here?
players actually landed on good spots here. They're able to avoid everyone else's lines. We thought there was going to be a big Scholar collision. They sorted that
This guy's
out.
the most straightforward.
They still sorted that out.
Just
in
go
the
multi.
Blaster play.
Yeah,
So
I
a
mean,
lot of good
this
line
guy,
decision-making.
Volturx, he's always finishing like
Not just that, 7
midfield,
Yeah, Volta
and
has
he's
Kalista and
only
Multistrike
doing
right now.
rerolls.
I was
I
It's
don't
like
know
a
why
French
you
guy
sound
only
so
doing
surprised.
rerolls,
I
so
shouldn't
it's
be
pretty
surprised.
perfect
I
for him.
just want-
Whoa.
No,
Picked
no,
up the
wait.
Pandora's
I-
bench.
He has bows.
Yeah, he's a
What?
reroll
Two
master.
wrist blades.
For that cast.
Whoa.
Who pressed the button?
Oh wow.
That
What
was
the?
crazy.
What?
In my notes for
Tunas.
Volta, I just jogged down the son of
He's
Mortal.
gonna hit. He's gonna hit
No,
that
he's
Cassidy.
not calling him anymore. The line's too busy. You said that
He's
He's gonna hit the
yesterday in the
Akali
interview.
probably.
Wow,
as well.
right off the bat, able to get triple item on this Ashe. Eventually, this will move over to the Callista.
He
I
just
think
needs a
Ashe
cloak
oftentimes
for the
kind of underrated
Quicksilver,
how much
and
DPS
that's
she's able
pretty
to put
good.
out, especially in early stage 4.
And
late
you already
stage
have
3.
two
She can
2-stars on the
oftentimes be
bench.
a very large carry in these fights.
Yeah.
This Pandora's is also one roll away from getting a casted in 3.
Yeah, I mean, yes,
So-
in a world that can happen,
Or
but
Holly
I'm
Free,
seeing
there are 2 out.
something terribly
Yeah.
scary on the other side from YBY1. Guys, that's a Briar.
Yeah, he's going for the level 9 max cap board, and we've seen this from YB1 a lot. He loves to flex into 3 Frost. You get the Swain, you get the Briar, and then it goes really, really well with the Preservers, which he also has.
He has a pair of Racons. He just needs one more.
Oh, it's a gold. This could be huge for the Beggars Can Be Choosers players.
Yeah, Volta's in the bottom right. If you're looking for it, has rolled quite a bit already, getting a few more out there to
No.
see what is in store, but doesn't really seem to find something.
Title got the Witchcraft emblem.
Oh, wow.
He got pressed the attack.
Okay.
Both of these players really getting those upgrades on their comms.
I wanted to talk about it. Yeah, Necro, you bring up the Witchcraft emblem. This is something we talked about at the top of the show. When you are playing those verticals, oftentimes if you don't hit that second emblem, it can fizzle out. Once you get the 2 Witchcraft emblems, though, all of a sudden you can open up the door to play 8
he's hitting.
Witchcraft, which we have seen win multiple games.
Very lucky.
So I do want to point out for Volta, this is actually a bit of a miss for him. He actually rolled a lot because he could have gotten 9 multi-striker on 8, and that would have just cemented himself.
That is true, but press the attack is still pretty good, and you just got a legendary to roll on your Pandora's, which is eventually going to turn into a Camille, so we
Yes.
got that going.
Well, I want to highlight that because we saw so many times over the last 2 days how when you don't play multi-strikers with the additional +1 right off the bat, which we are seeing here from the trainer golems, one of the problems with capping out the comp is that you still need the high roll. You still have to find the Camille. Even with the +1, you actually still need to find that Camille because everybody else is going to be stronger than the average lobby. Being able to find the 5 cost on 7 first roll. Are you kidding me? Volta, the
That
most
is the
Volta
Volta
thing
tip.
we've seen all weekend, finds the Camille immediately.
That's how it's done.
This is
Oh
why
my
the
God.
Americas isn't here today. Now it all
That
makes
all
sense.
makes sense.
I love Volta. I just don't feel like I learn a lot from VOD reviewing him. It's like, that's not replicable.
This
It is
is
the Volta.
just be fifth diff.
I was going to say, he does this consistently. Can you believe it?
He actually ended up selling the
Oh,
Callista
wow.
though,
Oh,
because
wow.
this Camille is going to be way more important.
On the other side, we're seeing the Witchcraft emblem come to fruition with a Karma 2 on the other side. The 2 main ways to play the vertical Witchcraft, people play it with Karma or play it with Rise. I've heard more people say that the Rise is a little bit stronger. I believe in the data, though, the difference is relatively negligible. I think it's like 0.2, 0.3, enough where if you hit a Karma 2 on 4-3, you're playing it, you're happy, you're going straight to 9.
Yeah, I think he has to go for the Karma because there's 4 Scholar emblems out there. He's like,
That'll do it, too.
100% has to go there. But but now he's in a very strong win-out position. This is, I think Tidal is probably most favored in the lobby.
He does have a Taric on his bench though, so the option is there. If you hit a Rise 2, you can go for the stronger version.
We kind of need to mention that YB11 has been free-falling, my friends.
Yep.
We're on 15 HP there, and Darkest is not far off either. Darkest, one of the Rise players, together with Gear that we were talking about.
YBY1's
We'll
entire
need
bench
to
is
check
1
in
star.
with YB11 and see exactly what's going on there. Last time we saw there was a Briar and then a
Entire
mishmash
board, I
of
mean.
whatever else.
YBY1, keep in mind, has late game specialist, so as soon as he hits level 9, it's going to have an additional influx of gold. That's kind of the way this game is going. You free fall, you get influx.
Do you
free fall,
get
you get
there?
influx.
Yeah, you gotta get there first. So
That is true. That is true. What
Oh,
you see,
there we go.
YBY is
Level
leveling.
9.
If we can get to YBY1's board, we'll be able to see what this transition actually looks like. On the left-hand side, the additional gold comes in, and so many pieces. You have the pair of Briars, the pair of Varuses, you have a Smolder 1, but you need to upgrade stuff on this board. Briar 2.
Wow.
Huge hit
That's
comes
the
through.
one.
Yes, it's
That's
too.
Also being found.
And he's not done yet. Still has
He's
a couple
hitting.
more rolls. Just has to decide, do I want to try and save it? And he's going to make some swaps. Make sure he gets the best possible items, those melee bruiser items, onto Briar, and the rest either onto the Smolder or maybe in the Varus too for now.
That's just the confidence of YBY coming out here. We've seen him play these types of lines so many times, and he's known to be able to stabilize his board 10 gold less than the rest of the field. The YBY roll down strikes again.
Well, YBY goes up against Darkest, and we just saw the roll from Darkest not working out. That Rise was not upgraded.
No, was not. I gotta call out though the QSS slam from the Briar, so good because of the chrono coming in. YBY1 recognizes that a little bit of fight RNG can send him 8th place, so he has to go for the QSS to make sure that Briar has more uptime.
it's gonna be nice versus all the Tom Kench that are in this lobby too.
Very true. Yes.
And now Darkest has to find this Rise too. His damage is very, very minimal. Just relying. He does have a good roll on that. On that Gwen, but
Yep.
I don't think it's enough at this point.
It's a bit weird because you're backed into this corner, like you called out earlier, Clement. Several players on that Scholar line, and of course, what you don't want to do in the first game of day 3 is take an 8th. But the story might just tell that for Darkest here. Unfortunately, does go up against Baumyong. Is it good enough to stay in there for one more round? Maybe save yourself to Raptors.
It's going to be about if that Ezreal can target the Gwen. That's the only source of anti-heal right here, but the 6th blaster damage.
Everything else is dead, and so is Darkest.
It's
That's
a
rough.
first game, but we have a lot more to play.
He's
They
like,
know.
thank you, Volta.
They know.
Well, Volta is also not in the best spot. You see it here. One
Oh
HP
fuck, the
and
EU
Mia
guys are bottom
falling
2ing.
on
Yeah.
game number 1.
Did you
I
drop
feel
off
like
before?
though, Is you're re-rolling in a lobby where people are pushing really high tempo, and you
I've
also
been talking
don't
to
have
myself
good
for the
items
last,
for
like,
your
5 minutes, I
Cassidon,
think.
you don't have any items for your Kali, and even
How
your
come you're
Kali
not talking to
isn't
me?
upgraded.
I haven't been
I
talking
do
that
want
much
to
though.
mention this is what
The,
he likes to do. He likes to play
Voltairix hit the
tempo
press the
and
attack,
tank on that
and then the
next turn to
YBY1
fill in
roll
the
down
more
was pretty
units for
sick.
him. Unfortunately for him, he didn't hit them on the start of stage 2 and bled
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really
But
hard for Volta.
where did you-
to
where
squeeze
did
out
you
a
talk
top
to me?
4. I think at
Or
this point,
was
Volta's
your mic off?
recalibrating. I love
No,
this.
no, I think you dropped off stream.
Recalibrate
Like
your
you went
expectations.
on the stream.
And at this
for-
point, Volta's playing for every fight in front of him right
Oh.
now.
I was gonna say,
Interesting.
just wait.
I
It's
thought
gonna be
that
Camille
was-
2 that pops out of the bench. We did get one of them, so
We could roll the other one. Let's
yeah,
go.
Yeah, Camille 2 on 7.
Yeah.
Earthquake has been found as charmed. so
Camille
that's
2
one
on
of the
7.
ones. Not the best, but will help a little bit.
Okay.
Honestly, the most
Nice.
surprising part is how many 5-cost Volta is actually finding on 7. It feels like every
The
other
Camille
roll.
is sitting in YBY1
Oh.
shot.
Oh.
That's a huge find. Finally
Oh,
gets
wow.
the Ash 3.
Ash 3 actually is going to be very nice to have here.
Okay.
Press the attack. You're, obviously press the
It's
attack.
not best in
scaling more off the
slot
max
because it's
speed, but
missing
having
the
uptime,
QSS,
having
but
the additional base AD with the IE on the Ash, you get way more value out of these items.
It's gonna
Press
come
the
down to how
attack.
this Varus does end up on the shots. He's actually
It's 5-1
though.
targeting the
It's 5-1.
Cassidon, but there goes the cast
It's
in the back
it could be
Really late.
okay.
Wow.
He's got to
there's a
deal
lot
with
of
Tam
CCs
Kench stun.
No
I don't know if there's
QSS.
another chrono
Flush
player.
it out for Volta, and on the left-hand side, YBY1 also finding that win. So both of these players hanging in there.
dude,
I
YBY is
love
just
what
fucking
YBY1 is doing
beast.
right now. Sitting at 15 HP, YBY recognizes
Always
that,
playing
yes,
late
I'm in
game,
danger. It's very
always-
difficult to sack.
Yeah, he took late game
Yeah.
specialist, right?
Being elite in TFT.
Yeah.
He like took it early. He's
Yeah,
just like,
back
I'm
up and
going
saying,
9.
I am strong enough that I can afford to not roll for the best charm, to not roll to upgrade my entire board. Going to be going all the way to 61 gold right now, and is at
No,
this
he
point in the
decided
game
on the game plan already,
Am
right?
I going to
Yeah,
try and roll
for
down,
sure.
stabilize again, or potentially we might actually see the fast 10?
I was
First
wondering
game of the day.
if that was a level 10 angle for YB.
Korean guys
here on the left-hand side.
leading
Some
the
has
chart
already
though.
been invested into leveling.
Oh,
We'll see if
8
that
Switch
keeps
is online
continuing. On the other
already?
side, though, is that witchcraft board, and that
I don't
could
see
proc
Morgana.
Friar pretty quickly.
Is there
Question
Morgana?
does it do it, or
The
can
QS
she
does?
take down the Karma first? And she does. That Friar is into that backline and out of it again.
I do
No
want to point out
title.
that QSS doesn't stop.
He's still okay.
So you know,
Talked about it though, right? He went
I
witchcraft.
mentioned that,
He
but
leaned
it
the
did
witchcraft
allow him to
direction.
get through the additional CC from the preservers coming in. So that
Yeah,
Friar
but
still
he has
straight
2
beeline to the back.
emblems
Definitely
and
should
didn't
have
have
known that. I
a
did
Morgana,
not
right?
know that. That's good information.
Did I see it
to know.
correctly?
Not a very good
I think I
sign. If you're playing Jinx and you're like, 8 witchcraft.
Alright, Volta in 1 HP.
Yeah, no,
Either way,
no Morgana. I
right
thought
now,
I
though,
thought
having the Witchcraft emblem
Cassio was
does
Morgana
not have the
first.
Morgana yet, so
When-
not actually
from
on
the opposite
Witchcraft.
flip
I think
side.
YBY1's probably very happy that when you go into that
Dude, the
board last round, the Morgana's not.
Oh,
there.
he's
So
gonna roll
Title
on
is
1
actually
HP.
gonna be going level 9 most likely next
Yeah.
turn, and is going to play in a
Yeah,
full
next turn
win-out
and
shape
roll
because
down.
they're sitting
Yeah,
at
he's gonna,
21
if he
HP.
takes the loss, he's gonna hit
Gear
it.
players on their last life. Gear now kind of joining Volta and YBY1 at the bottom, and they're facing each other. So somebody is going to get eliminated.
Scholar
here.
Preserve.
Is it going to be Gear from APAC or Volta from Emiya? Emiya would very much like to hang in there, but I don't think the
think
chances
it's
are pretty good
Volta.
right now.
That Kali got stunned so early that it just wasn't able to actually do any damage, and so Volta is going to go out here in 7th.
This should have been a good matchup for
I
Volta
mean,
because the Skull
he's
Alliance
probably
doesn't
better
have
than
a
me, but that was
advantage,
not.
but
I
here,
don't think it was
QIM
the
just
play,
built his board up too
Roland.
much. He has way too many items. He had a
Probably
full
leveled
9
to
traits
find
right there
5
with his
costs,
Tom
right,
Cans,
to unlock his
perfectly
comp.
positioned the Tom
Yeah.
Cans there and comes out with the win.
But he
A
just
lot of
hit too
sustain on the
late,
back
and
of that
especially if you
Preserver
want to play
as well.
towards the
Riyadi
Ashe, like,
Morgana, she's
why
been
would you
tanked
roll on
so
7?
much. Your multi-strikers have found enemies.
No, but because he had
YBY1
Pandora's, right?
takes
So
a
he wants to
smolder, I
enable
believe,
the
off of the carousel.
Wow.
You can see him
Tiers.
level 10
Yeah, I
right
understand.
now. Title and YBY, the 2 players.
And you
who
might
have
as
played
well
this
play
full
Kassadin,
win-out. The
right?
important
Not
thing to
Yeah.
note,
S3 and-
Title won his last round.
Just
Not
died on
actually
level
at
7
life
though.
right now. So
So
Title can now go 9 and has a little bit
Oh,
of
Rhea
extra
is
time
also
to try and find
bench.
a Morgana, potentially find 8 Witchcraft, and maybe contest with YBY for a first.
Yeah, but this
I want title. Find the Morgana.
You're right.
Why aren't
He's
you?
got a 2-star smolder
show the
and a
roll down,
2-star
dude.
Friar, both 3 items.
I do want to point out something very important is you want
Fucking
the 3
shit
dragon
cast.
in to activate the additional true damage strikes on your smolder. A lot of times when you go
Wanted
this
to
fast
see
and
the
fast
title
then,
roll
you can't
down.
find
Yeah, me too.
The
Namzi?
Namzi back again.
I've been there.
This isn't a 1-star one. It's up there.
That's right, just needs one.
Just
You
needs
found the
one.
Morgana,
It
though.
just takes one.
Just it only takes one.
Well, for both of these players, it's going to take one
Is this
win
6
to
bastion
stay
board?
in because both midfeed and Gear side by
Yeah,
side
that's
are
a
actually fighting
GG.
for their survival. In the back of
Gear
that
is
smaller
out.
line on the right-hand side, we are going to be seeing another elimination left and right. Both of these
Midfield
players
is
are out.
out.
Big finds there coming in for title does
Jeez.
hit the Morgana, and for Gear PYM, he doesn't have the 6 scholar in, never found the Milio. I think that's an acceptable result at the end of the day going to that matchup.
Do you see midfeed still smiling?
Honestly, I think midfeed is happy with that 5th. When you look around, the fact that you were not at the top of the standings in HP, and then you scout and you see a player
Oh, the
with,
Shape
angling 8
Blaster.
Witchcraft, and then a
So he
level 10
decided
player
to
with
go
Friar
8
2,
shape
Smolder 2,
instead
you
of
are
6.
very happy to be the
Yeah,
roller who
he
went
went
5th.
vertical on it.
And 8 Witchcraft on board now.
He's probably stronger.
Okay, Title, show us what you got.
Okay, 8 Twitch. Let's see.
I'm curious because I
Eight
really like the
witches.
vexing here because
With
you
Morgana
are able
won,
to actually
though.
get the 4 chrono, just really making use of the
I
emblem.
think
I
he
wonder
probably
if
beats
there's a
this
world
board. This is like a
10, but I don't think so.
I think Balmy. Oh,
The Aegis
what
there
happened?
might have been the
Chrono?
downfall of title because they had
no.
to group up for the Varus to just wipe his
That
board.
was a
It's still
huge
alive,
Varus
still
ult.
has
Oh
one
my
more
god.
life. Yeah, great call out
Blew
there.
up the
Trying to get
whole
max
board.
value on the Aegis, wants to make sure everything is
Double
getting
IE.
those buffs, but you have Ezreal and Varus,
Oh, double,
both of
what is
them
that?
taking out and taking advantage of the clumped up positioning. So
Uh-oh.
YUY also falls against Jiwei, who is also playing the
Oh.
Briar 2 and the Smolder 2.
I think a difference here, though, is the fact that we do have this Shyvana that's going to be 3-star. It also has those Ornn gloves, so it's going to be very, very strong to survive long enough for that own smolder to pop off.
Oh, he 3-starred the
Talking
Shiv.
about Stuart a little bit, and I wouldn't
Yes.
call it shade, but definitely calling out that
That's
very
a
low win rate
higher
early
cap.
on, saying that
At
that is
8.
something he
So he was
specifically
angling
needs
for
to overcome in
level
today's
8
format.
board. But
A
how
win in
did he
that
hit
first
the
game
fucking...
will not
Briar?
win the
Stars.
tournament just yet.
Don't use it
Oh,
yet.
bench!
Range
Oh!
into
That-
that
yeah,
set
yeah,
That's
point, so
crazy!
I love seeing it.
Okay.
I really
So he
like how he found his
decided to
spot.
not
He
even
was
level, he
angling
just
more
made
towards the blaster at
strongest
the start,
board.
But as long as he ends up on tempo, this is what he's known for.
Okay, and
Always
he
in
plays,
the top four, very high.
Plays the dragon.
When he can find those tempo plays, going onto the shapeshifters where nobody
Oh,
was there.
so
He
I
needs
think
burn,
he wins
right?
out.
Cemented this game for
Yeah.
him.
Well, also, you know, if you're
I think
going
he
to be
needs the
playing
burn.
something contested, it is better to be playing in those 4 and 5 costs than it is to be playing in those 3 costs. So,
Okay,
yeah,
finally,
spot recognition from ZUA
title found
says,
a
yes, I have HP to give, and now I can try and cap higher.
Morgana.
I
Okay,
see
he's
you
gonna
pointing
tank
at
the
something, Colin, but I
Morgana.
don't see at what.
It's a radiant item on
Smart.
a Briar 2 with 8 shapeshifter.
Oh.
It's not this board, but this is the other
Okay,
one, which
okay.
is pretty scary.
Well,
Let's
we're
see.
scared for these two
Big
players
fight.
because they're both on their last life, and somebody who's
Title
going to go
YBI.
out. YBY1 up against Title. One of these
Oh,
players cannot
can't
make
burst
it
down
to
that
this
fucking
hit.
Briar.
Reached the 8 Witchcraft. Yes, he did. Everybody's getting frogged, but is that good enough? I don't think
Ah.
so. Nothing left, and Title
Oh.
is going to go out in 4th.
Not a board you'd expect to be out
Fourth
in 4th
place.
Witchcraft, but it does go to show the power spike that comes with Trainer Golem. So many
Dude,
players able
8
to play
Witchcraft
two
going
additional
4th.
high
It's
roll,
like,
YBY,
what the
ZUA, Bombyong, the
What a
3
crazy
players
lobby.
now, all of them actually having the blast.
Yeah, but he hit
online
the
one way
8
or another.
Witchcraft like
And I'm most impressed about
more
Bombyong. If
way
you
too
look
late.
Really
across
late.
The spots and the boards
Yeah.
that are being built here. I think
It's-
Bombyong's playing
and-
a
and,
very
like, hard for her to be
underappreciated,
effective, just, like, tanking like
non-reroll
that.
Arcana Blaster line, still holding his HP at first. He's probably not going to win out, but I'm just super impressed to see him doing this well.
I like this
It's
itemization
gonna be
the
one of
best,
the
I think.
future boards. I have a pretty big feeling. As long
Yeah,
as you can position around
it's
that
good.
Varus, I think you're feeling pretty good about it.
Gotta
So let's
hopefully
get
not
that
bunch
shit.
up before the Varus
The
cast.
shapeshifter board versus the blasters. We saw before, blasters super good when you're clumped up low HP units, but the shapeshifters, not only do they have enough HP to withstand the burst, something like this Briar has both Sterex and Bloodthirster that allows her to tank back up even after the health gets low. I say
Oh,
that.
crazy,
and
that,
it's not true.
Arcana
Shocked, actually, by the power
blaster
coming in
board.
from this blaster board of Bombyong.
That
Yeah.
was
Me too.
intense.
Takes out a level 10 shapeshifter, which is generally considered the high hand. YBY almost can't believe it himself.
Yeah, what is actually happening here? This is not the standard cap we're normally seeing. I mean, 6 Blaster is one of those traits that we don't often get to see because of the requirement of the +1. The way, the shape in which Bombyong's playing this, though, the 3-item Ezreal 2, the 3-item Varus 2, it doesn't actually have those 3 stars that were so standard to see, or even the 2-star 5-cost DPS.
I do want to point out that the QSS in the backline might actually been more influential than I thought it would be. It prevents the Briar stun from coming in, so we can get that execution off.
Well,
Yeah.
we are going to be watching what might be the
Right.
final fight of Stuart.
Shape versus Blaster again.
4-win streak and goes up against Bombyong.
Just watch the Varus, man.
His splat.
And is it going to be good enough? That Briar in the backline just
So
gets
much
stuck
splash.
Oh, the
Oh,
Briar's
the Briar's
there.
too big.
regardless and take him down. And
Okay.
US says,
We got
"Thank
one
you
more
very
fight.
much. They
Oh,
said I
one
could
more
win.
fight,
I'm
right?
on my way to do it."
Positioning difference, though, I think, in this one, because you ended up being able to get the Shyvana and the Briar both back there, and so it was much easier to actually take out the Ezreal first and then go for the finish on the Varus.
So 2 things. One,
Can you hear
completely
Lutza in the
agree with
back?
you. I think that
No.
Briar had the greatest Briar ultimate I've ever seen, getting everything in. Even though, yes, you don't get the fear like Clement called out because of the Banshees, the positioning right next to the Shyvana dealt so much. In addition, you have to acknowledge ZUA gets to find the Briar while having HP, which means every turn
ZUA?
has been
Is that
feeding
how
the
you
Briar,
pronounce it?
getting that health even higher.
Yeah.
So yes, the blasters have so much
He's been
DPS,
calling him
but the
Zue-
additional
Zue or something
HP
like that.
alongside Sterex and BT that scales off of the Briar HP is giving her so much defensive.
And we do
Where
have
the-
to point out that there's really
Where will
interesting
he
item
put the
choices.
Briar?
He's actually using the Nasus as a secondary carry, move the Titans off just to knows that the Briar is tanky enough to kind of survive and put the GA in the back.
Well, we are going to be having our first
What is
winner
that?
of
Nas
the
is
day,
there.
at least after this round. That Briar this time around is having a harder time to make her way back there. Gets stunned in the middle of the
Oh,
Oh.
far away from that Varus, but
No.
she is going to find
Too
him
much HP.
regardless. And Stuart takes the win for the CN region.
Oh, the only
What a
CN
surprising
player.
finish, actually. We saw so many players positioning
So
themselves in that game.
went CN, APAC, EMEA, basically.
And
Yeah.
YBY and Title all kind of in contention to take that first.
That's interesting.
Eventually, the difference maker primarily being
Trainer
Briar
Golems is
having
like
the additional
such a
HP
mess
to stay
sometimes.
alive, even on the
Yeah,
wrong
but it's
side
fun.
of the fight and having to walk
It's
through
fun when
the
I
to
play
watch.
it.
The additional
Watching
HP
it-
made a huge
watching it
difference
is-
in time for the Briar.
It did, and it was almost so surprising to see how the rest
It's
of the
more
cards
complicated,
fell
right?
throughout
It's
forward, 'cause you look at
it's
any
complicated
other
on
game,
its own to
that's
watch because
first.
it's so many
That's
things
another
happening at the
loss.
same
What
time,
the
right?
heck?
Yeah.
I think that just makes Bamyang coming into
It's a bit
top
messy, you know?
that much more impressive. 'Cause
Yeah.
If you look at the rest of the lines that were selected, they were definitely the higher hands. The 8 Witchcraft coming out, double Shapeshifter with 8 Shapeshifter. Those should have won out quite easily, but Bamyang somehow found a way within all those tempo lines to get it done.
I mean, I think really
I have a
kind
lot
of
of
starting very
loot.
well, looking at all of those trainer golems saying, okay, this one is
Loot
three-way
from what?
contested, this one is four-way contested.
On,
How about
Twitch.
the shapeshifters? I'd much rather contest those, and identifying this
To
very
claim it.
correctly and going into those.
Something I love. Oh, sorry, you had some quick go.
I
for it.
just wanna
EFT
say this was a
loot.
good- He didn't re-roll Ezreal. I think that's the key.
Ah, there we
Cook
go.
and
That's-
conjure.
Finally learning. We all learned something.
Blame
Mr.
now.
Cat.
I wanted to talk about the fact that Trainer Golems is unique because it allows players to
It's
cook
connected
much
to
more
my
than we're used to seeing, right? We've
correct
talked
account.
always about how players
I haven't
get this
checked.
last 5% to be creative. When Trainer Golems hit, this is the time when we get to see these creative 6 blaster boards like we got to see out of Bamyang. And it's that knowledge of the lines and the conditions in which they work, even when they're narrow, it's just evidence of why Bamyang is here to begin with. Dominant season, a step ahead of
Well, I
the
do
best
have a bunch
region
of
in the world, and here second place with an off-meta line that we have not seen even once this weekend.
And once again, showcasing his strength, which is positioning. Think about how well he was able to position around the Briar the first time, also being able to position to deal maximum damage to the Aegis when everything was grouped up, but it still takes that recognition to be able to separate yourself from the rest of the field.
I'm just a little bit sad, you know. I'm not the greatest game of a start for the EMEA region, so we'll see if maybe we can turn that around.
This was Volta's first game of
Oh, yes,
multi-servers,
correct.
though, this
Cool.
weekend. And maybe didn't necessarily work out the way
What's
that he
correct?
wanted to, but I kind of wonder if maybe he was relying a little bit
Connected with the
on
right account.
high roll on some of those bench slots.
If you look at his spot right there, he was actually leveling. He wasn't rolling on 6 because he had the Pandora's bench. And what he really needed was that additional multi-striker +1, because that would give him 9 multi-striker on level 8. And what that means is every hit, you regen 10% of your max HP. That would have stabilized him, gave him enough time to fill out his entire board on stage 4.
Let's remember the format, right?
Yep.
You go 8th in game 1. In a way, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter because you don't
Okay.
have to have the most points at the end of the day.
I'm listening.
I like that,
Tell
Matt.
me more.
You have to get to this check and then win. It doesn't matter how many games it takes you to get there. All that matters is that you deny the person the first until you can get there yourself. If there is someone that can magically get to check after going 8th place, I actually think it might be Volta.
I think you might be right about that. But here are the standings after just the first game. As a reminder, we are looking to see which player will be the first to reach 20 points, which is our benchmark, to put the lobby into check. They will then need a win, a first, after that point in order to secure
I just want to say how important this is for Ex-Riot. Even though the entire community has pegged him as their tournament favorite in the biggest region of TFT, there still isn't a lot of fanfare for him. He has came into these tournaments on very small platforms, twice in a row, doesn't really stream much. Even the CN community doesn't. They're looking at 1 minute, they're looking at 60 seconds. This would be a game changer for him to cement that he could actually be a killer, be a winner, and return CN to their glory days.
It's been very long since CN has won a set championship. I believe set 7 was actually the last.
By the
one,
way,
right?
you're
Since
streaming
then, we've had
this.
So many stars rise up in CN, and I think you put it perfectly. It's hard for someone like ZUA. Yes, best tournament results in CN all set long, but when
Just so
you are
you know.
with Kwanmye and 60 second and Auction,
not like we
two-time
have any
TOC
viewers right
champion,
now.
it's hard to stay.
Which is wild because this is viewed only second time that they're at a Tactician's crown, and the last time that they were here, they got second. So like, what do you mean? How is he not standing out for everybody?
I sometimes it's a subjective game. Sometimes we hold on to our heroes. We put people on platforms, and it can be arbitrary. Yeah, you can have the results, but sometimes it's not just the results. It's the showmanship. It's the stardom. It's making the statement when it's presented. And sometimes we don't remember the runner-up.
And I mean, sometimes it's also just about who's most fun to watch and who has those flashy styles. And Stuart, a player that is very safe in their approach, usually going for like an average, you know, of just making it into top 3, top 4, saying, I don't need anything great if I can just keep on cruising. And so that is not something you keep in mind a whole lot.
It is expected for CN to place into the top 8, make the final days. That is why the runner-up doesn't count. When you've already had 3 champions, runner-up doesn't mean that much. However, for Ex-Riot, this is really important because this is the first time in a long time. He is the only CN representative here. He's going to get that region hyped up for him as well. And also, I think it just dispels the notion of that bad day 2 he had. He had the worst day 2 of the 8 coming in here. We didn't see him turn around those low roll spots. Now he's showing up strong.
I think it's poetic when you think of the shape of CN in TFT's history. For so long, they were the Goliath, you know, multiple set championships in a row. And now, after this drought, lacking the championship, this almost humble GUA finds himself in the top 8, lowest win rate of the field. If there's a player in this top 8 that I think people are not expecting to make it over into that checkmate, it's now CN. And it just feels it's so different than what we saw for so long in TFT's history. I mean, it's a beautiful story.
I was, you know, thinking of like taglines for each individual player to kind of remember their play style and their personality a bit. And for me, Zero has the tagline of the stealth killer.
Ooh.
Like just coming in and
Wow.
people, if he were to take it all, I'd be like, woo, that's a surprise.
I want to point out something that was so smart here from Ex-Riot because he was going up into the matchup versus Bamyang. He knew that he didn't need double Titans on the Briar. He actually needed immediate burst prevention, going for the Styrex and the Bloodthirster onto the Briar instead, and also making sure that his backline could not get sniped out by the Ezreal or just a random Varus shot. We know that the smaller doesn't have very good self-preservation instincts, so...
Instincts.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah,
He's
he
a little
needs
bit
to
like
GA
a
more.
moth.
He could not climb up the evolutionary
Like
line.
close to the sun sometimes, yeah.
That's a great call out. I think that speaks to the player agency in TFT that you can control. There are many variables that are outside of the player's control, but making that optimization, I believe it was taking the Styrex from the Nasus before. Is that what it was? It was making a swap from
the
somewhere.
double Titans on the Briar when he was going up against the other 8 shapeshifter player because that was a scaling matchup. That was so smart. And then when it's a burst matchup, he takes one of the Titans off, puts the Styrex in to prevent the Briar from going down to the 6 blasters. I thought that was just genius.
And I think that there was another instance in that game. I want to say it was ZUA. Clement, you had called out very briefly that you saw a Radiant item on that Briar, and I want to say that it was the Radiant Bloodthirster that he had used item removers to pivot around. So this was not the first fight that we had actually seen ZUA show off that prowess of having that high APM to actually make those split-second decisions when it mattered most.
Yeah, I think he got lucky up from a charm, from a Radiant
It
charm.
was
Yeah,
a
I think
Radiant
so.
charm, but
Yeah.
still.
Everybody gets lucky at some point in the
Like
game,
Volta.
right?
Exactly.
Some more than others, but I do agree with that notion generally.
All right, well, we have game number 2 almost upon us. Let's see if any of these players can inch ever closer to that 20-point.
All right, game number 2.
It's just these 8 players, right?
I just want to make
Yep.
a quick call out because we saw it in that game, I believe. YBY1 in the questionnaire that we give to players that he plays with the Vine Sword Irelia when aiming for more points as he feels that brings him a little bit of extra luck. So
Whoa!
if you're seeing that little legend there, just a little bit of information on why that's been chosen.
Can we confirm what little legend he had last game? I was not
I
paying attention
saw
at
an
all.
Irelia finisher, but I'm not sure if
I
it
think
was
it was the
YBY1.
Aurelia.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're getting confirmation. So there you have it.
There we go.
I know which one I'm getting next. Yeah, for more points,
No.
gotta go with it.
You all don't have this though? I feel like I always have like the one little legend that I feel like brings me, like when I gotta really lock in.
Yes, I cleared my loot, but I still don't
Yes,
see
that
it.
is Moldite for me.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
I think
waiting
maybe
for
my
the
wrong
Moldite
account
to
disconnected.
the end of the game. One day, I want that cutscene.
One day. All right, what do we have now? We've got
Crab Rave.
Gold subscription,
It's the same
and
players.
support Anvil. I want to see the Crab Rave. Come on.
Volta and
Come on,
DOA once
Variants.
again.
Love to see
Here's
Crab
the
Rave
high
here.
variance portal.
Agents
Oh.
of Chaos, but we are going to be going into Gold subscription, which in itself is also a little bit of chaos because of all the extra +1s you can get.
Well,
so I'm not opposed.
We saw, what was it, a 20 gold orb on 2-1
Oh my
just
gosh.
yesterday. I mean,
It was
you're,
enormous.
You're talking about high variance, like having everybody in the lobby start with 20 plus gold, getting those interest thresholds early means that everybody's going to be able to cap out higher. So yes, it is lower variance than something like Crab Rave, but it actually could be, you know, crazy in its own way.
Here.
I do tend to think that this map favors.
See what pairs he decides to pick up. Okay.
On stage 4. Now,
Makes
a lot of
sense.
the tempos, you only level a little bit on level 4, but in this
Volta
one,
stacking Syndra, of course, the reroll
much
line.
more precisely, and I love that start we saw from Zero, which was a tier mage start.
Yeah, there were a couple of units already there that you need to if you want to go down that mage Soraka line. We'll see if any other players might also pick up some Soraka.
Yeah, buying the mages as well.
Does while I'm speaking.
Also
Got another Syndra.
Poppies though, and there's
Syndra?
and
Wow.
Syndra as well. There's a handful of different directions Volta can go, and you know, I feel like we've been poking fun at Volta a
Just
little
a
bit in the
Poppy,
first
too.
game. I want to make sure something is abundantly clear. Volta, 5-time global stage contender, one of the most veteran players in the entire field. At this point, the only other EMEA player in history to have accolades that can even compare.
What
are
the?
61, who is contention to be the GOAT of TFT.
Okay.
Volta, yes, people might call you a high roller, but the truth
Sold it.
is Volta is one of the most
Sold it,
prestigious
yeah.
players in TFT. Absolutely.
Why
deserves it.
did you sell? Oh, I didn't see the items.
Okay, by the way, we're getting off. Learning to spell.
Someone insta-picked.
That's one of the best ones, but we're also seeing a couple.
Oh,
of other
insta-pick
options.
transfiguration, yeah.
Offered rolled away.
That's
That
insta.
top right corner is being shown as well as an option if you would like to go for it. And then of course those +1s are all.
What's that, Bastion crest?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bastion
title
crest.
pick. Title pick Bastion.
Doing pretty well.
I just want to point out, whoever's played 8 Bastion in our final 8 has just gone on to win. It's been the
All Zap Attack.
boards ever.
He picked the Zap Attack, I think.
Transfiguration. This is a
Volta doing transfiguration as well with the rerolls. It's good.
Leverage that additional econ
Zap
that you get
attack.
from the gold subscription to actually be able to
Okay,
roll for
going
jumps earlier
honey.
than normal. I think this is a heads-up play from Volta, a tech based on the portal of this game.
Bomb Young here is going to start with the Zap attack. We have seen this mainly go into the vertical.
YBY with the
Yeah.
Epoch.
One of the strongest rerolls, and like I was saying, I do like extra gold for these one-cost rerolls. Tempo-wise, it feels the best.
We also saw Zap Attack played with the Fast 9 from Milk yesterday too. So keep in mind, I think the general idea, at least my read when you're playing gold subscription, is yes, if you want to reroll, you are going to get additional tempo earlier on in the game, save a lot of HP. On the other side, though, those players who are going for that Fast 8, Fast 9 are going to be able to hit their cap a little bit faster. So I actually still think
Darkest
that the
is slow
person who
streak.
wins this lobby is not guaranteed to be reroll. If someone goes for that
I'm only
Fast
talking
8,
about one cost. I'm not vouching for the 2 or 3.
I see. I think there is a world where someone chooses to play around
Yeah.
something like the Fast 8, Fast 9 based on the influx of gold and is able to hit that cap a little faster.
You're running.
Well, I need to point something out that we're seeing as
Vanguard
we are
Mage.
moving across boards.
Yeah,
Two players
so
who
Vanguard
picked
Mage
up
this one,
equipment that
for sure.
helps them to open with a lock string.
No
One
blitz
we're
yet,
seeing
but
on Darkest on the
that's
opposite
gonna
side
be
there.
coming.
The other one is Midfeet, who picked up Scoreboard Scrapper. So both of these players really trying to get that loss streak going. I wouldn't be surprised if, like we're seeing from Darkest, their players are very much open to sell entire boards and just say, okay, you know, whatever, I'll take that loss.
And in this position, you'd hate to be mid-feed because Scoreboard Scrapper actually doesn't work with that many compositions. He's trying to keep on to his multi-strikers, and that means he can't full open. So if he runs into him, there's a high chance that that loss streak will get broken.
When I think of the multi-striker line, typically I think of not sacking, but soft sacking in a way to 3-2, keeping your econ high, playing the units on the board. But then on 3-2, generally, you want to start streaking, which means that if that happens, midfield is not going to get the
Multi-striker,
full
or
value
is,
of
what is that,
Scrapper
Callista
compared to
probably
someone
for
who chooses
YBY?
to sack all the way until 4-1.
Well, we're getting a look at it right now.
I did
This
this
is
scoreboard
that we were
scrapper
talking about. I'm also very surprised if we are seeing a big stall
build
here.
with
Although for
multis,
Darkest, the point
and
being
it
that
didn't
is
go
that
well.
with double down,
I went like
the
7th
breaking
or
of the
something.
last streak
So
actually
we'll see
doesn't
how
hurt
it
the
goes.
Augments.
True.
So that still continues
Mid
counting.
feed.
It's just not that ideal because you then have a reset. But I think for both of these players, we'll see how it works out as the rounds go on. I do want to mention, though, because I called it out during the Augment pick, that Zap attack was picked up by Balmyung. So we're going to get a game that will be leaning into that Honey line, and I'm very curious on whether or not we can get that 6 going, or
I
if
love
we're
that the
gonna be leaning
bees are
into that
bigger now.
Kog'Maw more. What do you guys
Yeah.
prefer?
I
Makes
think it
sense.
depends, honestly, on what you hit naturally. The nice thing about the Honey line is actually quite how flexible it is. You have multiple threats. You have Ziggs, you have Kog'Maw, you have Veigar, and like we saw with Milk yesterday, you can use them in combination to just level.
Somebody going Bastion right now, it looks like.
Because I would love to be able to give
Yeah,
instant
there's a
combat
Bastion,
power over even just
title
two
is going
star levels
Bastion.
in a 3.
Going
Bastion
for the high
costs.
I
cap.
just want to say that this is a really good play by Midfeed here. He actually denies Darkest from getting the bow, the item he needs the most, with the Rakan and the he just hovers it, makes sure he picks something else, and then takes it. So he has the multiple options open. I think that's really important when both of you are trying to lose streak.
Yeah, I agree. Very heads-up play there, and we are seeing a little bit of a view of all of these boards there for a second. Are you guys surprised by the extra charm pickups on the augments?
The transfigurations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not actually. I feel like we've seen it quite a bit. The thing I love about transfiguration is how many comps in the meta like having multiple damage threats. I think of like the Seraphine and Soraka as a great example.
But you were also in gold subscription, so something you were saying yesterday, Gangly, is the fact that you're going to have extra gold, so you can roll for those charms way faster.
I really like that point.
Thank you from both of us.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Fits really nicely into the reroll line, so you're probably going to see them head in that direction. Of course, Veigar is the one that kind of synergizes it with the most. If you want to go for that mage line, you also get extra HP from it.
But we've also seen that the results for Vex Veigar this tournament have not been very good.
Yeah, no,
We
it has
should do
not.
this
All
in
of the
person with
mage
some
competitions
drinking
played around the
games
Seraphine
next time.
Soraka, quite good. All the Veigar stuff, though, it
More
feels
fun.
like
We
there are
should,
some
we
matchups
should
that
do it in
you
December.
still just lose, even when you get the full power of the comp.
To
December,
kind
yeah.
of paint that
With
picture a
the-
little
for
bit
the
more, out
open.
of our top 8, 2 players have played it, and both of them went bottom 4 with it. So do not touch the Veigar reroll. I don't think it's where you want to be going.
I just want to say it was from Title. He played it on Game 7. I think went 8th or something. It's like, yeah, I'm not touching it again. And then had the best run for day 2.
That's how you do
There you
it.
go.
Learn and move
He's
on.
not picking up Blitz.
It only takes one.
Interesting.
That's what it
You
needs.
get to say it anytime. It's the most applicable
Oh, no,
button
I'm
in
sure
the
it
world.
is.
Holding the
Right.
jacks
Live
for.
now.
Well, something we have to call out is that we are nearing
He's
corruption,
thinking
and
about
that
Vex.
means 4 players like Ziyue who might be angling
I think
towards
he's
that
picking that
midline,
up, right?
they will need to make the moves.
Midfeed and Darkest? That's a scary
Probably
one.
waiting.
Oh, Midfeed actually
Midfield is on
dodges
the
Darkest.
opposite side here.
That's huge for Midfeed.
Yeah.
Gets his 5 streak.
I think, so Transfiguration, does anyone remember the exact cutoff? It's 4 charms,
It
right?
is 4 charms, and
or
you
is it
can only
3?
get 4 components.
I think it's 3 charms.
3
and
charms
4
plus
Yeah, he
4
picked it up.
components.
Every 3 charms you
Yeah.
get 1. So
Yes.
does GUA just got his first item? Does that mean he actually rolled once to get a charm? I'm trying to do the math in my head, or no? Is that the natural one? Yeah, because you get it every other shop.
You get two charms here.
So the
technically.
fact that he already got
Oh.
one of his items means that he rolled once on stage 2, because he's sitting on 1 additional component. He has 6 components, so he has 1 more than everyone else
I
in
mean,
the
it
field.
makes
Yeah, you can
perfect
see
sense.
that on the gold
because,
as well.
now you go
was
into
sitting on
Krugs,
like
and then you can
38
assemble
gold, which
more
34 gold,
items.
which usually is a
on
little bit
Streama.
too less
Yeah.
for where you are at the current state. So definitely must have rolled in that previous round, like you were saying.
And I don't think
Look at
he's
Midfeed.
mine.
He's so happy. He's like, yay, I dodged Darkest. I get my lost streak alive. Sorry.
No,
sorry
I
to
know.
cut
I
you
saw
off.
the smiling in the last combat, but I was gonna say, like, I
Really
don't really
needs
think that
those
you mind
cloaks
rolling
now.
because you're rolling
No.
for the mage there
Oh,
anyway.
it's
Yeah,
big.
yeah, it makes sense.
there
You get an
for
extra
Rocket.
roll on
Yeah.
4, and you get the
Oh, not too
component a
bad.
little bit earlier, and having it
Exactly.
before Krugs, where you get the additional influx of
Got a
components, you can
Ginsu's.
kind of,
I wonder
angle
if
your
he's gonna
slams
put
a
the
little bit.
Ginsus on
Well,
Cassidy.
checking in with
Cassidy,
the Zap
yeah.
attack player, this is where we would like
thinking
the same
multiple
thing.
copies of that Blitzcrank to
Whoa.
come on through. And
I think he's probably
as
gonna
I
Ash
say
it
they
though.
shall appear. A couple of Nunes, a couple of Ziggs. Question is, how deep do you go? And I feel like for this one in particular,
Keep
because
it
it's the
coming.
hero augment, I'm always more inclined to maybe even break that 30 threshold, maybe even go to 20.
Oh, I
But
got it. So
Aubameyang says, no, I'm good. I'm going to be
Ryu
stable
has
enough
scouted
on the upgrades that I
there
just
is a
found with that Nunu
blitz
and
player,
those items.
so he's not
we'll
picking up
stabilize here.
blitzes.
And
So
this is
we
what I
are
was
very,
mentioning
very
about
smart.
these gold subscription into one-cost reroll lines is you get to roll a lot when
Yeah,
you
he
are
actually just sold
on
it
level
after he
4.
picked
You
it
go
up right
3-1,
away.
You're still
But
level 4, and he had 60 gold to
Yeah.
roll down.
It's
and,
because
you know,
there's a
spent 30 of it still in a very safe
zap
spot.
attack,
We were
right?
also wondering what kind of carry he might
I
be
would
using
have
here, and
just
this
contested it.
already looks like a Kog'Maw angle. You look at those items, and it's going to be very
I would have
difficult
for
to make
sure
those
rolled
work
for the
on
blitz
Ziggs.
anyway.
Yeah, I think
You have
that
Hannah.
is the main line when you are playing with the vertical Honeymancer, and I think it does put some of our other players into very weird spots. Gear PYM was also trying to go for that line. I saw he had the double Vanguards and Hunters for the back line.
Oh, Honeymancy
Dramatic
crowd.
augment coming through. We did see the Honeymancy. I'm
Oh, wow,
personally-
that was an
Prismatic.
insta-pick there for Zero.
I'm not a huge fan of taking the Honeymancy +1 unless you can guarantee a second one. I personally find that sometimes the 3-2 +1 Honeymancy, it gives you a lot of power right now, but
that
ending the
midfield
game
with
on
the Welty
5
Striker
Honeymancy
crown, maybe?
usually is not enough to actually get you into the upper
he's thinking,
parts
but
of the standings.
maybe
Agree.
Freaky
We're gonna have a
Friday is
couple
better.
of, people
Radiant is
picking
very
up
good
the
as well.
big artifacts, though. You've got the Spellcaster's
Reroll
Kovacs,
it.
YBY1
It's also
and Volta, and
not
we're going to see
horrible.
Darkest pick up Suspicious.
Suspicious. Well,
Okay, yeah.
Freaky Friday is going
He's
to come
taking
into that
Freaky.
mix as well. And while we are sitting here, we're going to be getting a Honeymancy
Okay, he
round
took
from
Zambia.
Aubameyang. I just want to call out that Zira
Interesting.
very instantly saw that Mage Crown coming up as he was already on a Mage angle with that Seraphine Soraka and said, yep, 100% take it, going, locked in, and bought.
Really?
Which is interesting because I feel like you're still going to end up seeing the Mage reroll be the more dominant one, but because YBY1 is going to be playing the Seraphine Soraka as well, I think you actually want to angle to go 5.
Yeah, so the
Watching
interesting
Darkest
thing with
versus
it is
Bamyang, but
still,
we have the
like you
Zeta
said,
title
wanna
stats
play those units because they're stronger, they're easier to hit than that
on the
Veigar,
left.
not as
Yeah.
costly.
What's going on here?
But what it allows you to do is go from 3 mages to 5
Yeah.
without needing to invest as much into
It's
leveling.
obvious.
So that is a very good point on how you can play out the 4 Vanguard while also allowing you to have something like a Mage Mordekaiser if that is eventually open for you.
Vex.
Love that.
Yeah, a handful of different
Mage
ways
Emblem.
to play that line. I did want to call out title
could
that
go
we saw
hard.
on our screen just before. You can see on the left-hand side right now, took 10
Already a
minutes
lot
playing
of,
with the Bastion. So at this
Seraphines
point,
and
the line's
Sorakas,
locked in.
pretty
This is
good.
something we've seen all weekend long. This is the Fast 8, Fast 9. Play
I wanna see
80
this
Bastion
Bastion.
front line with the AD
Yeah, I
back
wanna
line.
see it as well.
Sometimes
Come
you
on,
use the
line.
Rise, but eventually you
He's
want to
losing.
bridge the gap until you can get onto that Xerath.
Well, it's an
plus
awkward
Lilio
time for him
and
now,
the 8
right?
Bastions. It can cap out extremely high.
Yeah.
And I do want to point out for our
Needs
two
to
leaders,
go
Zira and
with
YBY1,
6,
they're
yeah.
kind of locked into the same struggle here.
But
Both of them
if you go
heading
6 too
towards the
fast, you get no
Mage line
damage. It's
with
like
the
really weird.
Spellcaster's toolbox and
Oh,
of course
but
the Mage
Tiny's
plus
Titan is
1.
very good.
Prismatic
in
Augment,
this build.
I think, is the most awkward actually for Darkest. He was on a
This is
lose
true.
streak. He was angling originally.
picked up
for
some
something
survivability,
like the Rakan
basically.
and Fairies, but now
Yeah,
that
and they
comp doesn't use
he
the
gains
items
2
so
gold
well,
per
he's
round.
gonna have to pivot out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Darkest because obviously that last game was already an 8th, so they really need to turn it around now.
Look
We're
at
gonna be
Darkest
getting a
board,
glimpse
man.
of what is open. No open components. A vest on the Galio would be
All
an
one
option, and
cost.
a belt on the Hecarim does go for the sword here, so maybe angling to make
he's
that
still doing
Flora
the
comp happen. Now that
loose
we have
streak,
Sterex,
eh?
now that we have
Or one
Suspicious,
star, like he's
saying,
just
"This is
extending
my
it?
angle, that's what I'm
What
hoping
what
for."
augment did he pick up?
Dior with the Suspicious Trenchcoat has been one
It's
of
a
the
double
strongest
down
units that we've
into,
seen
Dark
on stage
Alley
4, stage
dealings.
5. When she can get into the back line and then suddenly there's
He gets
3
Dark
Alley
copies of her
dealings?
all
Oh, yeah.
ulting into your carry.
2
It can be
artifacts,
so
the
deadly.
trench coat and
I
Trench.
just
the
want to say it is
And then
very
later
much
the
a pivot because you don't
duplicator,
want to
what
play that
I
line from a
forgot to
lose
say.
streak situation. It's too expensive to stabilize. This
Okay.
Prismatic really hurt his
Did
chances
find-
in terms of the game plan.
I mean, I think it was
Did
your
find
best
the
shot
blitz?
out. I think
Mm,
probably like a little bit of a desperation
Yes.
pick from Darkest here is not going to be something they can avoid, but maybe we'll make it happen. Has one Fiora already. The Nami in the backline is going to help a little bit to try and get some damage out there, and we'll
What
see
is
how that
Darkest
board plays
doing?
out here. Definitely does need to stop the bleeding goes on.
Was he
A-Block.
I
angling,
do
right?
think if you were going to run into anybody, though,
he's
I think you're
angling
really happy
like
about running into Volta
Karma
with this comp. This is not
board.
necessarily one of the stronger comps in the lobby, early. So I feel like this is your breathing room to try to work with the gold on this next turn.
So in the background there, are we seeing a Syndra 2 on that bench? The left
He's
one
8 on
bigger than
3-5.
the right
Oh.
one,
Yeah.
and he only has a Syndra 1 itemized on the field.
We saw this yesterday too. Normally what happens is that you
42
have your
HP can
Syndra 1
stabilize pretty
on
hard
your board
here.
during something like Krugs, and then you have a Syndra on the bench, and then you get dropped 2 Syndras from the orbs, and then it makes Syndra 2, and now you have to find another Syndra 2 in order to make Syndra 2 on your board.
Because you have to keep the stacks.
Exactly.
Keeps rolling.
This is very
Found the
far-fetched, but maybe it's like a 5-head 200 IQ move.
Where she stacks faster if she's one. I
Oh.
was thinking that, but I never heard that.
Too fast.
He's
and get it
running
on
to
one
0
go.
here.
Yeah.
No, people actually do that in PvE. I'm not sure versus PvP though. For PvE rounds, that's definitely true.
I don't know, that might be some hopium. Clemency.
Oh,
doing
wait,
it.
that is
doing
it.
He actually
That's
is
actually
doing
the
it.
tech. Wait a
No,
second.
that's a tech.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is legitimate. So he
100%
had
certified.
he
I
had-
trust Volta more than you do. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Clement noted via the lever here. Wow, yes, we saw there the remover, and then does put the items back onto the Syndra 1. So it is exactly what Clement just outlined. You want to have the Syndra 1 not killing the board, and now that you have this very tanky front line of the multiple shapeshifters, the 3-item Nico, the
Wow.
Shyvana, we're looking
That's
at a
interesting.
25-second fight in which
What
the
a
Syndra
pick.
is just barely killing enough units to get the full stack.
Hey, I love it.
28 seconds. That fight was
Interesting.
28 seconds long.
I
Tommy's
will
here.
say
Gotta
that
find
would
a
have
spot
had a
for him.
very different effect if the Seraphine was on the other side and did snipe her out
like
before
out of
she
box.
actually got the casts.
The mastermind. I'm
It
actually
is
now a
a
Volta fan. I'm
mastermind
sorry.
plan.
You're welcome
Very
to join the
risky.
crew anytime.
Okay.
Checking in with gear though, that was the board we noted earlier was maybe looking to go into
Yeah, well,
the
super high cap
Kakma
with the
reroll.
emblems.
Instead, has now found the more traditional Wu Jinx line, has good items for that Jinx as well. The only thing that's kind of missing is the Wu and the Jinx.
Yeah, there's a lot of things
Well,
missing
not
on the
anymore.
board.
Quick,
And
say-
it happened again.
Say something else.
At least he looks pretty calm.
All right, here's a roll down coming out of Darkest.
Very
They're
important
trying
roll
to
down.
find
Orwich,
that
Karma.
Fiora 2. That's going to be big. Oh,
Sarah's.
Just me checking in, doing a little wellness check right now,
making sure they're all
Okay.
still
everyone's
there.
okay.
I don't know.
No Fiora 2 though.
Fiora.
Actually does find the
Oh.
Morgana. It's a really nice hit.
That's
Handful of
big.
different things here. Really does want to find this Fiora 2 though. Being able to have the additional 2-star copies of your
Dude,
Suspicious
no,
Trench
Fiora
Coat.
2
And I
is-
do love the itemization. Having the Edge of
Hurts.
Night plus Suspicious Trench Coat, you get all the different aggro drops going on in the backline. It can be so powerful, but again, you need the 2-star version.
There's no one else on Fiora. In case you were wondering, there's no one else on Fiora. Where was she? Where was she hiding? We don't even have 2 copies of her.
I just want to say, like, the average expectancy for getting a forecast that you want is about 50 gold. So he's rolled 24 times, you know, he's still below the average. You still got some time, you know.
And actually, I think
24
Darkest knows
times.
that they don't need to go all
Tommy,
the
are
way
you
down to
there?
stabilize. They're sitting at 30 gold. So being able to keep your
Oh, hey,
econ
Tommy.
up and with every turn build that gold back up, Darkest knows that they're going to be able to
So Stand
sacrifice
United,
a little bit of
isn't
HP, stabilize now, and then hit the fully capped
Stand
version
United
of
is
this
pretty
Warrior
good for
Preserver
him.
board.
Wow, we're seeing some
Toby's
great
coming in.
pickups. Gear, who is already on the Wu Jinx, finds Hunting Frenzy. Zijuet finds that extra crit
Hunting
damage
Frenzy
from
is
the
big.
Lotus. And everybody else finds a little bit of more...
Volta gets Ascension, so following the same
Same.
shape of that composition, you want to stall out as long as possible.
Okay,
be
one
able to
more
deal that
Fiora. I'm
damage
kind
back
of
after the
Darkest fan
fight.
now.
Balmyong and Minty pick up
He
inspiring
took some
epitaphs.
huge
There's
risk
gonna be a
there.
lot of attacks
Turned it
coming
around.
through for their boards. Very
Picked up
helpful.
mentorship at the end, is it?
It's not just
Oh,
Ascensions,
Volta
also
finds
the
Syndra 3.
Syndra 3 coming in
It's
here
big.
as well. I really want to check on his stacks to see how far that strategy has pivoted
off.
in ahead.
55 stacks.
55 stacks.
That's pretty
14.
good.
A lot of times
Pretty
when you're
sure,
streaming on 5-1,
that
like,
Prismatic
the ones
is
that don't
the
have a
best
mana item
Prismatic
start
for
are
him,
only
though.
on 60 stacks. So
Yeah.
I think this is like
For sure.
very ahead of the curve.
Stacking
Well,
so much.
we are going to be needing a win for Emiya here, so I am in favor of this, but this fight does not
Oh.
look like it's going
Strong
to go this
thing.
way, despite the Ascension, despite the
Blow 'em up.
hit.
Blow 'em up.
Oh!
The Zhanya's kicked in. The Zhanya's won it for him.
Oh, I see. The tactical caster curse.
Uh-huh.
Volta definitely is going to want the 3-star frontline, though. That is one of the things about this comp. You want to make sure that, yes, you know, Nico 2, Swain 2, they can do a lot right now, but it takes a while to actually get the full power of that comp.
Camille in shop before title here picks it up. We're
Is
getting
Bastion going to come online?
The big thing here is he needs to find that Diana.
He needs the Diana.
8 Bastion online to have the invincible backline to happen. And Tidal is cutting it very close. He's going for the straight 9.
He's going to be 1 HP once he hits 9. Most likely going to lose this fight with just a Zoe 2 in your backline. Odds are you're not killing all that much. And actually, this is one of those fights where it's one singular frontline unit that's very hard to kill. There's a chance we don't kill a single unit in this fight.
Essentially, he has 27 HP, but he still needs to, not 29 HP, but he needs to make it through 3 different
old
fights.
room or the
This
new
is
one?
going to be the tightest
The new one is the
turnaround.
kids'
If
room.
anyone can do it, it's
Yeah.
You might be
Yep,
right
I'm
about
just
that.
gonna be like that.
Not getting any...
Stab a
Just
stool.
kidding.
the tactical
When is the
casualty.
baby due?
Yeah, honestly, I think we killed
2
units. That's 2
weeks.
more than I thought Tidal was going to kill in this
10
fight.
days,
And
actually.
To your point, Clement, yes, he needs to win 3 fights.
I
But
mean,
a lot of
Titan
he's
TFT
gonna
at
have about
night.
40 gold, I think, 50 gold.
Yes.
Into that level 9
Come back to
roll down,
the-
so it's going to be huge.
come
And
back to the dark
Azerath
side.
on the board right now. It's 1 unit in the pool. Tidal no longer needs to find.
Olaf
Okay,
as
well, title is 1
for a
HP,
couple of our
so-
hunter players.
Yeah, he grabbed his Xerath. I think he's
Fiora for Dark.
just got to roll down
He's
now.
rolling to,
Yeah.
Here
to
actually
9.
gets that Olaf. Wow, stays open
9,
for
yeah,
Gear
that's
to
right.
pick up who was
No,
on
it's
that.
No, he's it.
Perfect
He's gotta hit
point.
9,
If
he's gotta hit a
Tidal got out with
Diana.
2 open bows,
Dude,
can get a
these
3rd
guys are
item
hitting
on the Jinx now, or even make
the level so early.
This
Yeah.
Olaf if you'd like.
Okay, we're watching it. Okay.
All right, here's the
It's
roll
9.
down. Where are the 5 costs?
Big moment. It's got to be fast. You don't have a lot of time to stabilize here.
Oh,
Well, we're just buying everything.
Diana.
Diana,
Diana.
there you go.
Ooh.
Oh, there.
As
There it
well.
is.
Still, do you want to find something like the Milio would be nice, but
That
3
8 Bastion
is never
in.
going to feel bad.
Melee would be huge.
Need to put the
Extra
damage
tech,
items
adds a
in.
charm,
Another
finds
Oh,
a
one
Diana
more
and
Diana.
We're gonna take it. Some extra units that can still be sold
Fire
off.
cell.
Try and make
Come on.
something here. Milio not going to be coming around though.
Feels bad, I think.
Goes up against Midfield,
It feels
and
bad.
Midfield has found arguably a lot of these multi-striker units
Fuck,
already,
he might
and is now
be dead
cashing
here.
out on the top 4 effect of this
Well,
scrapper.
See how
Big
Xerath does when he
A lot of the
casts.
times this multi-striker matchup doesn't work that well because you
I
don't
think
get
he's
that kind of
okay.
assassination when they're invincible. And I think this is what is happening right here. A Bastion
Oh,
is
15
one of the
HP.
toughest
I think he's
matchups.
okay.
But have I spoken a little too?
Oh, yeah. He went the wrong
Last
way.
cat's going to go through. The Catchman's actually it's very close to Catchman
That was
being
super
able to
close, man.
scale back up. The
Zoe won.
That was
anti-heal
super
from the
Oh,
Morello
there,
is pretty
okay.
big, but now, yeah, title.
The Milio comes in. That's the big one we were looking for because he can pass those items to all the other Bastions.
You can see
Oh,
immediately
man.
takes the items off.
This
of
is
there.
basically a
That's
win
hard
now.
now. What you want
This-
is for
this
the Milio. The Milio
should be
is
a win
the way
now.
in which your composition scales because every single time the Milio casts, your Bastions who already have so many defenses get items, and you can get strong items
needs
onto
burn
this
and
Xerath.
shred.
Right now,
Oh,
the
shred
goal is
he
to
has.
outlast everybody that you fight so that Diana and the Xerath can slowly
It's
whittle
very
down the enemy
interesting.
team.
He puts
Why
the
was I one
Bastion
still
on
sitting
the...
on a 1-star rise though?
50 gold.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's a great matchup for title.
normally put it on the Melio.
With APAC play.
But maybe he wants to stack the Melio so the Melio just hands out
Not
items.
play full tempo to get these higher cap
doesn't
outs.
have more
In fact, like
removers
Tidal
now,
and
so it's
YBY, some of
But
the
he's got
best in the
Krugs,
region
like, next
are all
round.
known for this.
Yeah.
I completely agree. I am surprised, you know, with the first 2 games. Part of it, I think, is just the shape, the way the games went. We are seeing players greed way more than we've seen of the last 2 days. But you're right, it could actually just be the way APAC is playing. And if that is the case, I mean, obviously there's 6 of them, 5 of them here today. So can't argue with the result.
That
Oh,
surely will
yes,
matter
that's how we
for
are playing.
everybody else
Shut
that
up.
now needs to adapt to that kind of dominant
greedy
tempo
fuckers.
that they're showing up here. And one of the players that has been falling
have
just a
interest-based
little bit in the
mentality.
last couple of rounds has to be Volta here. Now down to 28. We did check in with Tidal.
Oh,
was
he got a
winning
charm
couple of
to
rounds.
get health.
Midfeed, similar story. Both of these players
Yeah.
need to turn
Yes.
it around, and they need to turn it around soon.
This is
Darkness
huge.
Which is actually really big for him.
Win streak is really huge coming
That could be
out of
like
the
1
gate.
life
We talked about
extra.
it before how scary it was playing that double
It
down
is already
into
1
a
life
line that
extra.
you then needed to pivot.
Now,
off
unless he
of.
gets blown
But
up,
Darkest
but
actually
it's
finding
impossible
the
if
line in
he's
which it
blown.
works has the Fiora 2 with the trench coat,
Okay,
the Gwen,
roll
these
down,
preservers
YBY.
online, and the preserver warrior line, it has not performed particularly well this weekend. Doesn't mean that it cannot. We know that it can be strong when you get to level 9 and get the fully
Ryer.
upgraded board.
So Volta
Not picking
just
up
went level
Rise.
7. My question is, are we
Yes,
actually seeing
Rise.
some rolling there? Or are we going
Thought
to
he'd be
stay
interested in
on
the,
that line? It looks at least
of the
like
Emilio.
some
Emilio.
gold is being invested on the level 7 to try and round out the board on the
Interesting
Syndra
how he
backline.
knows this
Cassiopeia
build
3
by
has been found. Frontline,
okay,
we're still
second
missing
nature,
some
he just
golden
rolls
color,
through
it seems
everything.
like, but maybe this is good enough.
I know Volta says he's trying to aim for the best, but I would feel so uncomfortable not rolling here.
I think Syndra has hit 90 casts by now.
Line, and he's running into a lot of trouble now.
Oh man, the Cassiopeia actually, with that positioning, one of the reasons why the Cassidy can't go anywhere else and instead stays on the back line. The Syndra, unfortunately, not able to take out any more units.
This looks like it might just be a free fall at this point.
I mean, there's still plenty of gold to be spent, like Clement was saying. I think Volta is playing it more risky than he needed to try and find a
Yeah,
bigger
why
path.
he has
So that
55
I expect
gold?
to be spent as soon as
And
he's level
possible.
7.
So is going to be going for
Okay,
level
here's
8
another
here
roll
to try and make something else fit. Gets that Nasus in the shot,
That's
which will
pretty
help
big.
with the front line. It's not a 3-star, but at least it's some extra beef.
6 shapeshifter now too.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, it does amplify the front line a lot. I'm just worried about where everybody else is sitting right now with these really powerful comps.
Yeah, this doesn't
They would
feel
have
like a
needed
win-out
that
angle, right?
No.
You have too
three-star.
many players that are going level 9. They're going to have extremely strong compositions. The 2-star 2 cost from behind is not going to be enough to win you the game. The goal for Volta right now is win the
Oh,
next
he's
game.
facing the.
This is probably the worst
Milio
matchup.
2 on the other side.
Yeah, 3-item Milio 2, and this is the power we're talking about from the Bastion composition. There are 3 items on this Milio 2, all of which are giving attack speed to the Milio. So with every second that goes by, the Bastions are able to get
Wait a
additional
minute.
items.
What
I will
is
say,
happening?
6 shapeshifters, though, holding up quite well, and there's no Xerath 2.
that's
so you
pretty
don't actually
big.
have the power to punch through the 6 shapeshifters.
It's like nothing.
A big thing is.
I think, yeah, no, it's the same thing I was talking about before. It's just no damage.
So the Xerath wasn't able to dish
it's
out
a-
the damage.
oh.
that was needed.
Oh,
Volta punching the air right now, saying, "Thank God."
it's
I
a
didn't
common
run
problem
into
with the
that one."
Bastion build,
Or thank
right?
God I run
Just the
into that one
damage
right
issue.
now, so
Yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
happen again.
No Archangel. No
Dark
Archangel
is
is really big.
Continuing
Yeah.
their win streak is now at
Actually.
9 wins on the back of that
That's
Fiora
huge.
line. We're just going to see how our bottom
Look at-
players.
No Archangel, and he barely has
whether
any
or not
frontline
they can
items as well,
avoid
right?
That knockout here in game number 2.
A much
I
stronger
would
position
build
for
the
Volta.
Titans,
The title
like-
He should
actually
just
doesn't
make
have
the
a
Titans,
chance,
exactly.
so-
Now, title's going up against Bombyong, who did actually
wants
find
to hold
the
him too.
Kog'Maw 3. You're also working
Oh,
with that
he's
honey
putting the
and
items on them separately because Melio prioritizes
frontline
people with
and
items
burst down these big frontline
to
units.
itemize them.
It's about the Diana. How much can she get
Ah,
done onto
okay,
the
I
back
have-
line?
I had no idea.
Wow. Big
Oh, you
catch
didn't?
there, but
Okay.
Kog'Maw actually
Yeah,
able to
that's
take
why
it
the
out.
Bastion crest on the
Problem is there's
Xerath and
still
then
a little bit
the
of
singular
backline
item on
access.
those
Yeah,
two
you got
guys.
that Melio and the Xerath. There's just so much damage. With that, the Kog'Maw is down. The rest of the Honeymancers are down. I do not see a world in which Bombyong can take this one.
But the Melio items that he throws is still
Much needed win
RNG.
for both of these players here. Ooh, that Bloodthirster Melio is
T.
huge because Diana still needs one item
Bloodthirster.
here.
Right?
See if Title's going to go
Is
for
it?
it instead.
Or JG?
Looking
It's gotta
elsewhere, maybe
go
for the
Maybe
JG, I
Xerath
think,
too.
though.
Fiora.
Or
Oh? Goes for the
What?
Fiora.
What?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't quite understand that.
The only thing I can think of here is that if you look at Darkest has
Yeah.
6 Fioras on their board. If Title sees that Darkest is maybe in his rotation, he's saying, I need to deny Fiora 3 because the only way in which I think I would lose this game if I hit Xerath 2 is to something like a 3-star 4 cost.
Very good catch. Yeah, I think that has to be the only explanation here. He had AP items
Oh,
for the front
really?
line.
No charm again,
he's
though.
denying on 1 HP?
Still cannot find it.
That must mean Dark is in a very
I think
strong
because
spot for
he sees that
if he was
3
in
other
the
guys
bottom
have 1
spot, I
HP.
can understand why Title would deny him, but if he's in the front spot, that means it's just like he's very close already.
Yep, must be very, very close. Midfeed, though, we did see from the beginning scoreboard scrapper, and every turn you're going to be scaling up. Midfeed at one point got to that top half, but now has free fallen at 7 HP, needs to try and burst through these bastions. But if there's a front line you have that is good at denying burst, it's going to be the bastions. The question is, can the back line between the Milio and the Xerath get through
coming
the
in.
Hecarim and the Kassadin, or are
I
they going
don't think
to
it's
find their way
enough.
into the back line?
I don't think it's
really
enough.
great thing about the multi-strikers is that they have so much HP that the
Not
first
gonna
Xerath
cast.
cast doesn't actually
GG.
knock them all the way down, and that is going to be the reason why they were able to press on here. That Xerath not able to clutch it out, and they will just run
I
it
don't
over.
understand
Unfortunately,
that.
though, for Emiya,
Should have just
Volta
picked up the
taken an
JG, you think?
Two
Yeah,
players
the
already
JG
out at
for
this
sure.
point. Title taking
I don't know if
us
Or
that
the
it would
Xerath.
be enough.
Unable to
The
finish
Xerath was
that
contested.
Xerath to the
It was
entire
picked up
time.
already.
Yeah,
Because it was a
I
BT
do
Xerath.
wonder
yeah.
if taking the last Whisper to deny the Fiora has a
But, like,
part to
No,
do
no,
with
no.
that.
It was a
Confident in his ability to come back.
It
Without
was
having the Xerath too, I
Milio
think if you have
BT and the
Xerath with a mana
Xerath
generation
with
item already on it,
Even Shroud.
Even
you
Shroud.
know
Yeah,
that
yeah,
you're
yeah.
getting
Shroud, that
something
was not picked up, yeah.
with this Milio cast. I can see it, but I think
But
Tidal
still, like, neither of those
further
items help
behind
him.
than he thought he was.
No, I think Darkest was just closer than we were thinking. That
It's funny how Darkest stabilized, though.
Yeah.
That's why
Stabilized hard.
There's 8
There's
copies.
2 on the field and 2 on the
I
bench.
love
and
this
the
build.
2 on the field are both 2-stars. So Tidal saying,
I love what
I
he
am
did, like,
sacrificing myself
rolling
for
a
this
4-4.
hobby to not see a Fiora 3.
Well, if there would be one
Pretty good.
time to see a 3-star forecast, it would be in the final day of competition
true.
at the Tactician's Crown.
Well, now that Tidal's out, that Fiora is back in the pool. So maybe it
is.
comes around.
And I think Makes has made a great point there. That actually explains why he had
Junior
to take it. 'cause
Mafia
if
is.
that was a 3-star for
in a stream.
100% he loses.
Can you ban that guy? You're able to ban for life?
Young at
Is
4th place. Look at the HP totals here. 7 HP in 5th place, all the way up to 14.
It's just talking
per
shit, is he?
second. So
I can't
going
see him in
into
the chat,
6-1,
actually.
This
That's
does
weird.
mean that all of the players apart from Darkest are on 1 life, right? I believe that actually it would be a minimum lethal for everybody apart from 1. Young, I actually think you're probably pretty happy. I think they're playing the Honeymancy line without the 7 Honey can sometimes be a little tricky. Zap Attack, though, one of the conditions in which it can actually be very powerful. I think piloting it very well, had a strong placement last game, and is now playing for points to try and get into that range for potential check next game.
That was a Gwen too. I'm looking at Darkest. I'm like trying to see if maybe the rolls are giving us a Fiora 3, but it does not come on through.
I think it still could, though. Darkest is
Yes.
so
Darkest
healthy.
is missing
Still
1.
close.
So healthy. You're going
One
to be able to
Fiora.
survive this round.
1 Fiora.
But one of these players is not. Between our 2 good friends, Midfeed and Balmyong, one of them is going to have to get eliminated here. Looks
Great
like
positioning
it's gonna
diff
be
here.
Balmyong.
Actually keeps most of
Oh,
his
Balmyong
heavy
is
hitters
dead.
on the left side. The Hunter isn't able to target them out. And he's going to
That
take out
sucks.
Balmyong.
Yeah,
Going
it
I
does.
fifth
imagine
with,
Young's probably not the only person that's going to
Zap
fall
Attack.
this round. We gotta
I guess
see
it was a
Whoa,
risky
what
take,
It is.
that
Wow.
prismatic.
It's
Zero.
alive.
Able to hold on with 1 HP. I
'Cause he
thought
needed
it was
actually
minimum
2.
lethal, so actually,
No,
obviously
it was 12 HP.
2
on
emblems
stage
here
6.
to
Okay,
spike
there you
hard.
go. Yeah, so ZUA able to hold on for 1 more round.
So let's actually talk about this board because we mentioned it when the augments were picked and we looked at it very early on. But really going for the full vertical mages, not something we've seen ever since that patch was kind of closed up. So now coming back here and making a show with
Sorry?
that Vex 3 frontline, with
Seems
that
like
Galio
they're
3
trying to,
frontline,
like,
buying as much time as
he's
possible.
on
I was going to say, I think this is one of
the
the
CN
conditions
guys
that we
on,
see this vertical mage
broadcast.
comp actually do really
Yeah, I
well.
think
And a
he's
lot of
on
the gold
broadcast in
subscription was
China,
able
right?
to allow you to roll for the
So
Vex, roll for the
They have
Galio
been taking
completely
photos of him and
uncontested.
shit.
Darkest still did not hit the Fiora. You can see the Fiora's on the bench on the right-hand side, and Darkest might actually be in kill range right now.
I
Don't know
think
the
that's
exact
mage,
HP, but you
build.
can see their front line
Dude,
is
is the
crumbling.
CN
The
player
mages
taking
run
the lobby
through them.
again?
GUA
Oh, wow.
secures that fight win. Should be the top 2 right now alongside midfeed.
Oh, I'm so sad. That Fiora 3 would have been glorious. Cash out does come on through for
Big
ZUA though.
cash out.
And look at the way Zero positioned for that fight. He had the Soraka onto the side, on an island. The 2 big clumps of units he
Is this
doesn't
1v1?
really need, drawing the attention of the Fiora, and the Soraka finishes it off.
I just noticed midfeed, despite being at the bottom of the standings for the most
I
of the
don't
last
like the
days,
production
because of the
of this,
eliminations
show.
and the
It's-
HPV
there's a lot of
Weird, it
flows,
does-
actually
missing
got the
information.
of scoreboard
Yeah,
scrap,
exactly. It
despite
doesn't show
only
enough
being at
information
what I thought
for
was
me.
like
Give me
7
the
HP or something. So
traits
that
active, give me the
absolutely helped
board.
midfeed turn
I
a
feel like
corner
it's
to now on a
halfway
4-win
between
streak.
One final fight.
something
though,
that's
because
really,
it will
really
only be one player
like
that comes out on top
user
to
friendly,
do it,
like
and
noob
Midfield
friendly,
is gonna be
and
multi-strikers
between
trying to
what
get access
people
to the backline
who
of the
seriously
mages, but
play.
there is so much healing coming through from this Soraka.
Dude,
It's
I
just
didn't
not
think
enough to
that-
keep that front line or
Wow.
back line alive. And
Multi
Midfield
huge,
gets the
multi going
maximum
hard.
value out
Fi-
of
Only
it.
5
Wow.
multi as well.
Trapper. Impressive comeback.
Scoreboard
Really
scout.
nice
Okay,
game
so he
coming in
did
from
pull it off,
Midfield.
but
I
I
think he
couldn't.
had the highest cap version of the units.
He's
have
a little
on the
better than you are.
multi-striker line with, of course,
A
the
little better.
3-star
Wait, I'm
hacker
gonna
that
find
is
my
usually so
game. I
difficult to
did
find. And of
kinda
course,
the
the
same.
stage 2, he avoided Darkest.
Yep.
Really big thing for
Scoreboard
the
scrapper multis.
And you also had great items as well. You take a look at those multi-strikers getting rounded out not
Perfect.
just by the Infinity Forces,
Played
but you
so
have
many
Blood
games
Thirsters on both.
recently.
So they were so survivable.
I love that call out. Having the Infinity Forces is great because multi-strikers is a multi-pronged threat team, right?
Yep.
The way you want to play the game is by having multiple
Oh, I got 8.
threats on your team, blasting through the weak side of the enemy team's board. Once you get that takedown, you start to get a wrap of your multi-strikers, the Hecarim and the Kassadin and an Ashe all in the same unit. That's when the fight, the tide
No, I
turns.
just played the
I
kind
also
of the
wanna call
same
out, though,
build that the
ZUA,
guy win
taking
with,
top
and
2
I got
after
8.
winning game 1. Now in a position to reach check in game 3 with what would be a minimum of a
5
4th
points?
place.
Just needs top 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
A quick day for CN to take
No,
home the
don't
win.
say
Is
that.
that
Gonna
possible?
heat up
No, we
some.
got
What did I say?
Hold on.
Game 7? We got
Have some
5
food.
more.
Yeah.
Taking a look here, I want to say the shape of the game is a lot of these high cap boards did not actually make it there. Darkest, also Tidal. I think Tidal had the best chance. And also, if you look at YBY1, he actually low rolled super hard on the rise with his portal vertical board there as well. And that's why we saw some of the lower cost rerolls that weren't doing so well rise to the top.
I actually want to commend Darkest for this game because while going for an open fort, you usually know that
Just made
Kalista
Toby a
Mary
moderator.
should be your out. It's very strong of those 4 cost comps
What's
to go
the
for. Didn't really
word
work out with
for,
the
like,
items. We're not
you know,
really
the-
aligning there
the
for
copy
what it
that
should
you
have
get
been.
from
Then
the
finds
bottom of your
suspicious
stream? Like,
prismatic
it's like,
and says, okay, I'm just pivoting completely into another 4 cost board despite playing from behind and playing it out to this extent where maybe they could have won the lobby with a Fiora 3. Honestly, I was here for it.
But
What are you
that's
talking
why
about,
that is
bro?
such an impressive comeback because you
you know,
do
like
not
when you're
have
on
enough HP to
broadcast
work
and
with
like
to
on the
actually
bottom there's
go
like a
for
word
those
strip,
forecasts,
Exactly.
and then
actually
like keeps
find those
like
hits.
puts
And so
messages
it was
in.
A
very
ticker?
impressive to watch
Or-
Darkest come back from that and get that top 4.
The most important thing that happened for
A
him in the
scrolling
round was he
ticker or
actually
something?
got the Morgana
Yeah.
super early because that was 4 Preserver and also the Witchcraft onto the Fiora in the front line. So that was a huge find to stabilize.
We talk about TFT as a game of resource allocation, right? And sometimes your resources are HP, sometimes they're items, sometimes they're gold. And one of the benefits of having gold as the resource that you have in plenty is that it's one of the few instances in which pivoting is more easy. Because you have so much more gold going into this roll down, while many players can tunnel saying, hey, I'm playing double down, the line traditionally is played into Kalista. Darkest, what they recognize is I have enough gold to
Why,
pivot
what do you-
in which many
think I should put
players
a ticker
do
in
not
here?
because they don't have enough gold to
No,
hit
I'm
the 4
just,
cost, the 5 cost. And what they did that was so
wondering what
exemplary
it was.
that they rolled down and they only rolled to 20 or 30 on that initial roll down, which allowed them to keep their interest threshold and go all the way to level 9 to hit a cap that could get themselves a 4th place and potentially that 1st with just a single more Fiora.
Impressive stuff coming through from this second game. Ooh, we could have had some high variance. I remember we were looking at a couple players sitting on that Crab Brave, and I thought just maybe we might be just able to see a wild game. But as we get a chance to take a look at the standings, there are 2 players right now, after 2 games, that are within that striking distance of hitting that 20-point checkpoint for check. And that is Midfeed and ZUA.
Yeah, Midfeed needs notably that 1st place to make it happen. Like you guys already called out for ZUA, a top 4 would be enough, and it's
So-
going to be very hard to deny a top 4. So we're going to be seeing how that will play out. Everybody else still scrawling for points, though.
There's something that happens in TFT where when you start
You too.
playing for a placement, it makes it impossible to hit that placement. I actually feel like if you're a midfeed right now, you kind of should pretend
Yeah.
like you're not in contention for check with a 1st place finish, because if you're midfeed and you have a strong start, you have a stable opener, you play for a top 4, gives you position to get a really simple check next game. I think midfeed needs to be patient. You don't have to go for that 1st place if it doesn't present it to you. Play slow, let the option speak to you.
Similar for CUA, maybe you don't try to play for the top 4, you try to play for the first and see where that can get you.
That's what you got out of it.
Well, maybe we'll have to wait and find out. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Game 3 of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown.
Game 3.
I just wanted to... No,
Wait,
I...
we just...
Oh, can't wait for the next set.
Watching it separately, so I'm watching it on Twitch live.
Is oh, looks like Toby's joined now.
Yeah.
I gotta add a camera for Toby here. A second.
Back with some food.
At a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, set 13 is gonna be awesome. Like, I watched
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
I watched the Mort Dog video when he was ranking sets,
Hybrid workers, artists,
and he couldn't hold his excitement back about set 13. He said it's gonna be S tier.
Doesn't he kind of have to say that?
I don't think so, because he was ranking all the shitty sets. He ranked set 11 B tier or D tier or something. And he ranked this set pretty low as well.
Can anyone noob chat me through why that multi-striker build was so good? Like, I thought that 8 Bastion was stable. I thought it was good, right?
It's because of the artifacts plus scoreboard scrapper value is just too strong. With multis and with melee lines, you want extra power that buffs up singular units, so artifacts.
Right, okay.
Support items. Like they want to build like these super units.
Just like Super Cassidon.
Yeah. Perfect.
Right, okay.
Although I don't know if he's the one to be explaining it to you, since he got 8th when he tried it.
I did see that.
I got 8, and then I tried what is that? What virtue? What is it? Augment? The one that turns items into support items. Patience is a virtue. I tried that as well. And I got... Patience is a virtue. I got 4th with that, actually. So that was pretty good.
That's not bad.
Patience is a virtue. Yeah, I tried it for the first time because I normally just skip it, like the other day. That's why I asked how to play it. I ended up turning every single one of my items into a support item, and I just lost.
That's the problem.
I was like, oh, just like turn
Funny.
all of the items. It'll turn around. I think I like confused it for like artifacts.
Oh,
Welcome back
Okay.
to the Teamfight Tactics,
Yeah.
Magic and Mayhem
That was
Tactician's
my,
crown here on our day
Patience is
3,
a
the
virtue
final
build.
day.
I built
You
like
guys are
a
good.
double
I'm happy to welcome you to the day 3
column.
as
We're
good,
well.
no
You guys
Americas.
excited for the show?
Absolutely, I'm excited to see Americas, show up, right?
Americans?
Right? Yeah.
Americans are out.
Maybe
They're
EA
out
will show
yesterday.
up as well because it has not been the strongest start. But now
eliminated
that I'm
ninth,
here as the blesser
he
of
couldn't
all
make-
players, right, Makes
They're so
early
Rooting for APAC.
EMEA, Volta, and Darkest will
So
turn
what
things
are they?
around.
America with no
They're just
Without
playing
different-
until a
in the
certain
double
amount of
with,
points, and then
their
you've got to win,
Spencer
or
and Milk,
what? How does it work?
Yeah, so you reach 20 points, checkmate
now in the
format.
top, only one representative for
When
the
someone
Americans is
reaches
popping
20
up,
points,
he could be the champion.
then he can
Well,
win the next round by winning the
I'm
game.
very curious on how
Like
the
first
check
place.
is going to play out. Who makes it?
Right.
to
Even if he
players
had a
like you
first
that have
place
the potential.
first,
Already.
You guys have
Still
to
has
Doesn't
to
matter,
get
you have
another
to.
one.
Are you
You have to
as
win another
Same
round.
as
surprised from
Apex,
we
right? It's
were?
like
'Cause
match point
the-
format.
The win
Once you
rate
get to
wasn't
match
that
point, you've
high
still got to
coming
win
into
to
this
win.
tournament and day 1, day 2 as well. So
And those are the
now
super
really,
exciting
really
lines because
clutching
they're
it
gonna
out
take
here.
some risky.
I think that's a playstyle
Risky
diff.
high
I
cap
think
lines.
ZUA
Yeah,
also
once you
understood
get
the
to
mission.
20 points,
You
then
do
you're
not
only
need to win
building
a single
winnable
game in day 1
boards,
and
right?
2 to find
Yeah.
success
Yeah.
and make that top
Okay,
8.
that makes sense.
You can go
That's
the route
cool,
of
man.
being
That's good for the
consistent.
viewers.
In
They
a
probably
reroll
hate
meta,
it.
is very
Does it ever
easy to
go
be
super
consistent,
deep?
Finding your line
Exactly.
uncontested, just going for that top
Like,
four,
does it
top
ever
three
go
every game.
10, 15?
Now that it's day 3,
I guess,
there's a different
like-
mission.
No.
And I think Zio is a player who has
No, I
proved
think
before in sets Henry McRumble that
Mathematically, the
he
maximum
understands the
is
mission,
like
he understands how to pivot
8
from
games or
a
something,
top 4
so
playstyle to a
it's
win
probably gonna be
playstyle,
like 5
and we're seeing
games.
it now just really
Right.
4 or 5.
elevating into that first and
Was that
second
game
set.
Yeah, the
2 we
mission
just
doesn't really
watched?
start usually
Yeah.
until game
So
number
after
4,
this,
right?
it's
When
probably
someone's
checkmate,
checkmate.
actually.
It started off
Someone,
on game number 1
that-
with going that very late game strategy comp.
So many players
So see,
Any-
Prismatic.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
the
I
Chinese
see.
guy,
Great to
Chinese
see.
guy already
So
close.
many
so
of them
he just needs
looking for the variants. Now I'm
Prismatic. They
And-
my prismatic party here.
PYM
There it is.
is thinking, my
Oh,
forge,
this is-
what's the forge of the
Lots of high variance
What
portal
combination
selections.
am I going to cook up this time around?
And What the Forge is a
Oh, it's
fantastic
gonna
win
be a little
condition,
What the
right? It could
Forge
send a
portals,
player
yeah.
like
Yeah.
ZUA or midfeed into that check position.
Honestly, I'd love to see it. I
So
think
the
there's always kind
midfield
of
that
this
just won, he's got to get a
magic of
4th,
What are
right?
you gonna get? Which
that-
sometimes
did I hear that
you
right?
can get really
To
weird
get to-
combinations.
No,
but
Ryu
Gear has been
needs
showing
to get 4th.
that
this
he
guy.
knows how to
Oh,
cook with that
okay.
composition. So we're going to be taking a look as soon as we are getting to those augments, as Prismatic Party has been locked in.
Now we have been a little more on ZUA. He
I
has
actually
been
dislike
maybe
a
on the
Chinese
shadow
win
of
for
60
this.
Second and Huami, but actually they play together.
I want APAC to
EWC,
bring it
they were
home.
together, they performed so great. And
Yeah.
the background of both of them, of both Huami and 60 Second, is within him. So
YBY
it's that he has a lot of
title.
capable
Come
players
on,
behind him.
boys.
He has the whole region behind him.
Come on.
All CN channeling their energy into one player. That is a scary thought to have, and I think we're seeing the effects and the outcome of that here.
So
for
where-
ZUA.
so
Well,
are
I
we
had also
watching
dynamics already in day 1,
Vault
or day 3 that we
stream
changed from
this
that
other
top four
channel?
playstyle into that win rate playstyle.
No,
But
we're watching
especially
the
now, after a
official
few
feed.
Games, players like Volta and Darkest understand their time is running out. They have to start playing already that
So,
first rate playstyle
yeah,
as
so
if they were
basically-
in checkmate.
Yeah, Volta.
You can just watch it as well on
With
Twitch.
a couple of reroll compositions, right? Not that
Oh,
typical
that's
Volta
it.
playstyle
Yeah,
that we
sorry.
saw
Right?
from EMEA,
And you're on
right?
cam,
Not that
like,
28%
basically.
win rate kind of
But
powerhouse.
the reaction
that
time
it
should be
usually shows to be.
negligible because we're watching the
Clement
same
was
feed.
making a point of APAC
Yeah,
really
yeah, I
liking
get it.
to play
Sorry, I
risky,
thought the other
holding
dude
out
in the
and
bottom
then trying
was
to assemble
someone watch
something from
partying,
there and
but it's the
giving
player.
tempo to
It's
that
the-
lobby.
it's the guy.
I feel like that's kind
Yeah.
of what Volta and Darkest
Well,
have been
welcome
caught
to-
in the crossfire
welcome
of,
to
but
the
we do
stream,
have our
brother.
first augments
Wow.
coming out of the gate here for our players.
Ooh.
A
Augments.
couple of interesting ones that we're seeing is
Giant
Mid is being
Mighties, an
offered
upgraded
top right
adventure
corner,
could be
as
fun.
well as upgraded
Upward
adventure, which
mobility.
in a meta where rerolls are as good as they are could be interesting as well.
Yeah,
Inst-
definitely.
Pandora's.
Instapick Living Forge, one of the
Upward
strongest
mobility.
prismatics in this
Giant and
meta,
Mighty.
it's set really with the power of artifacts for ZUA, the player who we just mentioned
YBY is
has to
thinking
find his
about it.
consistent fourth or third in this case to rack
Oh,
up
he
those
already
points to
has the
make
shapes.
checkmate in
Okay,
this
Yeah.
game
shape
three,
board.
really
He's going
accelerating the
shapes.
tempo of what could be a 4-game tournament.
Midfield, we already seen him so prevalent in the reroll
Toby,
line.
this could
Already
be
getting
you.
this
Worth the wait.
Yeah, that's
and with
me.
the Eldritch reroll line, so we will probably see that Nila 3 with a Syndra 3.
Okay. Giant and Mighty
Giant
for the
Mighty
shape.
here for YBY1, a player who dominated the first couple days of competition, right? Had a 6-point
Great
lead
argument for
after
him.
day 2.
Oh,
right?
interesting. He
Kind of a middling
sticks
start here in day
the
number 3,
prior
but
items on the
YBY1, right, who
chase.
sung his praises, definitely
It's his only
looked
2-star
at
unit
as the
right now.
tournament favorite here.
Ah,
And also,
okay.
YBI maybe thinking of a long tournament. He's getting his calories in. I love to see this. So,
And it's
this is
like,
normally they're very
it's
focused,
because you get a
they're not
remover
drinking
at
anything,
the end
so
of every
good to see him in his
stage.
comfort zone.
On the flip side, for midfeed is
Yeah, it's
already
not
on
a
a Syndra
strat,
with a
but
tier
it's
on
fine.
the, just reroll heavy game plan basically with Syndra here. And as I
Holding
mentioned
on
across
to
the
the
first 2 days with the
scholars,
reroll meta,
which is
posturing to everyone else.
interesting here.
I have prismatic ticket. I'm going to have way more
Trying to
econ than you.
stay
Do not try
flexible,
and contest me.
maybe?
Leave me alone on
Yeah,
Syndra.
yeah, I
It was an
think
8 for Volta last game, so maybe
The
the
Warwick
current
reroll,
idea in this
maybe?
day 3 not ideal.
Well,
Yeah.
you both called it out. So Zira
Leading-
and
leading-
Midfield
selling all the
holding
multis.
on to Syndra's, trying to maybe cook something up there. I don't think Zira will stick around with it.
going
We'll see
long,
what else
right?
comes on through, but
Yeah.
that
No
first
interest.
starter
Going
pack
long, no interest.
surely did not give you the direct Syndra line. Notably also, Volta.
He's
Back
trying to
on
hit the
something
win
we
streak,
saw him
huh?
on yesterday, so playing around the upward mobility, saying this is
He's
where I
level
want to be.
to
How do you
6.
feel
Level
about
6,
that?
2-2,
I
no
was
gold.
Looking at Darkest
That's
here,
crazy.
actually going for.
I mean, this is a
as we're
guaranteed
saying,
win,
He
though,
has
so
to
he's
take
gonna try the
risks,
win
He has
streak.
to go for something for cap, and he's jumping up levels. He's already level 6 with the going long, and trying to go for the most cap board that we already saw winning the first game, the Dragon Shapeshifter line.
I think with how far Darkest is
Oh, it's
currently
going shapes
in,
as well.
only 6 points right now in this day 3.
Somebody's
They
going to
want the
pivot.
tournament to go long, so it really does make a lot of sense to pick up this prismatic
He's left
option to
himself
winning
no
game 3.
pivot though,
Very
right?
fitting. Tells the story very nicely. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I hope we can get
Oh,
there.
The other guy was
Uh,
holding the
What were you
scholar.
guys
Maybe
thinking? I
why
mean,
I was
obviously
holding
now
the
it's
scholar
looking
at
like there
least.
is a chance for a 4-game
Oh.
tournament without jinxing too much.
Oh,
But
Jesus,
when
2-star
coming through on
surfing.
2-3, sure, pick
Okay.
it up for now.
That's-
But
yeah.
what were you guys thinking? going
Syndra
into
with a
day
cannon,
three, where
baby.
We're gonna get it.
I'm thinking 5.
Gonna end.
Normally, like 2 people,
Wow.
3 people there in the.
I
cutoff,
seen
and then
someone
ramp it
accidentally
up.
2-star their
I don't
bench
know,
Syndra.
also 6 maybe.
If Volta and Darkest
I don't know
were
if this is
50
what he's
votes, I
gonna
would
end
say
with.
5, but because
gotta
they're
be-
not,
I think it's
would
gonna be
say
something different.
7, 8.
I
I think is
going
my
into
favorite.
Oh,
the
Toby, that
game.
was something we
Typically, not
learned
right now.
last game. It's actually a
But
big
okay.
Yeah, you're
trick.
cheating here. You
you
already
can
looked
do
at the
with
results.
Syndra.
What
My
happened?
biases are too
Oh,
strong.
what's
Sorry,
that?
Mix. I'm just making
When
no
you're
part of
stacking the
that
Syndras,
question that you
you
asked.
wanna
Yeah.
I was
play
feeling a
the
little spicy there. I
1-star
thought we were
instead
gonna
of
be
the
over
2-star.
early, with 4 games.
Because
Thought
you
it
don't
would be
want
YBY1
the
though,
Syndra
because
to
the
kill
dominance that they won
actually
day
the
2.
units.
But
You
it could
want
be
her
Zue,
to
right?
cost
Over and 4.
weak
just
As much as
cost
possible.
5 points
as
in
much
this
as
game,
possible.
right,
It's
to get into
fucking
that check
crazy
position.
next
So
level
maybe
shit.
4 is still on
Oh,
the table.
wow.
Yeah, frontlining against
I'm-
Krugs,
We've been there. Panda and I both.
pushing
Been
her
here
down,
for
but making
the
sure you have
title
the
control.
front line to
That was
sustain
4
it long
games.
enough.
And that was
Yeah, so that's
like
one thing I
watching
learned
a
last game,
train
big,
just
and then
zoom
the other
past
thing
you,
is the
like you're standing
Melio
really close and you just know there's nothing you can
prioritization,
do
which
to
is
stop
crazy
it.
as
It was
well.
incredible to
Like
witness.
there's one guy who
I think I know it. Melio
Come
gives
with
his,
a
does that mean,
cloak
you mean
as
he
well.
gives his stuff to
Ideal
people
for
that
the
already have
opposing
things on them,
players.
right?
For
Yeah.
Bomb Young,
Yeah.
basically on the opposite side,
Yeah,
there
but
was
yeah,
a
I knew
this
that.
Ari
This guy
line,
splits two
his best
components,
performing reroll in the first
like
2 days, is
not
2.0
building
average,
a whole
so
item,
must be
just
feeling
put
very comfortable,
components
especially
on
with
the guys.
4 Aris
It's crazy.
already.
Yeah,
fighting
yeah,
here for
because
her.
then the
Yeah,
then the
fantastic pickup there. Getting that blue buff
Melio
super
was
early
good.
really accelerates
Yeah,
the power of
Aris,
that
yeah.
composition. It's gonna have a lot of time too with that tiniest Titan.
He doesn't know what to get.
Getting a look at all of the boards here as well. I'm seeing a lot of Ari and Syndra being held for now.
Yeah, I
question
don't
though
think
is
he's playing
Darkest
Syndra
potentially?
Cannon.
Nah, okay. I
Yeah,
just
we'll see where-
remembered where.
Yeah, we'll see what
where
he
it goes
pivots
wrong.
to.
I was thinking, is there a world where maybe we see the war
Bomb Young,
back up?
Ari
No,
reroll.
not on this one.
We saw that yesterday, right? And it went first place.
That is-
Volta, yeah?
Yeah, it was Volta.
But he leveled.
Not a comp we see very often, but hey, there's a spot
Right?
for it.
Oh, no, he
right?
didn't.
And that's
He
always
didn't.
the creative fun of TFT, making those unorthodox lines really
What's
work
the
out.
augment?
We saw several Aris
Tiniest
for Bomb
Titans.
Tiniest
with
Titans.
the better spot already
I think
having
the most
Ari.
OP
So
one.
normally
It's the
we
one
see
that
it,
gives you
with the
health
reroll in
and
the early
gold
game, trying to get
every
the one
round.
cost. He doesn't have one
This
cost,
guy
but
went
he already has
Giant and
4 Aris,
Mighty,
so maybe there will be a
Tiniest
little more
Titans.
tempo into the game. Go fast level 6, go for the RA3, and then maybe pop up maybe one other 3-star.
And the posturing is clear already. Players scouting, understanding what are you all playing for? What do I have to go to play uncontested? The Ahri, you're holding on to the Lilies and Poppies because there is a Syndra player holding on to Vanguards, for example. You don't want a contested front line. Instead, go for the lower cost, 3-1 roll down for those 1 costs.
Yeah, very key not leveling as well, so still keeping that option open in a myriad of
Yeah,
ways.
he's trying to pivot multi,
Those
maybe.
Vanguards being contested. It was when that Ahri maybe falls down into that bottom 4.
They're
could be a potential contest.
Kassadin with the cannon, dude?
ZUA has the early Syndra with RFC, but we're seeing a Wukong. We're seeing
I could see
Sam mix
that.
up on the carousel. We're seeing
Only with the
ZUA has
Ginsu.
noticed
With
that there is already
Ginsu,
a
cannon,
on prismatic ticket. You can't
QSS.
fight against that in terms of the stage 3 roll downs. Wants
Ginsu,
to pivot
cannon,
into
and a
potential
heal, I
Jinx
think.
instead with a
Can
Wukong
work.
pair in stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wukong pair is crucial.
Or
Also,
BT.
that rapid fire cannon in the
BT,
back line,
yeah.
right, is a very
Hodge.
serviceable Jinx item. So
Hodge
definitely
BD,
gonna be
yeah.
looking to be that direction, but still maybe win streaking all of stage 2.
Yeah, also CUA with that. I'm thinking something else. Maybe in the bottom right, we see there the multi-striker. So maybe multi-striker casting in line could be an option for him also.
The battle for the 5 win here.
See you fighting it out
Oh,
with
he sold.
YBY1. Golem does come in from the Eldritch trade.
I don't like
what we
I don't like the
Uh,
Eldritch line with this.
It's not. He's not going
Thinking of
Eldritch.
a Briar.
I think he's debating Hunter Preserver,
Yeah,
I mean, if you have the components,
Oh, yeah.
you might as well.
right? Hunter
works.
Preserver Wukong.
Even if you don't land into a Briar, right, Starix is still not a terrible just tank item generically. So not bad to get rid of those components. Get some little extra power and get the 5 win streak into
He didn't
Kruds,
get the
right?
5 win.
Crucially beating ZOA in that
Wukong.
round, and that's the power of Starix.
Ooh,
This
Wow,
Wukong
it's
pretty
2,
big
despite
already.
no Jinx, maybe already.
I
fully
think that's
commits
decided
ZUA
then,
into
right?
play.
Yeah, I think once you hit that,
And
it's
Wukong 3,
probably what
moving
you're
forward,
looking
you've seen
for.
a few times already this tournament played into the Wukong Jinx as well, with a few artifacts really helping out the Jinx, the Gold Collector in some cases, the frontline items especially for Wukong. He uses so many of those tank items well. Weirdly enough though, this is the first Jinx game from ZUA if he commits to it in this entire tournament.
The line is open, right? That's kind of the big kicker here. Usually you don't want to go there if you have that strong hunter lean on
and this
somebody
guy
else
is
in the lobby.
leaning
Thus
towards
far,
Jinx, it seems.
looks to be
Bomb Young.
somewhat
Looking at
okay.
it, yeah.
No, G.
The door's
Gear
like,
B.
the
PYM.
door's unlocked, but
P on you.
I was looking for Jinx and Wukong on those boards. I didn't see one, but I
PYM might
okay.
open the door here soon, because there's a Wukong on the bench, there's a Raid
I think,
Prince,
yeah, the item
Quicksilver.
may be locking the door now.
I don't know though.
There's a Shojin though,
I
right?
take it back.
That doesn't fit into that composition.
Shojin,
Maybe
yeah.
Kog'Maw, right?
These casters are behind us, dude.
But it depends
We are
if you roll
thinking
for a
faster.
Kog'Maw 3 and how much of a backline
We should
Right quick.
And the idea
We should
why
find
If we
Yes,
can
next
get
game.
like
that is because you have
enough
great coverage,
data, I
having
could set
enough
up
items. Anyway, having an item
different
that's going to build
structure
towards tertiary
stream.
carry is not the end of the world.
Yep.
Usually Olaf can be, of course, a Kog'Maw.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's also great just for that composition, right?
It's 'cause,
I
like, there's
Wukong,
always
the Jinx, the Kog'Maw, and the Olaf buried treasures.
missing
really influence that
information,
super
right?
nicely.
Just a quick call out because
Yeah,
here
yeah.
was the
Yeah,
player
that's
that
true.
we've been seeing play a lot of Honeymancer. The most played comp for Gear was 3 times on the Honey line, so something he's obviously very comfortable with a bunch of Jinx also being played, so knows his way around the lines of the contest on this comp quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. I mean,
That would
2
have to
games of
understand.
Jinx throughout the 13 games we've seen thus far, so definitely comfortable on that line as well.
I like this from ZUA. Doesn't roll down on 3-1. Instead, wants a slow roll on level 5. Thinking, hey, I'm going to spike a little bit later into the game.
Is
I'm
someone
going to
playing,
maybe
Honey
as my one
again?
cost as well. I'm going to wait
I didn't
for
see
the
it.
prismatic augment to come up and see what the best option could be for this comp. And Balm Young, he's the player that really
Well,
has
look at
rerolls
these
the most. This
crowns.
tournament's had the most success, the most unique rerolls, so he really knows all these lines of perfection.
Volta picking up that
What the
Scholar
forge for
crown.
title?
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
YBY,
Condition
thinking about
achieved. That door is
going
open.
shape.
He's already practicing
Wow.
for potential attack. He says, let me get my
Yeah.
reps in.
I've done this before, I can do it
He's
again.
not
I
the
thought
only
Darkness
one
might
that
grab
finds
anger
it,
issues
though.
and just lean into the
He
Warwick.
was on what the Forge as well. That is a
Didn't,
player
though.
that needs a
Do they
top
all
four
choose
here,
from the
and
same
suddenly that is a door
ments,
that
or is
seems
it like
he just
everyone's-
needs to
like
walk
you
in.
Everyone's is different. It's
Everyone's
random.
He needs to go to that
Oh,
level
they're
9
just
and
random
get the
6.
full shapeshifter line. He has the perfected roundlings, so it's perfect.
What the
ATP
Forge?
because of the comp, and now you
Jeez,
have
look at
the
that.
additional
It took
resistances
Living
for
Forge
everyone.
into what
And I
the
think
Forge?
ZUA
Into
might
what the
not
Forge,
play
yeah.
this. He might
Yeah.
just stay onto the Syndra. He finds
Every
a man.
comp
You know
will
what? I
never
was about to
die, bro.
pivot, but
This is actually a pretty
Stay
crazy.
on Syndra instead.
I mean,
Pretty
that's the
crazy
way, right? That it was
pick.
supposed to be played the Wukong. He should be maybe
A
a
super flex.
flexible
Wukong
tank,
in
but
this
now
lane
he's
doesn't
right in the
die.
back. Yeah, and now he's usually like that. So
I think
think
actually
that
with
here,
this
and
you
we'll
want
see
you
a
do want to
very
play
good
some
way to
Eldritch or some
calculate
sort of
rates to
shape
ramp
or
up the comp.
blaster
I love
comp or
that you
something
called
like
it
that.
vintage to use a tank unit as a tank. I appreciate it. No, I like it. But yeah, we're seeing
He was
Darkus
stacking
on
Syndra
the
the
other
entire
side
early game.
is currently posturing to maybe get the vertical
He might do
shapeshifters
Syndra
unlocked. He'll be
Syndra
contested on that line,
preservers?
though, because
Yeah, something like
YBY1
that.
picked up that shapeshifter Shapeshifter crown. So that is a line.
I think
that
it could
is
be
not
Syndra
single
shape.
open anymore.
Yeah, both players, right? YBY and Darkest
Well.
sitting at the top of the lobby. Both of them win streaking as well.
Oh,
so that does lean into that
another
kind of
living
fast line
forge
shape
or
for the
another
Dragon
what the
strategy.
What the
We saw in
forge?
game number 1, it was contested by 2 players. They both made
That
it to the top
seems
4,
like
so we could see that
the
happen here
hardest meta,
exactly
man.
again.
The Silver Mirror Dawn with the
Good items here. I mean, there's an option.
with
here
the
to
Infinity
compensate,
Force on the
so
front
we have
line.
maybe
Ezreal's gonna go
or
hard.
maybe
Watch.
Gwen or something on the back line. Good items for Fiora there on the
What
Ezreal.
is- oh
So
my
the Silver
God.
Man especially giving so much CC crowd control. If Fiora managed to go to the back line, she could really enable the rest
Pull
of the
back
team.
first
It's
cast.
the frontline Ezreal too, Mix. It's the Daredevil Ezreal.
The battle of the forges, bro.
That's what I'm calling it, but I'm also calling it. I don't want to see it because
He's not even
might
gonna
do the
cast
too
again.
hot, especially if there's a little bit of
Kamikaze.
contest
Wait, but
going on.
Look at the Ezreal.
Kamikaze
We have
Doing
what
so
as-
good, right?
Ezreal.
Yeah, almost killed the blitz.
Oh.
I
Almost
was
killed the
gonna
blitz
say, you seem a bit overexcited
Yeah,
about this
he's
one.
solid,
Carlos.
the
I'm
Colin.
here.
Oh man, this
So
Mort.
painful.
I think the Mordekaiser's doing work, but sure, it's the Ezreal.
5 hours.
Oh, the
later,
Ez is gonna
Ezreal
blow this
has
guy
it
up.
again.
Some gold
Boom.
was farmed
Hey,
thanks to
actually
the
won.
Moguls Mill there. It's a big win for title there now.
Telling you, it's a
4
big-
win
it's a
streak
big,
heating up alongside Darkest
big
and
item for him.
YBY for this stage.
Wow,
three.
I gotta
Hopefully
learn
all three
all
of players,
these,
at least some of them, will try and win these next 2
what-
rounds.
what
and go
are
to
the
stage
items
win
called,
streak.
those
There
ones?
is a front kind of
Artifacts.
available midfield
It's
does
not,
get a
Artifacts.
pickup.
it's not
Yeah,
only
and
that
Midfield
you
is
have
the
to
player
learn
that's on the
these,
prismatic
but you
ticket,
have to
on the
know
Masterwork upgrade, has
the
built the
special
Spirit Fiorigana
combinations,
onto
how
that
they interact
Syndra
to each
that
other.
we're
That's
going
why
to
it's
be
so
re-rolling, so
high cap.
having an
Just
extra
grab and grab the
emerald
Ezreal.
would
Oh, he
be
wanted the
something we're
Ezreal.
quite opposed to.
Yeah, it's great for him. As you were saying, maybe the frying pan has a possibility. Who got it in the end here? Balmian?
So YBY leading shapes.
And Volta on the Scholar +1. We saw
He
the
picked
power
up,
of Volta on the Scholar
should
line,
double
especially
fry
when those
him.
Hyrules start hitting in stage 4.
Yeah.
Could be a player to watch out for when
I
he's
completely skipped all the
Midfield
Nylas.
has the Reforger, so could Reforge that into a
Oh, Midfield is
stat
going,
and go for a vertical Eldritch, perhaps, right? We've seen no, but actually just had 2 pans
Oh.
already, so going to make
Yeah,
that
he's pivoting.
into
He's
that
got hard
shield
shapes,
as
yeah.
well for the +1 unit.
Which is really big for this reroll line in particular. Syndra has, in this entire set, really been torn between I want to roll on 6 to get my Syndra 3. I also want to pump levels to get these key units in to activate Encanter, to activate Eldritch. So it really works to perfection here, allowing Midfield to stay lower to the ground and uses Econ really efficiently.
Yeah, it's a more compact playing it this way. Normally, if you wanted to go for the vertical, you go for the Nila. That's why he's not buying it. He's actually just going for the reroll line. With a good farm, and maybe the Cassiopeia and the Legend to have a secondary, like, single target damage.
Yeah, it looks like Balmyung has committed to the Bastion line with the Ahri, right? Took a loss that round, but still relatively healthy, right? 5 Ahris thus far. It's
Wait, so
pretty
if
on
this
pace,
guy
I would
is
say.
taking the
Understandably
Syndras,
so. We've seen a lot of Vanguards
What
out of
is-
the pool titles using them in transition. We saw, of course, the
What is
Syndra player
Ryu's
earlier
plan?
using also these Vanguards. So I think Bastion will be the more uncontested line.
Yeah, I agree. I think Bastion here is great. What's also great
I
is
think he
finding
read
all
it.
those
I don't think
extra
Ryu is
Syndras
going-
that we are
going
seeing from
Syndra.
midfield as we hop boards over
Diana
he's
to
going
Darkest.
flex it.
Level
And
8 already.
the-
He might flex it into a Karma
a
or
little bit.
something.
We saw Darkest in that previous game, hard pivot out of a comp that
What, the
didn't work
Forge
out
Karma,
there.
yeah?
The Fears were not open, going into the Suspicious Trenchcoat and the Fiora. This time around, we're seeing the Cook go in a little bit of a different direction.
Darkest
You
shape
want to go
frost.
for Briar and the Smolder, but getting there is the hard part. Getting this Diana so early into the game, having already this Twitch that is falling off, but he's making good work. And so the Frost Shapeshifter line is the way to go there. He's doing great so far. I don't want to jinx him, but looks good. He has to get to level 9. He needs a lot of gold to get those legendary units up and running. So let's see. He has a good chance.
I think for Darkest, they've proven that they're able to cook when situations they need it, right? Starting off the day with an 8th just did not feel good, but to cook in game number 2 to get that Warrior Preserver into
Isn't
a
this,
4th, right? And Darkest, I think, doing a similar thing here, saying,
two
how
guys
exactly can I
contesting
go
each other?
for this going long strategy?
But the
Let's
shapes?
try to push the tempo
Yeah.
of the lobby.
I think the
to be in
variants.
first place, right, heading
Darkest
into
probably
the
going
round, so
shapes
in a
frost
great
or
spot
something
to
like
again
that.
top 4.
Just all those jinxes in the end. There was kind of some bad news for Group YN. There was 2 jinxes on Darkest's bench. Also, YBY1 is using that
think
jinx
he's
as
doing the
a
same,
transition unit as well with the
probably.
Rage Blade Slam. So for a prismatic ticket, force her
the
onto the jinx
Diana.
online, for example.
Yeah,
I think
with the
it's helpful.
Diana.
It could
He's
have been.
8
We're
already
gonna see
again.
A little bit of trouble
This
also
guy,
for
man.
Mia Rep Volta as we are hopping over to
What is
a
this
10
guy
loss
doing?
streak.
Econ loss. We're good.
You're shaking your head, David. Tell
This is
me.
Volta makes. Don't worry
Sell
about
it to me. Come on. 50 gold. We're
We
level
saw
8. We
Volta
have some items.
multiple
What's he
times
got?
yesterday.
Scholar
That's
emblem,
why
and he
he's
has
level
upward
60,
mobility, right?
80
So he's
gold
just trying to
work
get to
with. This
9,
is
I
the
think.
key roll down, needs to find the rise to, needs
Stabilize
to find the
here,
pair,
get to 9,
needs to
10
find the units
fast.
that will fit this 6-12 line,
Even
and
a
then
high mid
go to
could be
9,
good.
start fitting the legendaries.
Hit the
and win
scholars
game.
up.
It's really simple.
There's not a
especially
lot of
for someone like
Aries in the
Volta.
pool. You
Who
should just skip
knows
it.
how to cap out? Who knows how to win out?
So in case you weren't really following this trajectory here, there's like a 5-streak if condition that my colleagues just planned out. Hopefully
Oh,
we'll
he's
see it work, but for
pretty
now,
low,
Volta is
though,
going to lean
32
back just a little
HP.
bit more, say, I spent
It's
some
like 3
time.
lives,
Let me
maybe.
get it back before we go into prismatic,
He went on
and
10
then we'll
loss.
see if the roll down can come.
What's his
In Panda's
first
credit
augment?
here, I think Volta is one of the players who can beat those 5,
upward
conditions
mobility,
on
I
average
believe.
more than any other
Hopefully.
player, right? And I'm sure,
he went to
we'll
the
unite
blue
as the
streak.
West here, right? We're gonna cheer for Volta.
And
So
not
it's
just that, I think
cheaper
for Volta,
to-
this specific
to
lobby
level
and the way
and
it's shaped out for this game.
get a
There are many
roll
players with the
as
same
well.
exact game plan. Try and stabilize a tiny bit on level 8, and then go 9 for legendaries. We see 2 smolder players
this
in
guy hit
Darkest
everything.
and YBY1
Yeah.
there, so there will be less
Actually, there are
players
3
fighting their
guys
maximum
playing
level at 4-1, at
playing
4-2,
shape.
buying more time to vote for Volta to do his thing.
Yeah, so Midfield right now is when he
God.
needs to win. He's actually very strong here with the Syndra tree and also the items less.
What did this guy
Now
take?
with the
Deadly, probably.
Call to
Invested?
Ziyue
Or
picking
Call
up
to
a lot of
Chaos?
gold here, if I'm seeing correctly.
Yeah, a ton of gold. I got a Vex 3. Is that as well with the Call to Chaos?
It's the
We're
right
gonna be
move
getting
here.
Good
a
options
word
for
on what the
midfield.
Call to
Yeah.
Chaos reward was.
3
Yeah, Mighty
rolling.
for Volta.
It's hard to take a shape
Darkest
into
picks up
2 other
defensive
shape
focus for a
players.
potential smolder. If they're able
Well,
to
he
reach
already
that
has.
far, obviously a lot of players have grandiose plans.
Yeah, I
really
think
going
he would
long into
take
this
it.
game 5, that
Oh,
stage 6 potential
immovable
win out.
is good.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that Vex 3 coming on through from
for
the
sure.
Call to Chaos for Ziyue is going to help stabilize quite a bit. But
Randuin's-
a bunch of very strong augment combinations are coming out of this prismatic party.
Stage 4 should be for Midfield. He's very, very strong, and the rest have
Syndra
to pop up.
3-0
We see the
gold.
Ezreal Daredevil once again 2-star, so he will be the
Standard.
holder. He's actually going up, and I
He loves
think
to
that's
roll
a
down
full
hard, doesn't he?
Ezreal Daredevil with full artifact. That's the game plan.
With the Silvermere Dawn, though, it's like he's attacking in slow motion. Just hate to see it, right? It's not looking anything like that kind of Prowler's Claw Ezreal
Right.
that
Yeah.
we saw previous days, and it's taken down, but
How did he win?
actually ends up winning the fight against midfeed here.
He's pretty strong.
I'm kind of like here and there about it. I think
I
right
know.
now we just don't have a
Midfield.
better item for that Ezreal,
Midfield, right?
perhaps. So
Yeah, run later.
just
you know?
trying to run 3 items as is to make him as strong as possible.
Okay,
Oh, what did this guy
Yeah.
end up with?
Seeing where title
Hunter.
take this. 8 wins already, 19
Hunter
more
Preserver.
HP, and the rest of the lobby is starting to crumble. Keep in mind, Ziyue needs a top 4, and Midfield needs a top 1 to make check after this game. This is the
Title
big
needs his
story.
Ez.
This is what other players are
Needs to
maybe
get it
even
hard.
trying to deny a little bit, because if the other players are all trying to go for top 1,
Pretty good
then
item.
That's pretty good. The Hui is
Ziyue
big.
out, hold the tournament for 1 game longer off of that check.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough for midfeed here, right? 29 HP and not win streak.
Oh, it's interesting. I thought he would put the heal on the Ezreal.
Can meet the condition. It
But I
is
guess-
still very
The Ezreal
competitive,
just
however.
runs away though, right?
But the Ezreal Daredevil is looking.
You mean the
I think
Wit's
the
End?
Way also. Way is so
Yeah,
amazing here.
let's
Great
just face
items
it,
for
attack
him.
speed, I
He has
guess.
such a long
Yeah.
range to get a possibility of access to darkness. So this marksman makes that even a small chance, a small
Dude, this
ability
title
gets
room
back
looks
and he
so
totally obliterates
clean.
the carry of the enemy.
And the big difference in
There's like
performance here
nothing,
from
like
this
it's
last
barely-
round,
barely
even
like
across the
sheets
entire
now.
tournament. You
He's
cannot play
Japanese,
Blaster
right?
behind if
And
you're
they're-
going to
yeah,
meet
they're
the
Tokyo
Blaster
partner.
Syndra,
Yeah.
and you're forced to pivot into Blaster from a low roll spot with little HP and little gold. Well, I have some bad news. You're going 8th. But in this case, off of a huge tempo win streak, you
yes,
can slowly
Volterix
pivot
with the
into
karma.
Blasters, find your 3 costs without rushing into it. Hold your eco
Curious
for a
what
tiny bit longer,
Ryu
and
is
stay this
doing. I
healthy
haven't
into
seen
stage
him
4.
for a long time.
This could be a win-out angle for Title, and Title's someone that I think with the
Oh, he
creativity that
stayed with
Esports
Singer?
offers you, he can really make use of it.
Oh, he went 8.
I think so too. I'm very curious on how the final
Chrono
boards
Karma,
in this game are
Vex
going
3,
to be
okay.
looking like.
Vex.
But we
Chrono
need to
Karma, Vex
check in
3.
with Gear, because Gear is the player that's currently on the chopping block. 21 HP is 2 more losses and you're out. We do
Oh,
have
all
1
three is-
duplicator. Question is,
He needs
where is
one-
he
Apparently,
Wukong.
this
all
is the
three
highest,
was the charm taken
highest
in
average
this.
win rate
Jinx
line.
and Wukong there.
The Hunter.
Choose just one of them. That feels
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah.
Only 1 rise here for Volta.
On the
Cannot make
tournament,
the switch
so
here. Bar will be a little
cannot be
stronger.
bad, I
so
just
he's
cannot
trying to
play
hold
it.
out to the
Always
remover.
lose.
Yeah,
Only
my
the change now.
Wukong is never like
So,
as strong as
not the
what
best
these
spot
guys
here
can
for
make.
Volta. You already
Even a
need the right
3-star.
to this far into the game.
I think he
Very
really
hard
needs
for now,
the,
right? That's not quite the power of the
artifacts,
Bard 3
not
that we saw in
just-
day 1. It's not
Or
going
some
to
augments,
be enough
yeah.
damage in one of these
Yeah.
fights.
Well, that depends a bit on
You talking about a
where the
Wukong 3?
Smolder's going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clement
Yeah.
is
My
calling
Wukong
it
3 just falls over.
not
but
a very
it's the best in the tournament.
self-preserving AI. and
They've
I think
nerfed.
that's
He's been
okay,
nerfed a little
because,
bit.
There
that
was an armor
Smolder
buff.
sometimes goes places.
Oh, armor
Smolder
buff.
should
Middle of
not
the
go.
sets.
Oh, Volta is
Devin
not
said-
rerolling
yep,
this time.
You guys are right.
Interesting.
Smolder does int a little bit too often. Let's give him a little.
No, because he
control.
took
Maybe can change,
he
the
took
option
upward
too much.
mobility,
The
right?
question is, does the armor help when you're amongst enemy backlines?
It does something.
It'll
Okay,
help
here's your
with
Ryu.
splash damage, but if he's just flying into the enemy backline, probably
mean,
not gonna be the difference maker.
It's actually
He's
crazy
learning to
flex.
fly for a reason.
Yeah, I know.
It has taken longer
Using
than
a
we
2-star
expected.
Syndra
The
carry.
Training course was usually around 2 weeks long.
I think this is an
Now,
item holder,
it's the
though.
last day of the set really for
Well,
I don't
competitive
think so. I think
esports,
it's a
and he's
carry
still
at
trying
this
to get
point.
there.
little baby dragon, right? That's why he screams
Okay.
mom and leaves.
I think
right?
the items
Friendly
move over
figure
to the
coming
karma
in, maybe
after.
teach him how to fly a little bit.
Volta on a win streak now, though, as is
Or
Title.
maybe
So
not.
both
Maybe
players
he's gotten
can
so
fight
many
a little later.
stacks that.
Definitely coming in for Volta, especially.
I'm
Let's
very
talk
curious.
a little bit about Stuart, because Stuart
This
is
is
kind of the
Mage.
story of day 3, right?
Mage,
Impressive
Chrono.
Eldritch,
to get that
Chrono.
checkpoint, like I said before,
No,
and
it's
now
got to move
also
over the
on a
karma and
very
take advantage of
crazy
the
awesome
chrono freeze,
combination
right?
here. On back of the Living Forge and the What the Forge and the Call to Chaos, finding that Vex 3, but currently, for now, still losing.
Yeah.
Tell me the sport.
Yeah, no,
Living
he's in a
Forge
position to
into
preserve
What the
HP,
Forge,
to
I
try
would
to go
have
fifth,
never
maybe, and
even
exactly go
considered
for
it,
that,
right?
maybe
But these
fourth
guys
place, like
just
when you
insta
remember, with a
picking What
fourth
the
place,
Forge.
he wins the 5
Yeah.
points. The thing is, the board that he has, I don't think is more than a 6, so maybe he'll take a little risk, but he actually played the Syndra tempo. He doesn't look like like a strong, prevalent
Oh, the
plan,
Syndra
so I think he
frontline
will
against
probably
Kovacs,
miss
I
out on
never
that
knew
check
that.
possibility.
Even if CUA doesn't get the check in this game, right, certainly will in game number 4, and this is just so impressive, right? CUA's first championship
He knows
in
that
set 10,
Radiant
right? Landed in a second
Shojin is
place,
going
coming
back
back a
for
couple sets
sure.
later, landing the top 8 again, right? CUA, that new school of China, very much impressing and carrying the region.
Crow, and I'm surprised by the certainty with which you think ZUA might make checkmate in.
I'm super curious how many stacks
Go
this
eighth
guy
in this game,
has.
eighth in the next.
Get two.
Yeah,
I mean,
they should
okay,
always
yeah.
show
He's,
Syndra
Alright.
stacks.
land on a 6, like Hoope was saying, right? Needs to just not get bot 2 in the, or not bot 1 in the
Let's
next
see where
game.
this
I'm not
goes.
blaming ZUA's ability as a player, but there's a target on his head right
There
now.
will be,
Every
yes.
single player. You can't contest and hold everyone's units, but if there's one
Where's
player
Ryu
using this
playing
game
from?
and
Glass.
and potentially
Reforged, he
reforged.
reforged. Oh, man.
Yeah, but like we were saying,
That's
right, if
huge.
CUA just keeps playing these level 9 compositions, it's a lot harder to grief as opposed to playing reroll.
Light
It's
Crest,
also
Winters
something that in the past,
on the front line.
historically speaking, on
8 shift.
Checkmate,
Wow.
we've seen
8
players
shifts.
maybe not
Away
grief
from
as
that
much as
screen, dude.
they should have in some situations, because at the same time they're playing for
Okay, 8
points, they're
shifts
trying to
online.
get up themselves, they're trying to get those first places.
So interesting,
it's
so he's
all
dropping the
about
Varus
trying to go
in
as
favor
far
of
as you can for
dragons.
each one
I
individually.
think this is the
and if
right
along the
play.
way you can hold some
I
units,
agree.
yeah, you're probably going to do it.
Sometime
but
I
it
mix
doesn't happen as
it,
often
like
as you might
I'm
think.
not sure.
I always
You know,
run
there's
3
Smolder
dragons
already
like,
very big,
when I get the
so
Smolder.
Very, very strong, going to the backline. So
Because
getting
the
that
2-star
good
Smolder
Kovacs
should
already got
carry,
the
right?
Smolder,
Like-
looking for the Riot, has
Yeah,
one.
If you
also
can't
Lancer,
itemize
so
the
you got Lancer
Varus,
and
He also
Pyro.
had one of each, looking for the Diana 2, so both of them contesting them. The one who achieved the most
you're dropping
legendary
Blaster
is the
and
one who will get
Pyro,
the
so
first place,
it's
probably in
never
this lobby.
And
super
before
clear.
CN,
It's
you
a
know,
Briar.
what I said, UA is free falling for loss streak. The tempo game plan, I commend. I think it was the right choice. If you play reroll from this spot, you'll be doomed. Everyone will hold their units. Try to play off of just the artifacts, the Syndra as a tempo option, the Vex from Call to Chaos. Not quite working though.
What is working though is
Oh, the
a
CN guy
Voltas
might
game
go
plan,
last
because
here.
on a 6-win streak was able to turn this around. Took forever
Big
to get
feed
that
with the
right
Syndra.
off.
See
the
what he
board.
hits next.
Will play it now and does get those wins in, which also leads to some
we
of
run
these
into-
players
into the
taking
other
hits like
shape.
Midfield right
Darkest
now.
shapes.
Darkest going up against Midfield, and this might be the end of
Darkest
the
didn't
Smolder, what are you
find
doing?
it.
That
No.
Smolder does not have the self-preservation AI. We were talking about it, that little armor buff.
I
not
hate
good
when the
enough.
Smolder
And
does
this
that.
Just, like,
Briar
runs
will
into the
find
death.
those
Backline.
backline
Yeah.
units as well. They do manage to kill her off though.
Varus got this. I trust in Varus. The Hail of Hellfire surely will clean up and will take down this
You should
Shyvana
trust
all
Shyvana
by
more than
himself.
Varus.
I was
Varus
gonna
won.
say.
As a
Yeah.
relevant and strong AD carry in the meta.
Relevant and strong.
Oh
yup.
man, it's so tight
Marvelous
now.
composition, a very good.
Oh, Ryu broke his loss streak.
Zira
Opium.
and
He won.
Midfield both able to win here is big, because every single placement that they can clutch puts them closer to the finish line, to that checkpoint
I
that
wanna
they're
see the
looking to to get to.
understacks.
And
Maybe
you're
he hit the
currently staring
120
at
mark,
YBY1
and
in
that's
gear and saying,
a
fall.
huge jump there.
Yeah, it's possible.
And any commendations from?
How do you know
analysis
where
on
your
both
Syndra
teams?
cast is
7
at?
win
Does
streak
it
for
say
now.
when
It
you're
says
right
it
click
when you
on it?
right click on it
Stabilize
and hover
and
Never
over
played
it.
Syndra,
It's full to
bro.
things.
I
I've been watching
just
this guy
called
play
it out.
TFT
And
for
it's
5
true with
years.
all stacking
one point
units
you
like
start out
Warwick. You
Volta
can
was in a
check
great
how
spot, right?
many
Those 5 conditions, right? Maybe 10 conditions what
units
Volta
he
needs to
killed,
not
for
succeed
example.
in all
He
of
was a
them.
10 loss streak. What do you mean he was in a great
Hunter
spot?
here.
Give me that
I'm
at
not
least.
making a joke from
That's
your
great
point here.
econ is
Against
what
the
Crone is
Ari
saying, but
Bastion?
we need to focus our attention back onto the game because we do have both Gear and
You.
Midfeed fighting for survival here. We'll work out for Gear. On the right-hand side, the story seems to be a different one because Midfeed just got knocked out. The dream of making
Look
Czech
at
in
Title's
Game 3 is
board.
not
We
gonna
haven't
come
seen it for
together
so long. Look at it
Will
now.
not happen for Midfield, will not probably happen for
It's
Stuart, who's
actually
not in the best
gross.
spot, but who's very, very strong right now is Title. He had
Fuck,
the
Midfield is
Daredevil,
out.
Ezreal
12
with the Guarda
points.
Forge, and everything is already 3-star. Great position.
I want to touch on why this Ezreal is actually performing
This
so
is
well.
really good.
Visually, it doesn't seem
the
very
Forge.
strong, but we're looking at an Ezreal that has Silvermere Dawn, Luden's Tempo. The overkill damage off of the ult is then spreading into the back line and killing off so many units at once, winning all of these fights.
That's an
You're
interaction
saying
that
Zira might
Akuz
not
is
make
talking
it, but
about, Toby.
with YBY1 and Midfeed both
Which is
out,
what, sorry?
The
Zira
Luden's
to find
Tempest in
2
combination
more
with the
spots
Silvermere Dawn.
really will need Darkest and Gear to go out.
Because
and
Luden's
solidify
Tempest gives you
this
splash
placement
damage based
to
on
maybe
your
get that
on
checkpoint.
the
And here
overkill
is where
damage.
it comes back to you, Panda, and players saying you've got a target on your back, man.
Right.
We are all hoping to bring this tournament into another round.
So it's just
where
like a
it cannot
nuke
be
every
ended.
time he casts.
Darkest actually agrees with my
Seems like he's casting
call
really
on the
slow
relevant and
there.
strong AD carry. Varus now
He
gets the
is
item.
open items.
Relegated to home.
That's why
Just
he's
normal
frontline,
crafted
frontline,
items, not
right?
the artifacts there.
Game number 1, I think, was some
if
blaster
you get
of
hit, you
ours.
get
Really
mana as
impressing,
well.
right? Took down actually some shapeshifter boards on the other side.
The front line, Kamikaze,
A lot
Ezreal is so much
of
fun.
damage maybe here
they're
for Darkest.
meeting.
Oh
Not
no.
happy.
Darkest against Gear, both of the low HP
Could've
players.
clumped on the back.
Someone is going to get knocked out, which will give Gear at least
Briar's
one
being
more
targeted.
placement.
Darkest
Briar's being
could
targeted so
Darkest
bad.
could survive this.
Darkest and Briar's down.
I believe in
One
Smolder.
less
I
threat.
believe in Varus. The ult comes out. The Jinx is not dead, but the
Oh.
Smolder
Oh.
barely gets the kill.
So
Gear
close.
PYM taken down. ZUS still alive. Needs just one more placement
Wow.
to lock in the check, the 20 points.
Oh, he's out. He died.
Down in 5th place, 19 points, just 1 point off of that check. The rest of the lobby, a sigh of relief.
Oh,
The
everyone died.
tournament as
Holy
a
shit.
whole extends just a tiny bit longer.
Three
At
you
least
died.
game 5.
Yeah, it will not be ending in 4, right? So my prediction already wrong there. But ZOA guaranteed in check after game 4.
Yeah.
You
There
got
we
it,
go.
Crow. An expert analysis on this couch.
Both of you were right.
But like when
I
they
command you both. And
show
I
this view, they should show
personally,
their
you know,
HP.
As much as I love seeing a dominant player
should
really
show
bringing
much
it
more
home in
info
4
here.
games, I love that we get to
Take that
see
off
at
both
least one more
sides.
game.
There's all- yeah,
Top
there's
8
no
great
traits,
players that have
there's
been
nothing.
showing off all weekend long.
Yeah, I can
I'm
barely
see
curious
the
to see
name.
how this game
I like
will play
this.
out now that
I like
more
the-
players are
yeah,
But this is
inching
just
towards
better.
that checkpoint.
Yeah, Darkest had that very good backline carry of Varus. Still just a smolder
I don't know
one
why
though,
they
so
have
up against
to,
Wom Young with this
replace
RE3 with the
the
melee
game
result riding all these
trade
items,
view,
right?
like
Wom Young
on the
I
left.
think to see both, otherwise we only see the bottom player.
Oh, okay,
So
true,
everything
true.
on Smolder.
Yeah.
Smolder falls out and once again.
Ooh, just out.
Varus. The Varus
Not
is the
just the
one
Varus,
popping up.
but the shapeshifters. There's so much HP for
Nah,
the
you
Arc.
can't
The
play
tier
Six
2 already
Bastion, man.
excels
Six
earlier
Bastion
in
just
the
doesn't
game when
do
there are
it.
fewer targets, there's squishers, you can one-shot
No,
with
it
the orb of
doesn't.
perception. Not the case in that
No,
fight.
no, it's just the Varus.
Just
Title.
in
This
case
guy's been
you
feeding
didn't clap
his
it
Briar
over the mic, that
every
was just a
round.
Celebrating Panda, okay?
Celebrating.
Just-
Well, my knee did not feel like it was a celebration.
Okay, Title's getting
I've
close
been now
to-
attacked mentally and
I want to see a
physically.
title fight. Like,
I do want to note the Varus
I know.
is kind of the.
I'm skipping
If you
him.
ask any player in competition in Stats 12, the earliest hidden tech was the Fishbone Sniper's Focus Varus. With the random attack, is able to really burst units surprisingly very early into fights.
Definitely. I also want to give props to Volta.
The Six
again,
Scholar
right?
is
Just because
going-
that spot
going pretty
looked
hard right now,
maybe
too.
not great earlier, but Six Scholar is a fantastic win condition.
Pick up the AA?
Volta
Yeah.
needs to catch up points, right? Had a very poor first couple of games, right? 7th multi-strikers, 8th with Syndra. Says, all right, reroll off the table. Let's go
This guy
back to the
3
Volta
points.
style and get that top 4.
Yeah, and there it is.
7
He goes
and
level
8.
10, trying to cap up even more the war, and now there it is. The Death
Straight
Devil
10.
was
The
a
Spectral
force,
Cutlass is
very
garbage
strong,
for this
and
build.
Obviously, we look at the flashy plays of the era, but it's the way who's doing the difference. Going off against the
he
Ghost
can
right
go
now,
and stun
so it should
his,
be a free win.
So I
Look,
really
people go and stun the
like that
Varus.
Title proved us wrong here. We're kind of wondering about the Silver Mirror Dawn, but the way he's using that Ezreal is as a distraction.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
So
He's dead.
that Ezreal just died, but
Oh
in
my
most of
God,
the
the
other fights
Ezreal
we've seen
died.
it was able to self-preserve at
It's a
CC
positioning
and distract
problem.
units while keeping them away
Yeah.
from the way,
Exactly.
and that worked
He needed
out
him to take the
beautifully.
first
And
couple
despite
hits.
the Ezreal going down early here,
think he
that
gets this.
should
He
still
be
gets it, though.
translating
The
into a
Hui
win for
is
Title.
very
Once
big
that
as
Brian
well.
does go
Oh my
down,
god,
and
that
she
Brian
will.
nearly did
I have to
work
say, I think
there.
this is one of the best games of the tournament. The knowledge that Title's displaying here in terms of the combination of artifacts on specific units that you wouldn't normally think of. You would think of 4 cost and 5 cost to really get the most from what the Forge. I mentioned again, the Ezreal carried the entirety of the mid game of this this game from Title. The combination is just fantastic in terms of the overkill damage.
Even the Spectral Cutlass with their Horizon focus on the Galio,
Yes.
right? Putting him into the back line.
Stunning the
extra
back
CC, exactly, right?
Really,
It's
really
such
insane.
knowledge
I
that
think
Need that Melio,
hard-
bro.
It's easy to miss how good this
Sell
game has been for
something.
Title.
Now Volta
Can sell the
cannot get
Diana,
Emilio, he
rebuild
doesn't
it.
have enough, but he's the one going against the Ghost, the big Ghost here.
I think he
for
just
Title,
dropped the
very
Xerath
strong.
here
So
and
Oh,
pick
he's
up the
going against the
Melio.
Ghost. He
He
might win
and
this.
Darkness are the ones with the dire position. They both with one HP.
He knows
one
he's
health.
going against
And look
Ghost,
at the
probably,
Luden's
that's fine.
Tempest knocking out the
Although-
entire left of the backline off of one ult from Ezreal. It's just
One
so
ult from
smart
Ezreal, yeah,
Title
exactly.
In this game 3, starting to already
He's-
show
he's
what
dead,
it takes
dead.
to
You're
make
dead,
games,
he's dead,
what it takes,
right
the
here.
knowledge it takes
Damn.
to understand how to make use of this technical format. Volta taken out, but a big comeback from the French player.
The question is, who does
Is that just a
Darkest
mattress
face?
in the
And
back?
is it Title as well? Title's
It's just a
Unit
mattress.
Brazier goes on fire, and that is his double elimination.
Double elimination.
For Title against the two EMEA
Nice.
players
That was
trying
sick.
to stay in this tournament. Was
Yeah.
only on 7 points. That is now going to change.
That's a
Puts
very-
himself
was
in
that
a
the six
great
scholar
position
3
to make
portal?
that checkpoint in the next
No,
game.
that
I
was the
just want
Ezreal
to say one thing.
nuke.
Title found a way.
Nuke Ezreal.
Oh,
He found a way, so it was
Oh,
so
the
good
double
to see
forge.
him with
Get out!
perfect items on that way, creative deaths on the there.
Full
And also,
blaster,
he
full
found the
Vanguard.
Mordekaiser 3 early into the game, recognized that someone else was playing the Juwings, the Wujings, and it was perfect. I don't know if he has this line prepared, but if he did, genius. If he didn't, more genius.
I think Title has every line prepared. I think every combination of augments and items and units that can be played, Title has probably gone through the data and looked at it. I think this is a player that, looking back at Senai and Terra Forge,
makes me wanna play What the
he played that
Forge.
last game to win it all, the way he used, I believe, was the Frost Ishtal on this Mordekaiser to buy time in stage 3. He's someone that, when it matters most,
I even
showcases
called it,
some of the
right?
most
I was like,
creative and
he's gonna
big-brained
pivot into one of these
TFT
three
we've ever
things.
seen.
Absolutely. What the Forge master class here from Title, right? Leaning
Blaster's
into that
huge.
Vanguard way. Ezreal,
That-
right?
that knowledge
Might
level
not
is
be
just
Ezreal in the front
insane.
line, right? It looked very silly in the early game, but I was proven wrong, and everyone else was proven wrong in that game as well as Title took it.
Well, that's actually the great part about TFT.
Well, the big,
because while it is silly, it's also
deciding
incredibly
factor here was
fun
finding the
and
Silver Mirror
incredibly
Dawn,
smart
right?
sometimes
Yes.
to do silly
That's
things,
that's the
which
build.
Title
It's
just
a
didn't do
Hecarim
in
or
what an
or an
amazing
Ezreal
game
item,
we had,
basically.
with all points kind of
Yeah.
shaking out.
Or,
to
I
bring
mean, it
players
can go on-
closer. Now,
on
one thing is guaranteed. You called it out during the
Fiora
game
and
already.
stuff,
Do
but-
it after next game.
what
Yeah,
does
they
the
can set up
Silver
those.
Mirror
Even
Dawn
if it's
do
an A
again?
place, that 20-point check
locks
will
your
be
attack
reached.
speed,
So let's talk
but
about
gives you
some of the other boards here. How are
150%
we
damage.
feeling about
And
Midfield's
stun
approach to
every
this
hit.
with the prismatic ticket? We were kind of hoping
Oh,
that
okay.
this
You
would
attack
work
very
out in
slow,
favor
but
with the
hit
Syndra reroll.
like
Had
a
it
truck
very
and you
early,
stun them.
also had it stacking very
Wow,
early, but it
okay.
didn't work out.
Yeah, prismatic ticket, Syndra early, right? You have the conditions to get into the late game. We know that Syndra is one of the real lines that can very much so take a first place in the game. Just lower
What
it a
an
little bit though,
interesting
right? And the
bunch of
power level of all
characters
the other
here.
compositions, because it was that prismatic party, right? There was so much power in everyone else's boards, it wasn't quite able to stack up to it.
Yeah, and normally you're looking
I like
for a
the
little
guy's
more
shirt,
tempo
though.
in the mid game, and because everyone, or
The
at least
shirt
2 other
rocks.
players who were playing the shapeshifter, he couldn't find those relevant
see
units
wearing
that
it,
were
Lucas.
early, some of those units that actually help you ramp up, and then the Syndra is the one who pop up. So maybe a little change there in dynamics could be good for him. So not the best game right now. He's actually 7 points away from check, so also a good facility for him in the next game.
And for EMEA, just a fantastic
no
game, I
check
think.
next
Volta
game,
and
right?
Darkish, they
Right?
both read the lobby tempo at
no,
2-1
Bryce
very, very
guaranteed
well.
it 'cause
Obviously, these
it's
players have all
1-1
played
away.
hundreds of games with set 12. They can identify from the 2-1 spots, the augment selection, the item combinations. What are players going for? Is it a
Who's
spike in
guaranteed?
stage 3? Is it a spike in stage 4? It was a
Right,
spike in stage
because
5 for many
he's
players
only-
going
he's
from
on
Smolder line, for
19,
example.
so-
Volta analyzed this, spiked
It's 1
later,
point for
ended
an
up
eighth.
propelling himself and
yeah.
Darkest similarly into that
He
top
might as well
lane.
just not even
I
play.
think it's not only that. While it's definitely also that, it's also playing
true,
to
he
the
can sit out,
individual
right?
strength.
Yeah.
Right?
Doesn't really
Volta
matter.
saying, okay,
Just
that
auto
reroll
eight.
is just
Oh, I
not
guess it's
working out that well for me.
position-
We saw it a bunch in
Yeah,
the
like
finals,
other people
but
can get it
here
too,
on
and then-
Yeah,
Tactician's
if he
crown stage,
win,
Volta has been
for
mostly
sure.
leaning into late game comms.
And to
those are
protect that
working
he's
better
the
for
only
him
one that
here
gets
on the
match
stage.
point.
Similarly for Darkest, with a little bit more
Yeah, and I think
creativity,
second
usually
and
comes a little
third
bit
is
more
decided
success
by
for them.
points.
So I really love
Yeah,
that
it'd
they're
be more
kind
money,
of tapping
right?
back into what can I specifically do that maybe someone else can't.
Yeah, I also want to point out that the only two
The Hunter
players who
line did
played
not
no
work out
reroll
well.
throughout the day have been YBY and Dark.
All these artifacts on the board.
With the game plan of like, all right, I'm going to be going for these first places and converting some of the time.
When
right?
you
YBY,
see,
of course, converting
like
in
a
the
What
first
the
game,
Forge,
not so much the next couple. But then
is it What
Darkest,
the
right,
Forge?
climbing
Is that
back
the
up the
one
standings,
with all
making
the
them a little bit
artifacts?
So
Yes.
Yeah.
after this game,
Yeah.
after the next
The
game,
What the
YBY
Forge,
1 and
like,
Volta
at
will
this
not be
level,
on check.
it's almost
Everybody else though has a chance,
like,
starting
you
from
can't-
here upwards.
you
Gear,
can't
of course,
beat
needing
that
that first place,
with
Midfeed
normal
and Darkest needing a top 2,
comps,
and so
right?
on and so forth. I'm really
you
looking to see
can
how this
still
one is
beat
going
that.
to shake out. What are you saying? How many players are we getting?
And it's also
One.
a little bit of
One.
RNG if you
Just
Listen,
one?
I came in.
really don't hit
I said, let's slow things down for EMEA.
anything
The
that
passive
fits
blessings
your
have worked
board
out. Both players
and
2 and 3.
no
Yeah.
Still,
reforger.
we have to slow it down. Only
Yeah.
0 has to get a
I
win.
did What the
3.
Forge, I
think
took it
3
on a shaped
plus
line.
because
It will not end.
slower.
No,
I
no,
hit a
think
bunch of
3,
mana
so it will be like
items, and I
tension,
was
and
like a
people
bit
will say,
fucked.
okay, maybe I have
Ended
to
up
play against him, not allow him to go for
bottom
the first,
four-ing
and then you have
from
another
that.
one, maybe more cap
What's
maybe
the,
on the next one.
Crowan, give
Isn't
me a
there one
number.
where you
How many
can,
players
is it
on
like
check after
Pandora's
the next
Bench or
I'm gonna have
something?
to say
Could be
3
good
as
with
well.
it.
I think it's the
Vamos.
most likely
Oh,
number.
it is good with it,
Copying
yeah.
your homework
Oh.
a little bit there,
Good,
Hupe,
you
but
can
I think
reroll
that's the
them.
correct homework. I think
Yeah.
here's the one to copy.
It could be, but
I
you
want
still
to
have to
do your
like,
homework with the dreadlocks.
if you were to pivot away from the comp, you have to
I
pivot
really
so
like it,
hard.
and you look amazing, man. I totally love your outfit.
Right, and
I
you've got to
love
leave
the
them
thing you
off
have
for a
going on
whole
here.
round
So
for it
great.
to
I'm
change.
looking forward to
Yeah.
that tech also.
You caught me off guard.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
so
I mean,
yeah,
we
that's
all
why
look
pros
stellar today,
only take
absolutely, right?
Pandoras if they are
Props to
really
the team.
desperate.
You all
'Cause
make this look so good.
leaving
I
them
want to say
for
the
one
big difference
round
between
makes-
having one player or
means
2 players in check.
you break
one
your
player,
streaks,
very easy to directly
you-
target the
yeah,
entire
stack
lobby, can
around,
units
you know,
for
it's
reroll,
not
can
good.
make their life a little bit
Yeah.
more difficult. When there's 3 different players in check, you don't have the resources to individually yourself control the outcome of the match as easily, and that kind of spirals into a snowball effect for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really curious on whether or not this set is the set where we actually see multiple players target a single player that is on check. Because as I said in the past,
Yeah, I was
people
thinking- I was just
shy on
thinking
doing
this,
that.
what she's
Usually
saying
they're
right
like,
now.
I care more about my placement.
Yeah.
If it ends here, I want to have the highest possible.
Like
point,
how
and
many
so
people
on and
try
so
to play
forth.
spoiler.
So with this reroll meta,
Yeah.
I think we're in a good position to do so.
Exactly. You cannot
Would
hard
be exciting
commit
to see
until, to get the other one in
players,
that bad position, but if everyone
you know,
knows that this guy's
if
in
title
segment,
is
I'll
going
hold
or
against,
whatever,
I'll hold
like
a Wukong,
if
we
the
share
CN
together, and
player
it's
is
very
going
easy to
Syndra
do.
reroll,
At
they're
least
holding the
in a clean way,
Syndras,
in
you
a more
know.
group way.
But if I was
Don't
you
allow-
right now and I knew I was
Very strong example of
guaranteed,
that
I would
earlier
look
was
for
Tidal grabbing
somebody
a
who's
Fiora on the
like
carousel
potentially
side,
able to
Darkest went
contest
PR3 for
my
COD.
position
Correct.
Yeah,
and
you
play
do.
play spoiler on
So
that
on
guy,
player's
right?
mind, I wouldn't be
Correct, yeah.
surprised to see
I would do the
that kind of
same.
playstyle come out here once multiple players do reach jack.
That was a little bit more disrespectful, though. Darkest was
Can
not.
we see the
not
scores,
exactly
guys?
far
But
away from
still.
that.
I like your shirt,
Still,
but
you have to
come on.
start
Coming into his
practicing.
pool
Practice
right
for
soon,
the
it was
contest.
going to be, okay, I can beat a Fiora 2, maybe even 2 Fiora 2s. Xerath 1, Xerath 2, no, not that much of a difference.
I don't make I don't think any player in check will be playing reroll. That just you're just griefing yourself.
I think
Again,
they're gonna
players
have
spend time,
like a
they know
big
that once they're in check,
spoiler
they're
on
the
the
board.
on
They
set
have to
13
play
as
for
well.
a fast 9 for some kind of
At
win
the end,
condition angle.
probably.
This is very hard
Well, I
to
watched
force.
4
You cannot
episodes
always,
of
say, hey, at 2-1,
Okay.
I'm
show
getting
today, yeah.
some kind of crazy augment to get to level 9. It's very difficult to force this.
I think there might
First
be an angle for it with
Flora
kind
is
of
pretty,
technicalities, right? We saw Milk put a
grim.
Zap attack Blitzcrank,
Yeah,
and
right.
it was reroll, kind
Yes,
of quote-unquote, got that
pretty,
Blitz 3, but then pushed levels. If
pretty
players are able to
heavy.
find those instances,
Pretty
it
heavy,
can still
yeah.
be kind of a good
Jinx
move,
is
too.
I think that's
Is it-
going to be a very
She went from
niche
this sweet little
situation
girl
to
to
identify
just
for these
evil.
players. So we're going to be seeing
Bowser,
what they
yeah.
opt to do once that next game gets started. narrative. Just to kind of round out the predictions, I personally think 2 players are going to be on check after the next game, because I think one might just be aiming for a little bit too low, but we'll see what the next game brings once we get that underway. Personally, I've been liking seeing so much variation, so not only as much of the reroll, even midfeed, kind of coming into this tournament, I was saying we've seen a very narrow line on what he was playing day 1, day 2, opening up a little bit and saying,
Very
okay,
curious,
here are more
actually.
comps I'm actually comfortable on.
Yeah, overall the meta is.
On?
We can argue if it's balanced
Yeah,
or not, but
the-
it's broad, and that.
'Cause we were
means
talking
balance.
about the
So you have a
silver
lot of
mirror
reroll,
dawn.
You have maybe
wonder what,
conditional
like, is,
possibilities
like, the
to go
literally
to
the
that
best
fast
comp
9 to that fast 8, and the meta also changed. We actually saw a lot of rerolls so far, but actually the comps that are winning right now are the Dragon Shapeshifter.
It would
So
say
everyone's
Fiora
going for that,
probably
and that
still.
should be the comp that when you want to achieve the first place, you go for it. But they're going for it right now, so they're actually like putting the feet on front and saying, "Hey, I want to go for this."
Not only has meta changed, but it's changed even during this tournament, right? And that always happens. And
First you
especially
have to
when we get
input, like,
to day 3, we get a lot of people in check.
So
right?
is
And the
I have
rerolls
a
are so
question,
strong.
guys?
Go-
Is the
go to items.
reroll
Looking
meta
forward to
so
one
strong
example, right? We
because
see so many possibilities. We see
you're
portal, right?
like
We
you
see
have a
Iron
stronger
Fairy,
mid
things like
game,
that,
so you're
which
like
if you get the
preserving a
+1
lot
traits
more
with some more
health. Or?
prismatics, perhaps we can definitely get those lines.
No, it's strong
Even
because
something like the Witchcraft
forecast
has
are
been
weak.
cropping up quite a bunch during the
It's
games.
it's
and
just
I'm
strong because you
personally,
need strength.
You know, maybe hoping to see
Right,
a little bit of
okay.
a trainer golem again. Those have been great fun to watch.
ZUA, game 1, pick trainer golems, right? It was already understood the assignment, Panda.
Understood the mission. The
Olaf,
mission,
Olaf.
Or, you know, more direct, more you're locked in. But that's one thing I want to mention makes a great point.
Yeah,
The portal
apparently,
portal
the Delta.
is very, very impactful in terms of
sort the
possibilities
other way.
of going fast 9. We have gold subscription.
No,
we have
he's the
gold
worst
open
with
rate
it.
in some cases. Just even 3 gold early can really snowball.
What? So you're saying the
a lot
best
of
with it is
extra
mid
gold.
Nico?
Trainer golems especially. My big question is,
Yeah,
if
but,
someone is low on points, they want trainer golem for the variance of high
By win rate
golem and trying to
with
jump
a
up
Nico,
with
I
first
guess.
place.
That's what it
They
means.
also open the door for someone who's already in check to win the tournament.
Filter by
There's risk involved and kind of the
number of
risk management, I think, is the whole
occurrences,
concept
no, right?
of a day 3.
Yeah, these players are risk averse, so they love to
Not
go
in
for
this
that. And
view.
we saw Tidal.
That's why I was
make
trying to,
one
like-
of the first expression in the first game when the portal was picked. He was like, "Great," and that was the first time I see him actually going for that phase, going for that aura. Of course, he has it. He's laughing, but he wants to go more for the cold
Glitch
line.
into these.
So starting to show him showing emotion and go for it is so amazing for him. Remember, he's the only
Wait,
one
the
who
Silver
can
Mirror
win
Dawn
the second
Nico
round,
is
the second championship in the
40% win rate.
That's what
right,
I'm, like,
and we are
wondering.
going to be moving closer to the next
Nico is
champion
oh
being
because
crowned.
there's a
This
big
game
oh
is
yes.
going to be
Okay,
going
so there's another
underway in
interaction
just
with
a couple
Nico
of seconds. One more look
and
at our top 8
was
players
that one
here
with the
in day
stun
3
damage?
of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's crown, and this is
Artifacts
going to be
too.
our game number 4. Portals
The
cropping
light
up
shield
right now.
crest?
Support Anvil, Champion
No,
Duplicator, and
the one that
Radiant
gives
Blessing
Horizon
are going to
focus.
be
Oh,
So
on
there's
Horizon
interaction
this
focus.
that
offer here. No
Nico is
trainer
OP
golems
with
come
Horizon
back.
focus.
I know there's
because
one player out
Nico
of these 8, maybe you guys
stuns,
can guess
micro
what I'm talking about,
stuns,
who I think regardless
Horizon
of whatever
Focus is
math
doing
or
like
possibilities there are with
20%
checkmate
damage on
points, he
each
has low
stun.
points, high points, he would always go for chaos. And
So Horizon
the people
Focus Nico
Terry
is
the
really
entire
strong,
tournament
and maybe
long.
Oh, yeah.
He's
that's
always
Can you
why-
filter
going the most
3
chaotic
Horizon
option.
Focus
On
as
ladder
well?
in EU West, everyone knows
Can
that
you put
Volta
sample size to
essentially
10?
preps for the Global
On the right?
Championship finals since the very first day of the set, always going for trainer golems if he has a chance.
I think this was also another
It's
game
the lowest
where
already.
ZUA and Volta stood on the same portal together, right? They in game 1 both stood on trainer golems. And
Anyways,
ZUA won it.
we'll figure this
Also
out
winning
later.
it out on this game as well with that duplicator, and that could
Okay.
throw some crazy
What's the
situations in.
duplicator?
If we get a lot of early gold, we go for
Or
those
the
compositions
duplicator.
that cap around 5
So we're
costs
going
and get a
shapes
2-star
again.
mechanism.
Yeah,
Worst
I really love
shapes.
seeing it, but what I also love seeing is a double Seraphine in
Multi-striker.
a first chop. That Mage Soraka comp
Mage?
has been doing quite well. We've been seeing it a lot on several boards, and Zira agrees.
And one thing I want to mention for Zira in this game particularly, some interesting concepts of game theory here applied. You might just think he wants to go for an 8, doesn't really care about his placement. That is not true. One, he wants to try and
Is it
contest
Champion
over second
Duplicator
points
portal?
to make them have the hardest
Yeah.
time to reach that check for the next game.
Yeah.
Higher chances, of course, of Zio winning the tournament. Second, he wants to
Asher.
What is the Champion
largen the gap between
Duplicator do?
players, take away those 8 points,
Gives
removing
you a
more points
Champion
from the total
Duplicator.
pool that can be earned in this
Oh,
game
oh,
of 4. And
I
he wants
see
to maybe
it.
practice for
Sorry,
what
my bad.
win-out conditions are. He will be playing a first-rate playstyle. He doesn't really care what his placement is this game.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think the first priority should be denying points from the player who's
It's better
in that
for
second
fast
place.
8,
You can
fast
meet
9,
him in
right?
check, right? It doesn't matter
is better,
that
yes.
much where he
Yeah.
places in this game, but there's a lot of other factors to
of a
consider here,
reroll
other things to
balance.
think about.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game. But the big question is, of course,
Tidal
what
collecting
augments
these
are
pairs.
going to be
Wants that
cropping
Lilia.
up. First set of augments coming in a couple of seconds. And if that is yet another prismatic or even just gold, we can see some very strong options here.
Ooh,
And fortune favors
gold.
the bull, for example, coming up right out of the gates. I'm seeing a bunch of +1s showing up on our 9 frame as well.
Yeah, a lot of interesting options here.
Volta
Starter
pick
Born,
Combat
yeah.
Caster
It's
for
always been
Ari
the entire
reroll,
tournament
I
long,
think.
a very, very strong option for
Wow, they press the attack
allowing, you know, no
for
one else
title?
really can test you on that. We do also see
Yeah,
a few
is
more
it?
augments that possibly
There is a press the
Oh.
attack for
Category
him.
5 for the Jinx
think he's scouting
enjoyer
now.
of the tournament. 5 games of Jinx in day 1 and 2.
No one's
Midfeed
going.
once
I
again
would take
trying to
that.
play for the Hunter line in this
Probably.
game.
Both Gear, PYM, and
It's weird to
Stuart
take it
actually
first.
taking Stars
It
Are
is,
Born
it
into
is.
this lobby, and for
But he did,
Stuart, right,
he
Stars
did.
Are Born is not something that really captures
He's like
their eye.
hard,
Yeah.
he's all in.
Check yet, so doesn't need to consider that. Just wants to worry about other lines, and we see for a title here. Press
Okay,
the
interested
attack,
to
right,
see
going for
Upgraded
people
the
holding
stars.
Cassidy's.
Yeah, also Volta.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
So we already saw title there with the multi-tank totally committed. So maybe Volta will be the one.
Stars
to
Are
do
Born.
the
He's playing
same.
Stars Are
He started
Born.
with the Castellin, and we see
Oh,
that
but
he's holding
Volta
also
is doing the
Lilias,
same
he's
build,
holding
isn't he?
cost 1 to do the regular reroll. So maybe
Uh,
Axe will be the possibility for him.
He
And,
played. He
you know,
chose
oh,
what?
he
Combat
got
caster
like-
though, right?
So no, sorry man, you're not playing.
Oh,
multi-striker
Volta
now.
is also trying
I
multis.
do wonder if ZUE, this would be maybe too big brain and maybe too mean if he's picking Stars Are Born, so that if anyone in the second or third place in the standings, if they play reroll, ZUE will wait and then just pick the units from their reroll and essentially grief by tripling the chances of taking those units out of the pool.
That's some crazy tech, actually.
Listen,
the specific.
I'm a griefer, Crone, as you've maybe noticed.
Like the
This is
Cassidon
wild.
right
This
here.
is literally the specific. All right, I Tactician's Crown on day 3, game 3
Oh,
before
this guy's
check.
going,
I click Stars Are Born. I
okay.
grief people. This is such a specific
Shapes.
situation.
He's leading shapes.
$150,000 on the line.
Yeah.
You'd
He
have
took
to go
stars
through all the possible
into shapes.
probabilities.
Which is very
And
good because you want to grab the
here from
Namzi and you
because
want to
he's
grab the
obviously looking
Shyvana.
for the
Right?
Shyvana with the Stars Are
Exactly.
Born, but
Yeah.
he's also
Yeah,
very close to
get
the
insta
Dolphin.
2-star your
So that
Shyvana
Dolphin
is
will be so
like it's a
prevalent
pretty
in the mid game, in the early game, in the
And you're happy with an
If you
Elise
don't
one,
shake it,
Elise
that
two, I mean.
transfers items to
Anyway,
whatever
right?
you want. Obviously, the smolder will
at
be
the end of the
Phenomenal.
game. Yeah.
great, and we haven't seen that
Yeah,
pop
yeah.
up so far.
I mean, to start the
So it
game.
ties rolls a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Just 2 smolders, the next few shots.
Yeah, I
That'd
think
be a
so, but I
massive
think the
carry to
2-star
kind of
Shyvana's.
propel
There's the
themselves
Shiv.
into
Immediately
Oh,
picked.
man.
Shyvana instantly clicked here. It's already going to be
And he's
Zue
got
playing for yet another
7
high cap game
Namzis.
around that shapeshifter dragon. Zue says,
Yeah,
hey,
so now
I don't
he's,
even need a good
he's
augment
just
to do it. I
high
can
rolling,
take
right?
effectively
He's
a
just,
Pong augment,
going
get that
9
early game
straight to
power
9
spike
and
off of it,
Yeah.
and then
the
transition
duplicator
to
on
like
the-
Yeah.
I
This
really
view is
love
good.
the
Okay, so
impressive
aggressive
Right,
preserver.
Ramsey.
YBY took aggressive
seeing how
preserver.
consistent multi-striker
Midfeed
is
got
at just kind of
category
getting a good
5.
early start and then bleeding out
Press
a
the
little bit
attack.
into a solid
Combat
top four,
caster.
and that's
2
all
guys
kinda
have
neat.
Stars Are
So,
Born.
A nice little game plan there
I can't.
coming
I
out
want to
once
see the
again
aggressive preserver
from
in
our
action.
format player, as Clement has been calling him.
Yeah, that will be
Always doing
interesting.
exactly what is needed in
He'll
Also wanna watch,
show me how to do
He
it.
needs something else. He needs for Volta not to play multi-striker
this
because
guy.
he
Oh,
actually
he's
got the
doing the
Castellin
Bard
too,
build.
but obviously we saw he has some other options there. So hopefully they will not contest themselves. If they do, both of them will get in a very bad spot.
Also, Tidal hasn't played multi-strikers in this tournament thus far, but going back to what Panda said about Tidal being a master of all lines, doesn't need to bring it out until
Wonder
the
if
exact
Volta's
situation that
gonna
looks good
pivot away or
approaches them.
not. Or
Both
they
at 9
contest
points,
each other.
I think there's no way.
It'd be
he makes
stupid
multis this
to
game. I think
contest
he
a guy
knows,
that
especially
has
contested
pressed the
multis,
attack.
That would be absolutely wild. He knows
Yeah,
he has to
that's
go for it.
literally
Again,
what I'm
we saw
saying.
the last game, that riskier, stage 4 stabilization into a level 9 high cap game plan, which can backfire, can become another 8th, another 7th, and that could be dire. But as was said earlier in the day, I think on game 1 during the cast, like Gangly,
already
if you get an
slammed
8th,
the
it doesn't really
Nashers.
matter. There are chances that this
don't
isn't just
think he's
all your points
pivoting.
being added up. There are chances the game extends and extends
He's
and
not
extends.
pivoting,
and we
he's
could
doing
see
Nash's
this
Hodge.
tournament finish on game 7.
Yeah, I also want to highlight really quickly just a small
Yeah?
optimization, right?
Okay.
If you are a newer player, you're like, oh, okay, I'll just grab the orb, right? It's duplicator, but it does take up a slot on the bench, right? So just that little optimization, leaving one more slot open.
Set
Good
13
news.
though.
Yeah. We have good news. We have the change
I know.
there. And some people say, okay, it's different. I don't know if I like it, but when you
Warwick
actually
reroll?
play it and you
Warwick.
actually use it
I wa-
to
oh, this is
make
interesting.
so much free space,
Rune.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is-
telling your players, I love
it could be a
I love
Warwick
it, and you
into
will
a
love
Hunter, maybe.
All right, I'm sold. You guys just
Yeah,
Yeah,
he does
yeah,
have
yeah.
3
I'm
not
hunters on
even
the
going
bench,
to
so
try
maybe
to deny it,
he's
but
holding
what
all
I
of
am
items,
also
right?
sold on is a Warwick.
Is he locking this
notably,
charm
this is
or
not going to
not
be
buying
a
it?
Warwick reroll
What do
like
you mean?
here.
Not buying is a,
Not
is
buying.
a mistake, right?
Yeah, it is.
I fear, but
Now he
it's
can
a
buy
good
it, though.
unit,
Hey,
it's a strong
he's
early
buying
unit,
it, okay.
specifically with something like a Rage Blade. played, so we'll be doing some lifting for Midfield.
Someone look up the
Hey,
stats.
not buying
Rage
it?
played, Runance, Morello, Warwick, and the stats. It's gonna be 0 games played.
I'm from the school of
Wait,
man.
what?
I don't look at stats.
Because he can only make 8 gold, so he wants 30 for the threshold.
Oh, 1v1.
That's why he didn't buy it.
Oh,
okay,
Like,
he was
woof,
exactly
woof.
at 30.
Woof, woof.
Got it.
Yeah.
he was at 2022.
Boy.
Yeah.
He's not going Warwick, yeah.
Oh yeah, Warwick.
He's going Jinx
Never
again.
Anyway.
Didn't he go Jinx
Anyway, we
last
are
game?
seeing
No,
some players
that was,
lining up for
the
something
Korean
else
guy.
now because Warwick is out, at least in terms of
Bomb
item
me on.
holding. Jinx is in, and she is going to be getting at least that Rageblade and that Runans for now.
Yeah, it's always
It's
where
a
the top
Jinx 2
wanting to
on
end
2-6.
up, especially with that Category 5 pick, right? Not too many other compositions, maybe multi-strikers can make use out of it with the Ashe or the Callista perhaps, but Jinx especially fantastic here. And already a tier 2 Jinx as well. Was that a Charm to make her tier 2, or is she just...
Also,
I
you
think
can
here
double
the
up.
build is... Sorry.
Have two on the
You
bench.
could double up
Have two
Olaf
bench
with
for
a
Kovacs
with
or
another
Kovacs. That was an
Runans. It's
upgrade
actually
on the
really
Jinx,
really
and
strong.
Now midfield maybe showcasing why he is the
I think the
expert
build
on this
here
line,
is
and Jinx are coming to
double
him.
Runans on
5
the
games
Jinx,
of Jinx
right?
reroll being
Double
one of the most
Runans
contested or the most
gets,
contested reroll in the first 2 days. It's crazy that he found that spot so often and pushed
Really
other
what he
players
wants.
off of it.
Yeah, because normally the spot is actually preserve
spammed
speed.
this
You
comp
don't
so
look
much
for a
when
win
the
speed, you don't look for a
patch
lose
came
speed, you
out,
just
you remember,
preserve
Stu?
speed while you
Yeah.
need the items, because actually you need a lot
my
of
go-to
cloaks that are
comp,
not
the
so prevalent into the meta.
Runans,
So this spot
You were like,
really
I would just pick
so
category 5 and force
He's
the
not
Jinx
the only one on a
reroll.
5-win streak. YBY1
forced
also
Jinx reload,
able
like,
to
10
get
in a
that
row.
going. Both of the 100 HP
I'm
players
very
not
curious
beating each other for now. YBY1 is
on
even
that
a
fact
little
as
bit
well.
richer here. So truly playing into that preserver line.
Holy
trying to get
nomsies.
that going as early as possible to buy some time to start out fights and make sure
One
that
more
the units
nomsy.
can kill off the enemy units.
I think it's
Really
not even
working
rolling.
in YBY1's
No,
favor.
I think he's
I
just
love what
naturally
Q
it.
is
He's
doing here with
he's-
not
he
pushing
hasn't
levels,
rolled at
right?
all.
Maybe wanting to roll until
Will he
hitting
roll?
that
Let's see.
Nomsy 3 is getting pretty close to a Shyvana
he's
3
rolling.
as well, right? And as we see the rolls come through, another Shyvana,
Now he is, yes.
Oh.
another Elise, could get Elise 3 as well.
One
Rolling
more.
rather deep, but where is the Nomsy?
So
Oh,
we're in
that's
that
very
phase
deep.
and Nomsy does
25's
come through,
okay.
But there were a lot of similar units coming up, and then you couldn't buy it because the bench was full. So
25's okay. You make a
maybe
3 streak
doing a little
here.
bit of a trolling. In the end, Nomsy does arrive though, so all is well.
I know what this is. This is ZUF preparing for the next game. Upgraded Adventure 2-1. He's preparing for the legendary Chase Nomsy reroll.
I actually had an upgraded
Oh,
adventure
yeah, from
game
Upgraded
as well
Adventure.
today.
ZUF's
It's so
really
much
checking out
fun.
all the boxes.
No,
With,
you're so right,
shapes.
right? There's 3 1
I
costs,
went
there's a
7.
Nomsy, the Elise, the Jace, and you push 6.
This is an upgraded adventure
Three
though.
as
This is
well.
just
Blue
stars
Moon
on it.
Adventure.
The augment icon
Yeah.
also fairly similar. I
How
like
can I go 7?
It is,
for
actually.
Show it to you
I do want to
guys.
mention Darkest. They played Fairy in the very
Fuck.
last game yesterday to guarantee their spot in this day 3, shutting the door on a very strong player like Araya. I believe that angle is similarly going to happen here for Darkest. They had a Clear Mind start, they had the Rageblade Slam, they have overall a penchant for playing Fairy from a loose streak angle and from a kind of high econ
I
angle.
really
which
want to
is what
see
Clear Mind
this
gives you.
title
YBY, there's
multi-striker.
Scholar offered. Already had that Preserver augment in 2-1. Could lean towards a Scholar direction, but is thinking about all the options even before rolling any here.
Oh yeah,
Tidal,
YBY is
Tidal is another
crazy.
item, so he's going for the
decision
multi-striker line,
here.
as we know, so everyone can be the carry in this line, so great for him
Is he
also.
taking
YBY1, the
Scholar?
last
No, he's
pick
rolling
here,
it,
still
okay.
has one
I think
more
it's Magic
roll.
Wand.
Too healthy being offered
It's
will
support.
not
Oh,
It's got to be
Magic
Magic
Wand.
Wand
Set
with the
we're
preserver.
going down into more preservers, trying to play
More AP.
around maybe
AP go hard.
Karma in the later stages. For
Double
now, that
jewels?
Bard will need to
Jam
hold
it.
true. I was
No, I don't
very
think that he's gonna
excited
do
for
that.
0.5 seconds because I was thinking it could be a Bard.
Hey,
But
I'm
Probably
a,
jam it. I mean, I
It
don't
will be
know.
kind of the OG
What's his thinking?
bully
He needs
4+ combo
attack
at the very
speed.
start
I
of the
guess
set,
maybe
but,
he's
you know,
going.
every, you know,
With the preserver, I'd be looking for an AA.
It's so fun
First.
to mix and match so many 4+ units with Karma and the Preservers and Gwen and Fiora sometimes being part of that show. YBY1, weirdly enough, as
Oh
the
man,
favorite
they're
for today,
contesting
only on
each other. That's
11.7
so tough.
place in the standings, needs to start coming up in the standings.
I want to
I
fight.
also see that line that you just mentioned, but it's very difficult. He doesn't have XX item
So
for
Bard
it, so
needs,
it will be very interesting to see him effectively try
Win
to get
percentage
that
with the
exact
Runans.
so
Tier,
maybe I'm
right?
seeing a win here. So
What the Forge 4-2?
oh,
So you want to see double runas
Prepping
and
for it already.
you're a dreamer.
double runas.
Hey, Pen is right
You
about a lot of
only
things
found
so
that
far.
out now.
I have the advanced
I'm
explorer. I
finding it
can
out
check it.
more and more each time I talk to Ben.
How do you get? Oh,
When you
oh.
hit my knee, you got the energy that I'm
You pay something on Patreon. It's not. It's like
Fair enough.
few
fair
dollars,
enough.
I think.
We are
We need to
going
check it with the
look
augment
at
though, right?
Volta's board though, because
Yeah,
this
with the
is one
augment,
of
so
the
it's
two
like
multi-striker players,
Jinx
and
3,
despite to press the attack and the extra item grab back on title. Volta says, I don't really care. I'm just going to stay on this line.
It's interesting because Volta in EMEA finals to guarantee his qualification to the global stage.
He was really just going for it, eh?
His most
This
played
guy.
comp in that tournament. He had a lot of success with it. Coming to day 1 and 2, not
Yeah, I
a
don't
single
like this
game.
guy.
Could be
He's
that he
always
just didn't have a
forcing
spot
shit.
for it, but it's very weird coming from Volta. Already in this day 3, his second multi-striker game.
I mean, it's the angle that the game gives you, and it's very difficult to pivot out sometimes. So now,
Rakan there on the carousel for Darkest. Unfortunately, Gear Pro M steals it, and Darkest has to settle for a Taric.
Darkest still in a good spot though overall for that Fairy line, right? Has clear mind, is going to be able to get to level 8 very quickly and roll for that board, and we see players' dreams either be made or die on that 4-1 roll down.
Look at the components.
So actually
Second
Runans
Rage
is
Blade
better.
just fired now off of that
Minus
rock. Has the
20.
chain for the Rakan item.
Yeah, minus 20 versus minus
in a great
15.
spot here is already
it's saying- the
60
data is
gold,
saying
level
guard
7
breaker
XP
is
into level
as a
7. This is
third
going to be
item.
such a
Is the
huge
best,
roll down.
really?
And again, remember that
Guard breaker
champion
and Quicksilver.
duplicator to get
I
something
can
like
see
a
guard
Rakan
breakers
2,
'cause it's-
a Callista 2,
you're always
maybe
hitting
even a
a
Camille
shield,
2,
right?
right?
Yeah.
With high roll
I've
and
been-
stuff like
Keep
that.
dreaming, Crone. I like it.
I've been looking at Guard Breaker recently.
I'm thinking
Like,
big.
That's how
it's
it
actually
works.
been recommended a lot more recently.
Hopping over to Balmyung, though, just a quick reminder,
Yes.
Balmyung only
So that's
needs
25%
like a top
flat
5 to make
damage
it. It's on
amp.
16
That's
points
very,
already
very
to
big.
get to check.
It's the sheer
And
amount of
this
Vanguard and
currently
Bastion
running a little bit of
players,
everything.
frontliners out
yeah,
there,
very
right?
creative board here with
Just-
the Gensus.
you're always hitting a
I
shield.
thought maybe there was a
Almost,
chance he was
even
trying
if
to
you don't
play
have
Kalista,
freelance.
but he's actually not
And
leveling up so
Quicksilver
much. No Kalista is
is even
contested
above
from the other board.
Runas because
So
of
he
all the
has been
stuns
just
and
getting the
backline
tempo here with Poppy
access.
3, and then trying to go for some line that is free.
You want to mention
So this is the
Misty is
list.
a player who already in day 2 with
It's
the
the,
Jinx line picked up Transfiguration, really
Guard breaker, is that
specifically
like sword and
UI
belt or
APAC
something?
as a whole really liked Transfiguration in that Jinx line. So
Gauntlet and
I think if you
belt.
ask midfield what
Gauntlet
is
and
your
belt.
kind of comfort game in this game 4, everything is
Gloves
panning
and
out
belt.
in exactly that direction.
Yeah,
fisting.
played drinks
Belt.
a
Fisting,
lot,
yes.
and it was an average of 3 as well. Only one game was bought 4 out of
As,
those 5
as the
games.
biggest reroll or most contested reroll in the day 1.
Yeah,
That's insane.
Crazy
performance.
stats there.
Oh, but the
Cooking here
image that you
is
sent
to a
doesn't take into
reroll
account
Nomsi,
the
Elite,
augment.
Jace, the tech,
Oh wait, it doesn't.
the true tech
Forgot
coming out
to-
here from the CN Junior. They're the ones I believe that have been the most creative.
What
They
is the
show
name
us
of
that
the
they're
document?
extra
Category
upper
5.
Not working out sometimes and working great on others. So actually, they're on the
Okay,
obviously island
so it's
there
then
together
tied with
and,
Quicksilver.
popping up.
Runans
It's
and
good to see
Quicksilver.
innovation and
Or is
normally
top.
goes
Okay, so
to
you want to go
If
to
you think of
Runans.
creativity when it comes out of China, usually it's Huanmia, but
Yes.
Yue also saying, hey, I can be creative too. We all learn together.
Well, no,
right?
still
Something
guard breaker,
the
but the
best
sample
pages out of
size
each
is too
other's
low.
books.
Well,
So
we are going to
you
be
can
needing
see-
to take a look at the players that will make some moves in that next
Three-star
stage.
Jace.
Really looking for those forecast units, like Darkest, who will probably be rolling right after Wolf. So we're going to try to get our eyes on it. But Zira might be posturing.
very
to
similar with
maybe
Category 5 as
also
well.
do something similar.
Ooh, yeah. Darkest in the position to just passively level up to level 8 is going to have at
Edge
least
of Night.
60 gold in the next round. Going to be a huge
Surprisingly,
roll down,
because
but
the-
already 2 rage
I
waves we
guess
talked
you
about earlier.
survive,
Three
right?
Head
hits.
component.
Yeah.
Now
It's
we're
like,
talking. Give me one
okay.
more cloak. Give me maybe a belt.
Sonya's,
Redemption is
Vish
also okay on the
Sonya's.
Rakan there, but at least you have the stone play guarantee.
Tamu Sonya's.
Want to buy a charm as
Yep.
soon as possible to have that shop slot opened up. For
Go,
the
Darkest
big
go
reroll
fairy.
there, Trying to maximize the chances of the forecast.
Whoa,
Olaf,
Olaf.
Yeah,
love you,
Kalista.
but please, we need the Rakan and the
Let's play
Kallistas.
flexibly. Buy Olaf too. Fit it on the board. No.
Olaf,
just keeps coming back.
please.
Where's the real units that we're
Why
looking
does
for?
he
Where's
keep
the
coming?
Rakan? Where's
Oh,
the
man.
Callista?
One Kalista.
One and one.
Okay.
Oh, there he
One
goes.
good.
He's got it.
Alright.
That's
Got it.
stable, right?
Rakan is this thing. Oh no, he
Now he's got the
has
Rakan. He needs to put the
it's
crown
more
on.
For
stable
one
than a
Kalista
wave
or Rakan?
one.
Yeah,
If that's what you were looking for, then yeah, you got an upgrade.
It doesn't
But
have
it's not the
Gwynsus.
best one.
Oh yeah.
One last thing
It
I think
does, it
Darkest
does.
is really going to need here is a good
does
combat
double.
strength augment at this 4-2.
Oh, he went the QSS. He knows the build.
They have the clear mind to get there, and now they need combat strength to really allow the
The
Rakan
Jinx
to
has the
become
QS
as
on her.
unkillable as possible to
Oh,
buy
yeah.
time for the Callista.
Martyr, combat caster, anything like that would be amazing for him and give
Oh,
that
yeah, he
additional
loves the
strength.
build.
And then the healing from the Kalista actually performs.
Like, we're like-
That's his slot.
This is why he's a pro.
Decent amount of gold to reassess the
Yeah,
situation
we've
right
just
now.
spent 20
Maybe
minutes
hire a
looking
little
through the
bit,
data
has
to
the
try
ability to
find
work
it, and
with
he
some
just
of the
insted it.
big
Oh.
buttons. Matt, this Forge you were talking about earlier.
The anger
On
issues.
board
Sorry,
too.
but, you know, Hooper doesn't trust me. At least, Crowan, you're on my side.
I got you. I'm taking I'm learning from you. I'm learning from you.
Yeah,
Tremendous.
it's actually
It was.
insane
Giant
because
Mighty.
within the EMEA region, Panda usually only jinxes
Okay,
people.
makes that you gotta.
Oh, good insight, Makes. Actually, maybe I shouldn't trust him as much
No,
as I
so
am.
listen,
I'm just
I'll
saying.
explain. I was using my powers
Yeah?
for evil,
It's
and now
okay.
on the global stage where it matters most.
All right, all right. Well, bringing us back to this
Title
game,
playing
we are in our
contested,
last
vaulted
choices here at the very top. You
what
can
is
see that there is
ahead
still some thinking on what to
Cassidans?
go for.
It's rolling
Anger
deep.
issues also being
Did
offered.
Volt just
but I do
choose
wanna kind of
Combat
take a
Caster?
step back and talk about the roll down we just saw
Jesus, he
from
just rolled
Darkest
down
and
to
from Balmyung
6.
side by side, because
rolling
Balmyung
to
was
0.
able to find that Rakan too, but not able to find that Kalista. Instead found a Camille,
Blossoming
found a Milio,
Lotus.
so really getting those legendary units in to try and stabilize much more, which is a little bit of bad
Gonna do
news
some
for
big-
Darkest, because they now are going to have a much
Oh,
harder
Volta
time
didn't hit
to get that
hit,
Rakan off the ground.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Darkest is full
7
defense
only.
here, going for the Unified Resistance, and then with the Blossoming Lotus, he actually needs the Rakan 2 with more priority. Remember, now this is not
This guy
fully
should be
crit.
just fucking
As time passes,
eliminated.
you have more crit chance and more crit power, so he needs the Rakan to be the as most tank as possible.
He's a
in the
hard
final boss
multi-striker
in the front.
forcer, eh?
Looking at the gold situation as
It's
well, you
zero
know, that
for
Darkest
sir.
rolled down a lot more.
This is
did not
good, I
find
like
even
this.
A pair of Callistas and Rakans. And it's that awkward position where
Like he chose
they're
look
forced
Clear
to
Mind,
go
Unified
more here
Resistance,
on stage
and
4
then
where they
Blossoming
don't want to
Lotus.
be right now.
So he's
I
playing
actually
completely
love
for stall
Darkest
comp.
not rolling past 10
Yeah.
because what if you get a Callista or a Rakan in the
Wait, what is
carousel?
that
You want
last
to save your
augment?
duplicator until you know if
Yeah.
you have that upside being
That's
the first pick
the
as well.
Item
Being the
augment that
first
gives
pick
you
with
Ginsu.
Gear, who could
Oh,
also
oh.
be
Red buff.
taking something there. So Gear on that Ari reroll we've been seeing a
Still
lot.
no heal
I
on
will
the
say I saw
cast,
something
of
interesting
Kassadin?
that
I
the
don't
Ari
think
is
I like
holding.
this.
Maybe once we look at that board, we can see it in action. But for now, we're going to be
You would like
watching
a
that
BT
fight
instead of the
between
Nashers
Volta
here?
And Balmyung. And
I would
Volta
like the Hodge
still
instead
not
of the
hitting those
Nashers and put the
multi-strikers,
Nashers
so
on
maybe
the
it's good
Ashe.
enough to circumvent the Rakan.
Yeah, it's 2 away from a lot of things here. But
Oh,
took
I know
that
why, because he
combat
had,
augment in
he has the
favor of the items there.
rejuvenation.
Blinding speed on forward 2, making
Go,
Ash
Ash,
that
go, Ash,
carry,
go.
and she's trying.
Go,
she's
Ash, we
trying her
believe in
best.
you.
Wait, can she actually do it?
Yep.
She can. All that
Shit.
healing. Wow.
Volta
The
knew.
Ashe too.
No reaction. Full trust in the Ashe.
Okay, guys, you know when we talked about YBY1's board, and I was saying for 0.5 seconds,
He'd be
I'm
happy
hoping
picking up
it's
that
a Bard
Akali,
reroll.
probably.
Our observer is letting me know that there are 6
The Last
Bards on
Whisper,
this
nope,
board
too
right
bad.
now on the bench as well as in play. So there's also a Karma, but
YBY
there's a
is not
chance,
doing
is what
too
I'm
well.
saying.
We
It's
just
great.
need-
It's, it's
Rolling
always
down.
good to get the Bard there. Normally, it's a secondary carry. We know it also reduces the defense, the damage from the rest. So it's actually a great support unit. And we've seen it pop off. It's starting game day 1, maybe not so good, so prevalent. But if you have a 3, you take it.
Look at midfield at the top, 94 HP still. This is a player who essentially.
So this is
in
the
terms of his
aggressive
comfort and
preserver
his
line.
Experience,
He needs
handpicked
to
both his line, his augments,
Rakan in
his
there.
situation. Really, not surprised to see the domination here in stage 3 and 4.
It's a
Yeah,
Karma
it's a little bit
flex
different
board,
than the usual
basically,
Jinx we
with,
see over. It's
Bards-
going to be
Bards
Vanguard
in
Jinx,
there,
right?
right?
Where's the Wukong? Not on the board, but doesn't need to be here either. Saying that, hey, I'm such an
Another
expert on this line,
750
I can make
gold?
it work
Whoa.
out on these other variations that no one even else is going to think about.
I really like this. This is a little bit of
This
cooking,
guy is
and
really
it's
good
also a little
positioning.
bit of item holding.
If he
that I'm
wins,
seeing as these
checkmate, right?
Cassidans are being taken out of the pool by midfeed as well. So
Midfield?
Yeah,
multi-striker
2.
Yeah,
players,
yeah.
let me
I
just
think
make
he
that a
needs to
little bit
get,
harder for you guys.
Yeah, also because they're rolling
Second,
for the
you get
Galley,
second,
right? That
right?
2 cost, the
Second,
Rumble
I
as well,
think,
the
yeah.
Kog'Maws, so more 2 costs out of the pool, better for midfeed, but has a lot of gold, has a lot of HP, so can
Oh,
afford
he's
to go with
holding
Cassidans.
2
Also very
Cassidans, bro.
important,
What
no
the
one
hell?
playing the Buster Vanguard line, so no one will
That must
contest
be
the
frustrating
It will be
when,
easier for him to get that
Volta
final
lines
buff
up
in the
against
center,
him,
and that
looks
will be the
across
time
and
that you want
sees
to
2
replace
Cassidans.
that Wukong that is all
I think that's
Oh,
exactly the recognition of
That's
why that's going to be a
huge.
Vanguard Legion.
Wait,
he's
you made the
basically
casting
eliminating 2
too.
players.
I mean, might as well. Look at the HP, look at the money. There's no reason not to.
We're rich.
One off the Jinx has a
Needs to
duplicator.
pick up the
Ideally, I
Jinx.
imagine with the HP buffer.
Maybe we gotta sell the Cassidon now, actually, to make bench space. -1 gold.
Volta's like, all good. I already hit. Keep
Yeah,
holding.
true.
Oh, Volta hit.
Well, Tidal is not on the chopping block, but a player is on 19 HP, and it's YBY1.
That's a good-
Now, we
that's a
are
good
in
catch. He
4-6,
got
unless
row
that
rejuvenation,
loss
so
is
he
terrible.
doesn't
I
need the
think we
heal.
should be safe here.
Yeah,
Actually, I
yeah.
think Volta's not saying
Didn't
all good,
notice that.
Panda.
I thought it was,
Zero gold, one off of
Unified
Ash,
Resistance.
One off of Jax, and that Spectral Call is Jace, right? Gets the backline, gets taken out immediately at least.
Thank the lords that Cassidy did bodyguard duty
Yeah.
and absorbed the aggro
Nomsy hits hard.
Our hero Ash would have been taken down. regardless, does not matter in the end. The Shyvana
oh.
combination able to clean up. Volta taken down now
Almost.
to 30 HP.
Wow, it was very
He's on
close,
6.
though,
He's
but
like, I
Volta,
need to
not a
hit
good
one
spot,
unit.
but if
This is the
anyone can
worst
get out of the
bench
situation,
ever.
I think it is Volta. It's going to be natural Jax and Ashe in next shop.
It's like so frustrating.
Okay, checking in with Darkest. So they just lost the previous round. We are seeing the Kalista 2, but what we're not seeing is either a Duplicator or the Rakan 2. So has sacrificed the Duplicator to make that
It's
Kalista
interesting
to
he
stabilize
built,
maybe a little bit, even though that Rakan might have been more...
You build that item
I think
instead
one
of
thing I want to put the heads up on
gargoyles.
the itemization doesn't slam the
Rakan.
stone play because of the unit by resistance.
Protector's
Vow?
Vow?
Going to be full aggro onto just a single unit due to the positioning. Instead, slams a Vow and hopes now for a secondary tank item onto this Rakan finally.
You see the casters
which could maybe even be
copying
more
what I
important than
said.
the
I
upgrade
think
at
they're
this point in
listening.
time.
What time is going to be, though, is the question here.
Are they
Could
the
be
one of
deep
3
fog,
people
could
watching?
be-
Gotta go, probably.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they're spying.
if you position it correctly on which side, that's still going to be a lot of power there.
2
Needs to find the
Kalista, 0 Rakan. That's a taunt from the shop.
Yeah, has to just sell the
Bro,
extra
just
Kallistas.
component
Kalista
anvil,
not
get
even
your
additional
Recon
to
item in
play
there.
for here.
It's a gargoyles. Come
Yeah,
on.
I think we were dreaming a little too
Shame.
big here.
Oh.
Thinking about potentially
Wants to
that
burn?
Camille
Okay.
too.
The adaptive,
yeah.
that's fine
Not
too.
even Rakan too.
That works.
Going into
I didn't
stage
notice
5
the
here.
bow actually.
I think he wanted
Oh,
to
here we go. Mix. I
burn
think
those
this was what you were talking about earlier with
tears
the Ari with
there.
a very interesting
use
item
of
on
tears
it.
in
Oh
that
yeah,
comp.
I was hoping to see this board. I was not hoping to see it against
Maybe
an
later you
EMEA
can put
player,
the
but
adaptive on
that's
the
a different
Emilio.
storyline.
Oh, the
so
Ari has the
that's
Ascension.
right. Gear cooking with the Ascension here on the Ari. Also has the Radiant Jewel Gauntlet. So
Radiant Jeweled.
full power to this Ari reroll, and will
Pretty
serve
sick.
a full set of damage to Volta. Story for Darkest still
Okay,
seems
Volta is
to be
going
the same.
out.
Both of the EMEA players taking hits left, right, and center, and that also means
Darkest
we
is
have
in
our
a lot
first
of
players
trouble.
that are going to be up for maybe elimination out of our game 4.
Yeah, on the other hand, the people in the front midfield doing the Vanguard Jeans variation, ZUA being so strong there with a fast 9, and we were playing them with also great possibilities.
No Rakan there, unfortunately for Darkest. Gets the charm to buy a champion. But he does find it.
Finds the
He's one off,
Rakan.
Has to maybe swap. Is there any unit you
Gotta
can swap
sell
with here? The
something.
answer is no.
No.
Oh, you
The
can't even
Katarina
make
has one
it.
star on the board as well. So there was a heads up option. I think you have to, you have to swap
Yep.
something here, even if it means losing traits.
Oh, finds on the Hecarim actually.
Oh, nice.
That's best case situation actually that could have happened.
Absolute high
Oh,
roll.
he
Is this
sold
Rakan
the
2 gonna be
two-star,
enough to
find a
win this
one-star?
fight for Darkest?
Yeah.
Oh,
And they
He
are
sold
up
a
against
two-star
Young, who's still item carrying a Tristana.
Tristana's the fakest unit at this point in the game. There is Emilio too though, so maybe
Wait,
that can
they
make the matchup a bit
contested
more
each other
even.
as well.
Camille as well could be scary.
Yeah.
Emilio item on the BT now for the Camille.
Oh, on the
Volta
left.
taken
the Camille
out by
too?
Tidal says, you dare to contest me on the multi-strikers, this is what happens, and both EMEA
Oh, that's
players are
big.
actually going to be
Tidal
looking
knocked
at
out
it.
the other multi.
Oh.
This is gonna be
as well.
the next round's
It's so
big.
tragic, right? First couple of games were
Volta
reroll,
is
we ended in
8th
the bottom
again.
four, said, all right, not gonna play reroll anymore, gonna go into the Scholars, got third, but right back into the multi-reroll line, and yeah, landed
Well,
in 8th.
Yeah, I mean, everyone
It's
remembers
kinda like
high
the
roll
writing's
of
on the
Volta,
wall,
but
right?
actually
He
puts himself in a
contested
position where
the
he
multis.
needs a little luck to perform, so he went to level 6, still not having the one cost that
No,
he
he
had
is
three
very
star.
noobish,
The game normally
I
gives
think.
them to you.
Right? It was like, what are you doing?
But then when it happened with say,
Contested the
Hyrule,
multis
his
into a guy
performance
who's
played
playing
the way
press
he
the
wants.
attack.
He only leaves that push
He's
up
gonna
front that he
out-sustain
always
you
can
for
take.
sure.
Balmyoung finds Kalista. Will that be enough? for
Finally.
Kalista?
And now with all those units
Win
unlocked,
and
he
stay
could
alive in this
have a
fight.
huge power
On the
spike.
right-hand side, Darkest
If he's
fighting
got the
for
gold for
survival
it.
against
It's,
Tidal. All
it's
of these
amazing
players are
how
incredibly
Title
low. All of these
adapted
players
though,
are
because he
fighting for
realized he's
placement.
below
Volta
on
is already
Cassidy,
out, so
behind
2
on
points are
Cassidy, so he just
guaranteed as they are making their
Jack
way
just
towards
Just went up.
Just built-
checkpoint. Is it
Darkest
good
just
enough?
built,
Kalista under
no,
power.
other units,
Darkest
yeah.
is going to
Yeah.
be out here, unfortunately,
Balmyoung
and a
as
same
well.
fate meets Balmyoung.
I want to commend Tidal on the
Yeah, the
adaptability.
aggressive
Understand,
preserver looks
hey,
okay.
Aspen's going to be contested this game from Volta. I will
Darkest
pivot
is
into the
holding
lower
on,
cost
though.
reroll
Oh,
on
no, he's
both
dead.
the Akali and the Jax instead. And the Jax putting in so much work. I think alongside Jace, a really underrated one cost the entire set.
Again,
Yeah,
he's saying the
really
same
is.
thing.
6 for Balmyoung as
Yeah,
well. They
exactly.
got 16 points coming into this game. Now plus 3 points means they're going to be only at
100%
19, not
insane.
in check quite yet.
Both Fairy players dead, and of
Ooh,
course,
yeah.
a
Video
Fairy
for
on
sure.
the Just TFT things.
Oh, it's a tragedy.
DUA also getting here the The Giant Slayer is huge.
Hey, change the view, guys.
The cap board, he will go probably on the Smolder, and going up against all of these three-star units, perfect for him, and he could even cap up more. So CUA, we already know any points, he's already in the cutoff, but he wants even more.
Well, let's talk about the player who's not in the
he made
cutoff
the
yet,
Akali
because
the
that
carry.
is here currently sitting on
Yeah,
5th
and the
place.
Jax.
Really needed a first place here, and with 3 HP, that dream might not come
adapted
together.
to the
Looking at the
units.
board on the
It's
left-hand
also
side,
really
we're going to get
next
another
level,
glimpse
right?
at this Ari,
Yep.
but is it
Oh,
gonna
he's
go
gotta
in
play
and
the-
do something against
gotta
the
play the-
dragon on the other side from mid.
Oh man.
Yeah, the Dragon, one of the most powerful
It's a bad
combat
matchup.
charms. Midfeed on that Jinx 3 as well. There's so much power to that composition, but can Ari ascend?
Yep.
with that talisman?
Sustainability, baby.
The Bastion angle from this Ahri is trying to buy as much time as
Oh,
possible.
YBY?
Despite the extra armor, the Jinx tears through everything with just so much raw power coming in. Gear PYM taken down. That means Gear PYM can no longer get to that
Look at this
check,
board, man.
as Balmyung also cannot.
Title has, though. Title
So
with
that's
the top 4 is going
basically
to be at
the
at
bard
least
is like
20
an
points.
item
So we
holder
have
for
GUA
the
and
Morgana later, right?
YBY1
Yeah.
starting at only 11. Also
And then you
can't
go
reach
to
check
9.
the game.
And a
to-
Gwen
Though needs a second
or a
or better.
Karma at some point.
That's the only condition.
So
on
actually
where
this
you two are
augment really
correct, by the
unlocks
way.
like a
So
Morgana
Midfield
carry, a crazy
taking a
Morgana
top 2 would
carry,
put
fast
both
9
players
type
on
of
track going forward.
stuff, right?
Yeah, I've been playing it wrong. I've been playing aggressive preserver. So I think it like gives so the preserver trait. Normally, if you don't have damage on you, it gives you mana, and then if you take damage, it gives you health. But it makes it so that you get both.
Of the full Vanguard power, that Cassidy is getting
Oh,
pushed
okay.
around, and Title taking a massive.
So
if
I've
you
been
get
playing
hit,
it wrong.
You get
Yeah,
more
no.
powerful and healed.
Yeah, if you're at 100 HP, like normally preservers, if you're at 100 HP, you get mana every second or something.
Playing this game
If
so
you're
well.
under, then
And
it
we
heals
talked
you.
about Earlier, right? This is kind of harkening back to
The augment gives you
beginning
both.
of Magic and Mayhem
So it's not a Bard
around
reroll
this kind of
comp,
preserver flex
augment.
line.
It's a
There's the
Morgana
Aurora,
carry
there's the
augment.
Gwen. No Karma
That's
in the back end
awesome.
that we saw back then, but there's still a
Yeah.
Bard
On
doing a little bit of
8
work
you
too.
can play
And
Karma
of
Flex,
course,
right?
no
With
longer
Yeah.
Gwen,
heals the
Fiora,
entire team.
and then you
All
go
the
to
time,
9
but
and you carry the
big
Morgana.
Why she's not currently on this
Like
board.
damage
Was
dealer
an
carry.
incredibly strong
Yeah.
hint
Yeah,
of
yeah.
DPS, spreading
Yeah,
burn,
she's
also
got
just
the
allowing
she's got
just
3
constantly
rods on
heal and keep your
her
entire team
BT
alive,
for
especially the
heal,
dangerous
extra
units like
heal,
the Gwen
right?
and the Fiora.
Like, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Normally a comp that you need excessive resources, as he managed to achieve these 2 double Thieves Gloves for the front line. That's enough for him, so great to see. And the Morgana 2 that is
So what are we looking at here?
Well, we've been
Preserver
talking about midfeed and
versus
the
Hunter
spur of the
versus
Hunter.
Shapes.
How creative this approach on the Vanguard.
I like the
is,
Nora
and he
pickup,
found
actually.
Yet another 2
Nora
really
2.
big
Yeah.
upgrades. That Mordekaiser's 3
It's
and
really
that
big.
Olaf 2 are going to be helping this board so much, despite midfeed being so
I actually
healthy
never
at the top
played
tier
the
with 72
Vanguard
HP. This is
Hunter
looking
line.
to shake out quite in
So cool
favor
that they
of
can
our
flex
APAC
around
player
front line
as
this
he does
so
go
much.
up against CUA.
CUA having a Nora 2 randomly
So
in the
far
back
from
line.
this
Where did
level.
that come from? It's going to be providing a lot of damage, but doesn't necessarily synergize too well with that. But oh, look at the Category 5 power from Jinx. All of those Runan's bullets taking out the back line as midfeed claims another win on a 4 streak now.
5v1 down to 2 HP.
He's the strongest right
I
now.
don't
but,
see the Runans
UA,
on many
YYY have
players
more
other
possibilities
than
to ramp up,
Jinx.
but he doesn't
Yeah,
have to allow it.
it's
What
pretty
other
much a
top
Jinx.
carries?
So this is
Is
turn
it?
by
Ashe,
I never
as
see
strong as
it,
possible,
no.
take out
Callista,
YYY,
maybe.
And then if GUA cannot find the break,
Actually, I
cannot
build
find
it all the
folder
time on the
could
shape
be a
board
risky
if
win
I
for
have
me.
like
5
leftover.
Morganas.
Smolder. Smolder
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah,
anyone that
what am
carries a
I always
Ginsu's
doing?
could probably theoretically
Wait,
carry
wins
it,
1 or 2 more
actually.
fights, find
Yeah,
Morgana on the
exactly.
carousel, could sell his entire
my
board
Smolder
to try and
normally gets
guarantee the
a,
win in this game, stopping midfeed potentially from.
Oh, the
Last
stun.
Whisper against us, right? That's
a
the
lot of
best
Yeah.
HP to
slot.
go through
Yeah.
already, but YBY
Yeah.
versus
But
CUA
if you
here.
don't have those components, you just
Yeah,
slam
the
the
question
Runans.
is,
It's
can
perfect.
YYY1 make it to that carousel?
Look at this
We're
Morgana.
This
gonna
Morgana, bro.
Wow.
This
actually
Morgana.
try to take down as much as possible. The answer is yep, it's working out for now. Takes down Zero, says if I'm going down, you're going down.
So
right?
midfield, so
One
you
more
see
fight
this Jinx
before
board,
the
how do they
carousel.
make
If
this
we get
work?
animate bench too, that's also maybe a reason that we're keeping
What,
Morgana
Jinx-
around.
Jinx
Or
Vanguard?
Killing
Like
came through, but
level
no.
9
Back with
fucking
Star, the charm,
ultra comps.
Salvager maybe if we want to make some late game swaps.
It's all the
items.
chip damage.
Edge came through, but the Morganas
Over
are the ones
time.
there.
Stuff, no charm here
If you
for
can't get
1v1
to her
on the left,
in the back,
ZUA finding the +1
the
shape
combination of the Ginzus plus the Quicksilver attack speed, and then the Runon's bonus damage, she just chips away at every single unit. Right?
And this is a tough part for him. Should be the win
For
here.
like
It could
20
actually
seconds,
be a double
like-
elimination because Midfeed is fighting
Double
both of
elimination,
these boards,
maybe? Yeah.
one with his ghost and one with the
Locked
real
down.
deal, and that's a lot.
I don't know.
of coming
Look at the
out
Gwen.
Oh,
of
Look
the
at the
Hunter.
Gwen.
Morgana died,
Not
it's
able
over.
to do it. The Jinx wins. Midfeed
The
takes down
shapes.
YBY1.
ZUA though persists, makes it through, gets that carousel. One more chance at an
Okay.
upgrade. One more chance.
Okay,
to
so
upturn
this
and
Chinese
solidify
guy,
your placement
such a
here with
crazy
yet
run.
another first
So YBY
player.
Top 2 does guarantee
is
Midfeed reaches check
out.
in this game number 4. So gonna get really
Midfeed
spicy in game 5. as
Yeah.
players
is in
are
checkmate
now
as well,
for
right?
those win
Now,
conditions.
both of
It's not
them.
what I thought the top 2 would be.
If he wins,
ZUA
no?
Having stars
No, I think he
on
I think he
only
can
needs
take.
second.
He can get second.
and having that actually
Oh,
be
he
a
needed
No, he
to
can
win.
get. He can get third. He's got 13.
Smolder is basically not even a part of this composition. It's just there for the 3 dragons.
if he's got
but a lot of
13, he
power
needs 7
on that
points.
Shyvana as well. 3
Yeah.
very
It's a
good
second.
items.
A
Except
second,
I don't know where the
second.
Tora 2 came from, but
Yes,
might
they
as well
both-
slot it in
so
as
they
a lot
both
of power.
done,
Even as a
Especially to
character.
that
Yeah,
Shyvana.
the character
Wow.
had the Death Blade and he decided not to go for the Mordred. He already got the Nora too, so he gets the Archangel. So 3-item Nora here.
Yeah.
Totally isolated. Could be the win here for CUA.
3
If
dragons.
he's got 13, he needs
Jace,
7.
I think has been really impactful with the Radiant Artifact level, the Christian stuff as well, in terms of how much you can use different items.
I think not just the Jace, but generally the entire approach from ZUA to say, okay, I am going to use this Stars Are Born to full capacity, get those 3 stars, trying to play.
Oh, burning away the
That's
Jinx.
not good enough. That Mordekaiser is a beast and a half.
The Archangel
Can it
stacking.
take down
Nora.
Nora on his own with great support from the backline.
what?
One
What?
more swing. I
Nora!
don't know
No.
if he
No
can.
way! Oh my god!
More
No worries.
slowly
46
walking up
HP still to
to
work
the
with,
Nora.
50 gold to work with, a chance to go
Dunking
9,
him.
a chance to find another level of cap for this Hunter board.
Yeah, looking at the gold tells a lot of that story there, right? Getting a support anvil there. There's so much higher that Midfiend can go to cap here.
Zeus had no gold.
ZUA, 0 gold, can't even
it's
buy
Zephyr.
a good combat
I'll
charm.
probably
Oh,
wait to
he's
pick the
holding
Zephyr
as
right
much
before
as
the
Yeah.
fight starts, so
he
no
can.
information is
Yeah.
given to his opponent. Positioning maybe, just
Exactly.
off of the position, you can kind of tell that a Zephyr could be picked.
Even
Taking
puts
Zephyr
Rumble
last
in a
minute.
position to be able to Zephyr a corner, Twitch in the other one too.
Yeah.
Zephyr
Oh,
will hit
what did he
and
get?
will take a
Zephyr
place
Brain?
out of all units.
What's his
That's
name
going to
again?
be the target one. However,
Jace.
Shyvana has made her
The
way.
Jace.
The backline is under fire by these Hunter units as they are collapsing onto the shapeshifter board. And I think from here on out, it's too little for
Oh.
ZUA as Midfield takes the first place
Dude,
in
that
game
last-
number
Was it the
4
Zephyr
here.
diff? I'm not
Midfield
sure.
showing an absolute
Might have
masterclass
been.
on that Jinx line, being able to do it.
I
on
think
a
it was.
non-traditional style,
Level 8
but
beat her level
add
9.
+1 to that Jinx play rate. Just such a good comp there by Midfield.
Also, CUA, even though he was looking for the exact full
Well, he put that on the
comp with the level
Bramble,
9, I
whatever
think
his
the
name
Nora
is.
actually gave
Rumble.
some placement. Actually,
Rumble.
gave
But
that
it-
Nora too.
so
Maybe it could have been a
Zephyr is
force
a
because it
special
wasn't
item,
that
so it
up
doesn't
in
matter
HP in the
who's-
midterm. So
it's
great
on.
recognition, and then
It's gonna
funneling
lift
all
up
the 3 items to her.
the
was
enemy
quite
on the
impressive to see.
opposite
Even at the end,
side.
ZUA, despite not having information
So the
on
position
the
of
Zephyr,
the
place the Jace
Zephyr
right
what
above the
matters.
Namzi, predicting that there is an anvil open. You are
Oh,
expecting
and then
to
it
find
will-
the Zephyr
it
will
team,
lift,
which is why the pick was
the
delayed.
enemy
So
in the air for
really
like,
heads up plays
5
from all of our
seconds
players
speed.
showcasing why we're on this HP, why they're
Matters
so
a
good,
lot
why
in a
they're here.
fight here.
In the mirror slot on the board.
Take it back a
So
little
he
bit.
put it on
look
the
at
carry
our
side
lobby
and
once
then
more.
lift it.
Unfortunately, Panda with
Or
a little bit
opposite
of
of the carry
heartache
side.
as we see
Yeah.
yet again both of the
But
Amiga
that's why
players taking
he waited
8
last
and
minute to
7.
pick it,
What do you
so-
think is the problem for them today?
He couldn't
couldn't
change his
change
position.
They contested
Exactly.
games.
You got 3 guys over 20
The
here.
title's contested, guaranteed multi-strikers game due to the press of the attack. In the end, it did not work for Volta.
Only 2,
Title
no?
himself eliminated Volta at the very
No,
end.
no,
there,
no.
a very personal
Midfield,
elimination. And for
Bro,
Darkness,
and
they
see
played
the
into
title.
fairy line. They could not find their
Oh,
upgrades for all of stage 4. Lost so much HP in the process.
Darker started with meditation, so normally with this, you either play Callisto or you go Fast 9. But Fast 9 was totally taken. The Dragon Shapeshifter world was not a possibility.
It's game
So
5,
you get
right?
with the lesser
four?
of 2 evils. That's Callista. You didn't hit.
Game 4. So
this
game
is
5 next.
7 for Darkest here.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to see though, because usually we
Probably-
talk about how when you contest reroll, you're probably going to be in the bottom 4. But when you contest those 4 costs, generally you can still make it into that top 4. But just, I think, low rolls on both sides, so unfortunately, not netting some good placements.
Well, then let's talk a little bit about the highlights. I already started talking a little bit at the end of that fight there for Zua, really playing to the strength of trying to get into an early heads up, getting those 3-star 1 costs on the shapeshifter line, knowing that that was going to be a good late game comp. We've been seeing it basically in every single game. I really love this game plan.
Yeah, I love it so much. Once he saw that he already had 5 Smolder already also with the Stars Unborn, it was perfect spot for him. Then he got the Shyvana, and the setup was perfect. Then Jace started to come, so yeah, why not? He's in Arcane, so I want Arcane characters in my board, and it popped up. It's great early game. Then in the middle ground, obviously, it lowers and decreases a lot of speed, but then the late game has so many possibilities. If we would have got the Smolder
it's like
early, that could be a top
why the game is so cool, right? Like he
And these are still lines
chose Stars Are Born, and he basically hit
dragons,
2 phenomenal units
but
for
these are
his
still creative ways to make this board work. So I really want to highlight
tempo, basically.
to tempo, and then that helps you collect
line,
resources.
This line, right? There's still different ways to get there.
Speaking of creativity, I
Kills
think
people.
1v1
So
plays
decisions that he made, like
Ghana as
in
the
stage
meta,
2-1,
River
ended
lineup,
up
haven't seen that much.
making him more
It's really
powerful in
hard
stage
to
like
execute
6.
on this line at this point in time in this meta and work to perfection. A great 3rd place, clawing back into that 17, 18 point range to try and get 20 next game.
Well, we are going to be stepping away from this game for a little bit because we have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX ready for you guys with, of course, our 2 favorite analysts, Gangly and Clement. What do you guys got?
Wow, first off, our favorite.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
favorites. Wow. Get off the sofa, guys.
Look, now. All right, now to celebrate Title reaching check, we thought it was appropriate if we got to highlight some pretty cool stuff that Title did in the game. Not this one, but the one before. So I'm going to bring it up, and this is Volta's board on the other side in just a second, though.
We need this monitor.
This pops up. Once we see Title's board, let's break down exactly what we're looking at. Okay, first off, we got blasters, but that is kind of secondary. The most exciting part about this board is sitting right here. Buried Treasure on his 2-1 augment into What the Forge into Impenetrable.
Oh,
now,
I didn't even realize Buried Treasure.
What the Forge can lead to some pretty crazy circumstances, but primarily
he just
it
wanted
is taken
more
off
items.
the ground by having additional items. You take Buried Treasure.
Well, because
on
you're playing
2-1,
What the
6
Forge.
components. You get What the Forge.
He didn't know
That means
he
immediately,
was
right off the
picking
bat,
that.
that is 3
But
additional
he might have
artifact
had that in
anvils
the
coming
mind,
straight
right?
to your board. But it doesn't stop there.
Picking
Title's not
first
done.
one, he might have
Yeah.
had in the mind
Prismatic.
along the way.
Prismatic.
He will hit What the Forge.
And right off the bat, 3 more artifact anvils come to his board. Now I'm going to hand it off.
And I think you can,
Clement so he can break down exactly how Title
I think you can,
uses these
I don't know,
artifacts.
theoretically
And
proc
this
the
is really
odds
key
for
to
What the
how you
Forge
won
by
the
sort of
game,
holding more
because
items.
usually when you're playing Vanguard and only 4 blasters,
On your-
not a lot of
in your
chances to
bag.
win out. But with these items, he was really smart. His main carry is going to be the
You get
Ezreal right
6
here. And the way he's going to
options
play
every
it
pick.
is to line up the
you
damage
get
for
18
massive
options. And I
overkill
don't think
onto
there's
this side of the
18
board. He has the
prismatics, are
Luden's
there?
Echo, which does give you
more than
the
18
overkill
prismatics.
damage. So you want someone as low HP as possible. He stacks the Deathfire Grasp
This is
on this
very
side as
good
well,
learning
targets the Rakan, and watch what happens here. It was very, very close to actually succeeding on this side of the map. We get the fight starting. Smart thing from Volta, keeping his Rise away. Very low health.
there's more
and
than
then he
18
gets the burst
prismatics, but
across.
still,
It nearly
there's
hits,
high
didn't
chance
quite,
you hit
but
it
gets
with
the
the
Zoe
Forge,
on the edge.
sure.
We see the idea there playing out. Just really cool stuff from the Ezreal. And I have to say, both Ezreal Vanguard wins so far has been from our artifact combinations. And that's the thing, when we now have 3 players in check, you gotta look for those Ornn artifacts coming from all of your carousels, from your augments as well. Very, very crucial to taking home the Tactician's crown.
They told us
From the
that
carousels,
Blasters wasn't
there's-
very good, and we said, no,
What-
it
what
is
is-
not.
what is-
And
on the
Clement
carousels?
and I, we've broken it down for
Well,
you.
I guess
Definitely
theoretically,
should
if
be
you
able
have
to
What the
afford
Forge, it
with
comes
6
from the
additional items on
carousel.
it. You find that, I promise you, Blasters are going to be a lot of fun.
I just want to say, Gangly, that you were the one who said the blaster was not good.
No,
You were the one.
no.
No one told you
Betrayal.
that.
We're favorites, come on.
All right, thank you, everybody. Back to you.
Oh, that's like a Volta condition there, right? You gotta make so many things happen, but somehow they just do.
Thank you so much, Clement
can't
and
get over
Gangly,
this one.
in our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. But you mentioned it already, we do have 3 players on check. So let's take a look at our standings and see how the playing field is shaking out. Stuart leading the lobby, followed by midfield, followed by Title. But if this game goes one more game than the next one, Balmeyang is also going to be guaranteed, and more players are most likely to also make check.
All pressure on Amiya now to get these first back-to-back-to-back and deny the rest of the world that Tactician's crown.
The only player that can't make it in this next game is going to be Volta. Volta coming into this global championship, we talked about a player that had a 28% win rate domestically in EMEA across the entirety of the set. He absolutely understands win conditions. I wouldn't be surprised to see him getting back-to-back wins in the next 2 games.
Yeah, especially if he doesn't play reroll, right? No more reroll for Volta.
All right, guys, we're going to be going
But he didn't play
into a
reroll that
quick
last
break,
game and he
then
just
we
died.
will be right back with the Teamfight Tactics, Magic
Or
and
was that
Mayhem,
the one before?
Tactician's crown. Stay tuned.
No,
No, I think-
he
I think
only
the one he
played
just
reroll.
Oh no, the last one he
Except
played the Kassadin reroll. The one before he played Fast 9.
He played Scholars,
Huh.
and that was his highest placement.
Yeah. So they're right.
Where is this?
I'm sure they'll tell us. Looks like China.
It does look like China.
Could be Shenzhen. I don't recognize this plaza, so I don't think it's Shanghai.
It's definitely China.
Yeah.
I recognize those orange escalators everywhere.
Whoa, what was that?
Okay.
Get out of here, HyperX. I have my Wu-Ting here, bitch.
Routine for the win.
I still
Can't
gotta
believe I
get
run
one.
a Woot. Can't believe I run a Wooting keyboard and I push 4 buttons now.
But when pushing those
Shameless.
buttons feels so good, you know.
That's true.
Supposedly this is a really good monitor.
Looks good. Are you guys gaming on 140 hertz or higher?
Higher.
Human body was
Higher.
built to move. Not to
Higher than
have to
140?
get in one singular
much?
posture
My-
for 12 hours
My
a day.
monitor's 320.
I think mine's 240.
Evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan.
Is there 320 hertz monitor already?
Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers,
Yeah.
hybrid workers, artists,
It's 560 hertz monitors now.
every move.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It helps with Val.
I don't think anything above 140 helps.
Or TFT.
No. I don't know, man. Like, think about if you've got a reroll on 6, like really fast.
True.
You gotta flick that unit into the right position, you know?
That's true. If you theoretically, if you reroll 150 times every second, then sometimes you can't even see your shot, right?
Correct.
Fuck.
But that's 300 gold.
300 gold in a second.
That's a new augment next set.
You need a.
It's the
you need
prismatic quest. When you hit 300 gold, right, you get a 3-star legendary with 3 perfect units.
But you only get offered that augment if you have a 320 hertz monitor.
Yeah. And the roll down happens for you in 1 second. But you've got to get a modern keyboard to do it. To make 140, 150 inputs.
As we welcome you back from the
It's probably
break, we
set
welcome you
60.
to potentially the final game at the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. Cannot believe it, it could end here. 3 of our players at that checkpoint just need that first place to win.
And all 3 of those players, Clement, from APAC. Starting the tournament strong, ending the tournament strong in this game 5. Title, Midfield, and YB.
No, one is CN.
And ZUA.
Yeah,
I did want to correct
China.
you. We would love to claim Zero, but unfortunately he is from CN, yeah.
And he's the one popping off. CUA has been doing amazing.
I think they need to edit that out.
Great lines. I feel he could really top it up. And he already knows how to get the first place. He's done it.
You know how mad China will
on
get.
day 1 that he had amazing results, and now once again.
It would be amazing if ZUA was able to come into this tournament.
China has its own
second
version
time
of
at
TFT
Tactician's Crown,
anyways.
going second at
Why
the
is
remix
China
Rumble,
not part of
and then
APAC,
coming
though?
in and winning the entire thing.
It would also be
They have their
bittersweet
own version.
if he were to go second again. Because there are 3 players in Czech.
It's
3
called-
players
it's
can
called
of course win in this
differently.
Game 5.
Chinese.
I'm looking especially at the mind
TFT
games between
name.
the players and the rest of the competitors. What kind of,
It's just called
Battle
China.
of the Golden
Trying to
Spatula.
die. We saw
It's the
it
name
in
of the game.
11,
Yep.
Inkborn Fables in the
Exactly.
final game. Dishope played an excellent game and really out-mind gamed every single player in the lobby. I think the same has to happen here in this game.
Similar to how Wild
Just
Rift
wanna
is like a
harp on that
Wangzero
narrative
version.
where we did see Zero take a second place,
Let's
and
see.
so did
Champion
Title before
Duplicator?
he was finally crowned
People really
there.
want this prismatic
The one
party.
including- The one with more flexibility will
Again.
probably be Volta. He's the only one that doesn't have
What the
to
Forge?
work with the
Again.
first to get the
Living
check.
Forge into
Okay.
what the
Maybe
Forge.
Also, same as Title. This is the
Into
third
Forge
time that
you.
he's in the final,
So now I'm gonna
day
observe
3
if
of
how many players
Tactician Crown.
picking
So he
item
hasn't had the
augments.
greatest result, we know, but maybe he can do some shenanigans here. Maybe
Are you?
more
Speculating
creative.
to
I
hit
do want to talk about
what the
Czech
Forge
What the
later on,
Forge?
right?
because there's 3 peoples in Czech. You can't really hold one of them back. It's a little bit too difficult.
Yeah.
The best strategy.
How many
for you
prismatic
is
arguments
actually
are
to take
there
first
in
place
total?
yourself.
That's right, and you can continuously
There are a lot.
check from happening if you just win
all
every
the
game from
crowns and
now,
stuff.
no matter how far behind you are from the rest of the field.
So 7 games? Yeah?
8, I said it.
Eight?
Oh,
Okay.
we're gonna go all the way.
Oh, well, one of these players could do just that. Interesting to think about the types of
On
strategies
Title to
that
win.
when you look at midfeed Title and
Now.
ZUA all within arm's
I want,
reach of that tack crown. You have to
midfield
go
to win.
first.
I love his
What
headset,
potentially
bro.
could that comp be? We're on Prismatic Party again for our
Is
portal.
it the pink one?
I mean, mages can make it happen.
Yeah,
He
the
already
pink
has
one,
like
yeah.
a good
Does it have cat
beginning here
ears?
with the Soraka, having the Vex,
No,
and
it
they don't
doesn't,
want
but
the
it
Veigar,
should.
but the Vex
Damn.
is good
Oh,
on his
Title's
for
going
a tank.
mages.
And if we manage to cap out maybe the full reroll of the 1 cost, and then
The Mage
try to go for the
Vanguard
Vex
hitting
and
out?
some other things in the late game, it could be a possibility.
I mentioned though, committing to a reroll when you're on check, I think is a very
Angling
risky
shape
game
or
plan. I
Vanguard.
think most players will probably
this guy
try and commit
force
to having
lossing?
superstar
Oh, no,
series
it's
tempo
crap.
options and then go fast
Still.
8, fast 9, and try and really win with the strongest possible comp they can assemble.
We have seen that.
Imagine
Both of
making
the
it this
mages
far and
actually
then
go
losing to
Callisto
Krups.
Fairies. That is one way you could win,
Yeah.
but I think this first augment is going to tell us
Ooh.
Oh.
detail.
No,
Birthday present?
surely not.
Hunter
Birthday
crowd?
present?
Hunter
Best
crowd?
in the world.
Builds a bunch?
Didn't he just
When
win
Midfield
on
has
Hunter
the
Crown?
option,
Not
does he want to
Hunter Crown, but-
believe in the birthday
He just
present? And
played
funnily
Hunters.
enough, it would be even funnier if Title had that option because Title's birthday was yesterday. I think a big
Got hit Wandering
Title's
Trainer?
comeback in day 2, 18 points more than day 1, was off of that being his birthday.
Now 22.
Pumping up.
Living
Wandering
Forge.
Trainer's been taken.
He's so young. What have
Living
we
Forge
been
is
doing
strong.
here at almost level
Living
40?
Forge.
I'm locking in next set.
Midfield
think he's
still
checking
thinking
anyone
about
angling
a birthday
Jinx or
present.
not.
He knows.
Prismatic ticket.
His stacks is a little worse
It's
than
the
it was
worst.
when this show got
Oh,
it.
he took
So,
Hunter.
yeah, I think
He's
it's
forcing
okay.
Hunter.
ZUA took Wandering Trainer, though. That's going to be an important
Yeah, I'm
board
interested
look at
to see
because
Wandering
it is gonna
Trainer.
be Honeymancy Warrior and Eldritch. Maybe an interesting combination.
Warrior
for a
Eldritch?
player
Warrior
out,
Eldritch.
but
Warrior
that is one of the
Eldritch
win
is-
conditions that you could look for one of those big, high variance emblem creations.
I will say that some players in the TOC were willing to play vertical
Oh,
warriors.
that's
I think
when you
that's
get
the
a,
line that has the
um,
most potential here.
Don't tell
You get the
Gangly.
little totem.
I won't. He's not here. Eldritch for me is a little bit suspect because, you know, getting the +2 doesn't even really matter for you. But he already has this Shojin slam as well.
For midfield, once again, we saw a great result and exactly
Looking for
what
a
he
Syndra
needs
right
to
now.
get into check in this game number 5. He picks up the Hunter crown,
Wait,
leaning
why does he
once
have
again into the
Shojin
Hunter
slammed?
line, trying to win it all.
I think he had a-
Oh, he's doing
played now, I
honey.
think, 6
Soraka.
7 times in this tournament that Jinx Wukong line.
Balmion here with the
Oh,
Banner
shit, Living Forge. Oh,
for the
that's-
Blitzcrank, ideal.
There's Living Forge.
Should be strong.
I think
Still
that's-
The
holding
enervating
up a couple
locket.
of one
That's
cost,
good.
have possibilities, but now with the Vanguard,
YBY's got Prismatic
Yeah.
ticket,
what to
right?
go for. Lose
You have
streak for
shitty
now.
items though.
You chose the
for major role.
Randuins.
It is an augment that if you get to the late game, the further you go into the game, obviously the more value you get from this artifact generation
someone chose
augment.
Randuins?
And it could
Yeah.
definitely see you, as you mentioned, denying the checkmate from happening by winning the game yourself.
Oh, it's happening. The wolf.
It is
have
Volta.
it?
Volta did win.
He has 5.
A game
He has 5.
yesterday with Warwick reroll. The conditions are slowly coming
Oh,
together. Has the
Volta
Rage
is
Blade spam already onto the Warwick. Can get stacked very early on.
Well, he's got
upgraded,
pumping
has
up as
pumping
well,
up
so I
until
like
the
that,
late game and
actually.
has 2 more Warwicks on the bench.
It's not bad.
He's on 10 points.
And he's got
Okay.
He has
half his
nothing
Oh, and
items
he can
already.
hit.
Could win the
He
game
can
off of
hit
Warwick
rage.
potentially.
He can hit the
Shout out
anger
to
issues because it's
Wolf.
prismatic.
Anger issues.
It's actually really
There's
good.
many
Wolfie boy.
nicknames for Warwick.
It's actually
when
sick.
Vampiric Correct Deceptor was in the game.
I do want to mention some of the big win conditions here because it is Prismatic Party. So we do have something like anger management coming out there. I
Yes.
think that's the way. Actually.
Anger
the
issues, bro.
I do totally
Oh,
know.
right.
Anger.
Yeah,
and it-
right. We said it 10
That's a good
seconds
point.
ago.
There's going to be another augment pick in just a couple of
Good
combats, but
point.
for now, our players are going to be pretty locked in for this stage number 2. I don't know if we got a chance to actually take a look at titles. Gorgeous, they ended up picking up the Randuins.
I think this is a honey
With the prismatic version of that, you are going to be able
that's
to
gonna
beat up some
pivot
of
into
those
something.
Vanguards potentially.
I think this is a fairly safe.
This bench is
option.
almost
Of course,
completely
scales
clear.
Really well if you can get that second Randuins because it buffs every single one, puts 60 additional armor resistances across your entire team.
Now, eyes on the
funny
carousel,
that this
Volta
guy's
manages to
playstyle
find
is
another
like
bow,
pure
gets the
reroll.
Titans onto this Warwick. This
No
is
wonder
similar
he
to
makes
a
it
Syndra,
dispatch,
that
makes the
scales
word
into the late
dispatch
game off
'cause
of the
it's a
early
reroll patch,
investment
right?
into the
Yeah.
game.
Bows are going to be hard to come by though, and Volta is streaking.
Don't worry, we'll make
so
world's
gonna
next
be a last
patch.
pickup.
Yeah.
Just 4 bows.
No, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, all
Good one.
bows.
Well, bad start.
There's
Also,
one.
Still don't
Streaking
even
is
know how to
midfield,
make a
and
show
we see
game
there in the
without
in the
looking.
chart.
Did
he
two
already
people
has
take the
Thunder Emblem,
Randuins?
He already
Or-
has the Runens, so
or-
we know that that's
No,
a
right?
great possibility
Zeta
of a
just
win out. But as you were
Oh.
saying, Panda, if he's going to
got
reroll
a
winning,
support?
he could be contested.
No,
He
they
can
did,
go
they
for a
did.
more
They both did?
in the
Volta
late
has to
game.
get the
Yeah.
Jinx to
Oh, yeah.
stop Midfield from getting himself, but no, gonna pick up the Swain instead, gonna pick up the Tier.
There
And
it is.
Midfield picks up a Jinx on the carousel.
Darkest
take?
Everything seems to be going perfectly
is
for this
that?
player across the last 2 games.
I was just
Tiny
about
Titans
to say it, but if you
makes
look
Is that-
at
is that Tiny
midfield
Titans?
Now midfield spot.
Midfield's
looks like
got the
most
Hunter
dominated.
emblem
He's
and he
already
just
gonna
grabbed
check.
the
Of course, we
Jinx,
talked
right?
about this. If you can get the full win streak, and we know he loves to play
That's
Vanguard
sick.
Hunter line as well, a very unique line. He does have the Hunter +1, so maybe Shapeshifter a little bit more likely,
Wait,
but a
it's not
very,
unique
very
line.
strong
There
line
was
with
it
Hunter
just
6 if he gets
it's the
online.
one line that
He's
won
holding
last
some of these
game.
units. You could put the Elise in to get the Shapeshifter later. Just
She's
kidding, she's gone. As soon as I said that. But you do have the Noms in
I should
case you
play
wanted to
more
try to bring down
Vanguard.
the
I
Shapeshifters
don't play
later too,
Vanguard
exactly.
enough.
I mean, there's
Yeah,
another
Vanguard-
cap out. We talk about it, the forbidding.
Bastion
Type.
caps
That's
harder
shiny.
later.
So that could be a
I
line.
think
But
it's
Vanguard's
shiny
good.
dash.
He knows if he will be contested, he will be griefed. So obviously, if you want to go for the
Especially
win,
'cause you
it's
can
Hunter,
get
but
some
that would be an option
Arcana in
also
there.
with a good cap and get
Yeah.
a first
With
place.
the Tom Kench and,
Again,
you
to be
know.
told, this is a pivotal round for quite a few players that were still on 100 HP, trying to accelerate their win streaks, especially for the reroll players who are going to be playing.
Sort of
expensive
low-key
comps.
cheering for
It is very
Volterix
hard
right
that
now.
Wukong wants to hit the Wukong and a Jinx 3 and
Me too.
maintain the
I
tempo.
And the
hope he
Warwick
hits the
reroll.
Maybe it's
Ginter's.
a win for Volta.
I hope
Unfortunately,
he
it's
hits
not going to be the case.
Ginter.
They never show the
Fair.
stack.
And so Midfeed and Tidal
Don't
now
like
are
that.
going to be the only 2 players that have the ability to potentially win out on a 5-win streak. Meanwhile, YBY1 definitely looking at trying to extend that loss streak.
This is interesting.
Title is
because
looking
he's already
for,
level 5, so he's
either
not
what,
looking
the
for
Forge
reroll
or
in the early. He's not looking for the early
the
reroll. Maybe going
Manazane
into
Yeah.
Ben and
Yeah. Sure.
Veigar, but we haven't not seen that comp winning. So I don't know what's the game plan here.
He just
has
rolled
some
really
enough.
deep.
He's a guy who knows
And I don't think he
exactly how
got
to
much
go
for
first
it.
place.
No, I would
To
say
19?
most
Oh,
likely the
that's deep.
scholar line for me because
It's
it
very
is so
deep.
And he
strong
look at his
when you have
board. He
additional
didn't hit anything.
Oh no, he leveled. No,
And,
he
Tidal,
leveled.
you
He
know,
didn't roll.
actually
Oh, he
does like
leveled.
to play
No, he
a lot
didn't.
of those when he's trying to win out. The
He did,
four
he did.
cost,
Oh, he did, he did.
high
He's
cost,
level 5.
cap out boards.
It's going to be
He's-
Midfeed, though,
oh, so
that
he's
is
going
going to end up
vertical.
maintaining that 5-win streak. And so taking titles.
Who would have thought the players
got the
playing on
Vex
just a very
already.
strong line with a great setup so early with the Jinx coming
Look at the
online,
last
and the Pokemon
whisper
as well.
of
If you look at his bench,
Next with the
already has some
Randuins.
aces, so it's potentially possible for him to transition back into Shapeshifter. I think it does work a
that
little
sucks
bit
for
with the
Title.
Briar
We wanted
tap
to
out and
keep
also the redemption that's been built already.
Yeah, also YBY has the prismatic ticket and he's going for that mage reroll line, so that now we know exactly
YBY
why
hit his lost
he
streak.
doesn't want to be contested. He's the one who contested.
And he's got prismatic ticket.
He's the one who has to pivot. So YBY.
Is he going mage reroll as well?
Only with a fix, he can get into check. But obviously, the persons to watch here are ZUE, Midfits, and Title. Any first place for any of these three is a win, is the championship.
That was a huge find. YBY1 sacked his stage 2, did not find any tears, but gets rewarded with the Krugs, so he can finally go on into the line.
He's got frying pan.
As well.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
And one quick note.
Mage emblem.
Need help remembering who's on check. There is a visual display on the side.
You have to watch this roll down,
Little
right?
crown icon on those three players: Midfeed, Title, and ZUE.
I thought that was just the broadcast favorite players or something. No, actually means
well,
what about EMEA
one
then?
way that you look at it.
He's getting torched because he's not the only one.
Not finding everything.
Nah, but he's got prismatic ticket, so.
Only the Galio now.
Oh,
Very
that's
close
true.
to the Galio. Normally not the tank you want in this comp. You want the early Soraka, the early Seraphine, especially Soraka in the early game. More prevalent Seraphine, more for the late game and the early damage.
And interesting enough, ZUE with the Wandering Trainer seems to be committing into the Honeymancy line.
I think it's because he's got prismatic. He's sort of like, why not?
Right here between Bomb Young as well.
Oh, I
Normally
went
I
Giga
struggle
first
with
with this
bench
build.
space.
as you can see, the number of copies for the Blitzcrank isn't really holding
So
up.
the
I
build
think
here
it's
is the Mage
looking very
Blitz
much
carrying
like
you
a
mid-game,
Hunters or
and
Vanguard
then
line
later
as well.
on you move it
But
to
we
the
have a lot of
Sarah.
people that are contesting
Yeah.
Vanguard, so those are going to be a really hot commodity.
You could swap it to a
Midfield,
Mordekaiser
Title,
if you don't hit 3-star
We're going to
blitz.
see Gear, sorry,
In
not
the meantime-
Gear, ZUE. All of them are running Vanguards right now.
And ZUE has
But
no
then
choice.
it's so funny
You
when the
pick Wandering Trainer,
Xerath
there's a huge
double
chance
cast
for
and
upside
just
line,
never
these
stops. His
emblems
cast
that lead
is
into
just
This is
going,
raining
going.
fire.
Obvious verticals like the portal, like the witch hunter. We've seen so much of Frost even.
I watched
from
somebody
yesterday.
do
But in this case, the
Mage
Honeymancy
Syndra
Eldritch
once.
Warrior makes
And she
you
had
think a
like
little bit more
140
and leads
stacks
you
or
a little bit
something.
more into rerolls
Dude,
because you can
another
test
Mage
it.
trap?
YBY is rolling the rest.
I
trying
don't
to
think
find
you
something
take
maybe
that.
more interesting for
Can
him.
you take that?
You can. It gives you a spark as well.
Mage.
I love
Is he
that.
taking
What the
it?
forge? Oh, what the
Okay.
forge? Yeah, of course he took it.
There is a What the Forge option
Oh, I would
in
have
the
not
top right
taken it.
corner.
He could potentially get,
Great. He already has
because he had that. Did he have?
innovating locket, so there's
He
a
could
lot of
potentially
combos
pick up
for
another
the
mage emblem somewhere, and end up with 10 mage. Yeah.
Midfield with a new recruit could be interesting here. He already had the emblem.
Oh, and he hit.
That will be a
Lord,
blitz
he rolled to
3
0.
already for YBY1.
Yeah, why not?
Closing the door on a
win streak.
key competitor, one of the players in check, ZUE, who was on the Honeymancy line, has picked up another Honeymancy +1. We could see the 7.
Plus he's
Honeymancy
contested, right? You roll to
all
0, you
around.
pick up all his
And
hooks.
his 3 stars will be much harder to find success with this comp.
Yeah, gonna be
Another
off quite a couple
Randuins
copies of
here?
those, and they are still going to be very, very contested. YBY1 did hit the Blitzcrank 3, so that's already going to be something much harder to hit.
And Title, for some reason, he has 2 wins. So now right here, maybe planning some interesting.
What do you mean some reason? The global champion diff.
All the Ascension.
Is Volta
So
not
Galio
trolling?
free, very strong here.
I think he's.
Normally not the unit that you want to
He's
go
slow
for,
rolling.
and
I think he's waiting for the mages to go out, then rolling at once.
But actually, he's still in 5 copies.
Which is
I
smart.
believe Volta is just slow rolling on this level 5.
Oh, so he doesn't have to
that way.
fucking wade through a pool of mages as well.
It could have been a bench management issue as well.
And I have
This
to.
combination.
Yeah, I was looking at that. And I was like, that's actually statistically the
Oh my
best
God.
combination you could possibly find.
Best in
Probably
slot.
not on a 2-star Blitzcrank, but it's incredibly synergistic. You get the extra HP from the Forbidden
Wow.
Idol.
Another
Transforms
living
into
forge
max
into
HP,
a-
an innervating
what the
locket,
forge?
and then you also get a shield that scales with your HP. So
That's
everything lost together. best possible
crazy
combo you could get
combination.
on this unit.
Even the fish bones on the Kog'Maw is huge in terms of getting that boost on more of your team members across this fight. The Zig's doing his own work as well. So Honeymancy, for odd reasons in a game where there's 3 players on check, seems to be the star of the show in this stage 3.
Yeah, we see those items. We're going to see a Mordekaiser 3
How does
maybe
this
with
guy
those
have two-
items, but we know it's very
classes?
heavily contested. As you said, Necra, in the beginning, everyone playing Vanguards in this 5th game.
He
This
can't
Jinx, I
kill
think, will
Ziggs,
not
but
die.
alright.
All of
No.
Next
Ziggs
there.
four.
He has more HP than the start. He
Did
probably
anybody
has twice
actually
more.
kill it, like with any of their boards?
I think you need to stun it. So Zillion positioning is going to be
No
very
one can
important.
kill it.
There's a Tom Kench too.
What does
Your plan is to
Blitzcrank?
Take that one out. That's why-
Volta once again needs a bow.
Yeah,
and
no
we
one can
also
kill that.
have a
Although
Jinx
it's
on the
only-
carousel with a chain.
It's
Surely
3-4.
Midfeed, his last pick, will not get another Jinx with a perfect component for the Wukong.
Tidal knows.
on
Tidal knows.
this
He's following it. Yeah, he got it.
Title.
Yeah.
Knows the mission, understands, he's in check, Midfeed's in check. Midfeed is playing his favorite line, who's had so much success with this tournament. You have to stop this from happening.
It does actually give Tidal the opportunity to make a Gargoyle, so you could put that onto your Vex and actually give it a second item on top of the Randuins. But let's
Well, this
take
guy's
a
really
look at
leaning
how
into Honey,
this
eh?
board from ZA is shaping up. Very,
Honey? That's
very
huge.
few copies of
That's
everything.
7 honey.
Yeah, I think he's
It's
already on
huge.
7 Honeymancy. Yeah, there you go. A full board. I have to say, 7 Honeymancy isn't as strong as it was in the previous patch where it could beat 10 Portal, but it's still very strong. It's still a doubling of the 5 Honeymancy stats.
Yeah, also normally the Kog'Maw is like a supporting unit. We haven't seen that Kog'Maw as a carry, at least not as your first carry, and all the items, even the last Whisper is there for him. So actually the
this guy might
physical
win.
damage is the focus here, so not the best spot in my mind here for CUS.
Strong enough to beat Darkest, and Darkest
Dude,
was on a
this guy
5
might
win.
just
Yeah, he
win
might
with
just win.
7 honey.
All because he picked up Wandering
They are
Trainer.
not really trying to go for the highest cap possible. They are just
Oh,
focusing on
and
their own
he got the
individual need to
Honeymancy.
get 4 or 5 points in this game.
But they are contesting Gear PYM, which is a big deal. Gear actually did pick up the anger issues augment with the multi-strikers, so you have tons and tons of Rage Blades.
And neither of those players are in check. So the mission to hold these players back is on someone else. Who is going to save the lobby?
Well, maybe it's the bees. Maybe it's Balmyong.
Oh,
He's
this guy
already
got
back.
anger management.
No, the Balmyong bees. The bees from Balmyong.
Oh,
Different bees.
Oh, the third beat
Yeah.
player. I got it. So the unkillable Blitz King will
Yeah.
save the lobby.
Okay, we're PYM here with anger issues, very, very strong. Looking obviously for more items when he gets with his pop off with the Ashe. Remember, Ashe has infinite scaling, so triple Ginsus on the Ashe will mean so much damage for him. This is a great setup for this helmet.
This will be a perfect test. If the Blitz does not die here, which is
Blitz-
once
the
he died,
Blitz
I don't
is
think
so-
he'll
No,
be
it's
dying.
not dying.
It's so
Some really big
ridiculous.
hitters come into the game late in stage 4, and what
What is
setup
that?
from Balmyong.
Innovating,
Light title in that
unending
Blaster
despair,
Vanguard game.
and I
This is
can't
all
remember.
about in-game knowledge, about understanding different
Forbidden
combinations,
Idol.
about having identified, through the stats and through your own intuitive play, what the most broken
basically
combinations of augments, and
best,
items, and
Combo
artifacts and
for
units
the
are.
tank.
And I just want to say the bees is probably the best line just going into What the Forge because they can digest all the items perfectly. They have the AP, AD, and of course the very powerful tank light scaling with shields.
Yeah, I love you say that because normally with bees, obviously, when you go for the vertical, full vertical with a lot of emblems, you're very powerful, but you need an additional win condition. Normally, there's not one. So what the first could be that, and then you scale the win condition one upon the other until you get the first.
Ooh, a lot of gold
Darkest
coming
pumping
out.
to 7, not rolling on
Yeah, I
6,
think
not
Title
playing
is
for the
looking
traditional
for,
task on board, understanding that Gear
What the
PYM
Forge
is
for
going to be
sure.
contesting.
Yeah.
Darkest does
Last
not need to
argument.
win this game. They just need a 4th to get into check for game number 6 if it goes that far.
2 players on win streak though, ZUA and Balmyong as they head into the first combat on
Again, there's 2 multi-striker players.
I really like this from
Not
Darkest.
happy
He can
with
hit
these
the 7
items.
multi-strikers there already. It's a huge spike
Yeah.
to
He
stabilize.
hit like
There's
6
Balmyong
gloves.
Once again, here holding for the
He has
wave
6
here
gloves
as a
in his
chance,
good.
but he's very far. So
Just call him
not having
Akos.
that, those significant items.
Can't
getting
find
the
a sword
support.
to save himself.
No 3 spot
Play
here.
from the Nunu there with the Spectral Cutlass, able to 1-2 punch and not
Oh,
even
it's
this
the
honey.
Thankfully,
If he casts,
Blitz is
though.
holding on. Does it finally get
Oh.
taken down? It does. But this Kog'Maw should be.
Oh,
able-
yes.
Never mind.
The 7
Balmyong's
honey.
Kog'Maw is taken down.
no.
ZUS 7 honey
It's
is
a lot of
starting to
bees.
come online, and there's so much gold
Oh,
to
I
work
think
with
the
still.
China
It's
guy gonna win.
It's not be so much either way with the Kog'Maw getting to the backline, so
Oh
he's doing the work.
god.
It's the battle of the bees players. No.
Okay, what the Forge?
What
Right?
the Forge available
What the
for
Forge is taken.
YBY1. We see some strong Radiant options. Call to Chaos
I'm looking
potentially for
Ryu,
midfeed if he really wants to lean into the
China
magic, but especially the
Mighty.
mayhem of this set.
Sticking China
Daisy
Mighty.
Yue going for full combat
good
here
pick.
with Mighty.
Did
So
somebody
a lot
take
of
Invested
for the
over
rest.
there, or Call
Great
to
combat
Chaos?
element for the late game.
I think Tidal just took invested?
Yeah, I thought that too.
Oh, what the Forge again?
And we saw already the prowess that Title has when it comes
Oh,
to
I'm
decision
blind.
making around artifacts,
Yeah,
around
artifacts.
making these units that can perform at such a higher level with the right combination of artifacts.
So great also for
this was a
Gear
pretty bad
TYM
roll
here,
down.
recognizing the augments. He already
Yeah.
has a lot of
First time.
offensive, so he gets
It's
undercarry.
sad.
This enables him to get the golem, and that will be the additional carry.
You have
that
two
usually will
winters.
have items, so those items will not convert into Ginsus.
I think for
Forbidden
the rest
Idol.
of the players
Forbidden.
not in check, watching this title roll down
Oh, no.
is a relief. This
Oh,
is
he's
Trench
does
coat.
not look like a very strong board that he
for
could
the
go top
Fiora.
first with. Doesn't really have the peak
Who gets the
components
cannon?
or the combination
Later.
with what the Forge
Somebody with
really
the
wanted. The Suspicious Forge plus the Zania's combo that has been the most dominant one. But this is looking like a bit of a low roll, like you mentioned
Yeah.
at the top of the day.
And this is the danger of an augment like this. We saw it from Dedizor in day one. We're seeing it now from Title.
He at least did get one thing. He got one Suspicious Trench Coat. So that is like a big part of the combo, but you're still missing the rest of the pieces that make it strong.
Yeah, also just not hitting on the 4 and 5 cost here. I wonder if the rest of the lobby is going to realize that and try to focus down Ziria, because Ziria looks like he's unstoppable. He's already broken the streak
Focus down.
from Bamyang, the other player that looked like they had the most
How do you
hands.
focus now somehow with 7
You are
money?
looking for that win out possibility. Also, not having a lot of units in the front, but already with the Cosmo 3, and now looking for the Bastion, looking for the.
You have Giant
the
and
Nunu.
Mighty, that's fine.
Giant and mighty.
I mean, 7 Honeymancy, Nunu 3,
It's good.
Cosmo 3. He could make it. The
The
Beast
Warwick.
could get the
The
chance.
Warwick's a
wait,
beast. Oh,
Warwick is starting to
Warwick
get
is-
online.
Twitch has
Is it
the
gonna be enough from
Radiant
Volta?
IE.
Imagine if someone like Volta becomes a hero of this game 5.
Oh, that's
off of a
also
Warwick
some
3, and tell
some
me
next
please,
level
on
knowledge,
whose
'cause he
bingo
made that
sheet
Radiant
Do we
IE,
have
right?
Warwick 3 versus 7 Honeymancy in the
Did
battle
he?
for checkmate in this global
the
championship?
augment.
Definitely not
Do
on
you
mine.
have Masterwork?
Oh, let's hold our horses really fast, though.
Camille
There's
here,
this
TYM is so
spatula.
big here for the multi-line.
Darkest gets the spat.
That's actually huge because he's in line for 9 multi-striker, another win condition on for him.
And they were pushing levels as well.
Yeah.
I do want to mention the counter to 7 Bs. You guys want to hear it?
Let's see.
It's Smolder, because Smolder actually dodges all of the skill shots. It's like, you might do a lot of damage, but
Oh.
you're not going to find me.
So
Mittens Smolder.
Smolder's dodging abilities versus his instinct. I'm not sure
Yeah.
which one I'm gonna trust, but am I putting my
Aren't they
entire
supposed
tournament
to
on
be
the line?
You're rolling on
He decides
6.
to keep rolling, looking for the Nunu here. For CUA, important cap out here. He's preparing so much AP. There it is. So
Nice.
powerful right now. He's really capping up, and this looks like a winning comp.
It's really helpful to play Honeymancy reroll because you just buy all the yellow units. It really makes the roll downs that much easier. The APM checks are, trivial, really.
Exactly.
Unless you're colorblind.
Well, Necro, thank you for adding this pessimistic view into the problem.
That's what the team
Very
builder's
true,
for.
very
Hey.
Oh, looking
Oh,
at
the vertical
White
mage,
here
the
has
7
the
mage.
I love the mage hat on Tom Kent. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the double cast, but this is a good showcase of how someone can
Is,
actually stop Syria. It's two
Is-
shots,
is
back
big?
line,
on
no
him.
more Cosmo.
I love how we're getting to see displayed some of the more unique verticals that you don't really see as often. Mages going fully into the vertical off of the double emblem for YBY. We're seeing the Honeymancy, of course, here. What a great chunk.
There's some
of
best in
and
slot.
Warwick, too, as well. I can't forget.
Adams too.
Never forget the word.
Paris.
I think whenever he finds the rumble, it could be a
Oh, he also took
He also
Radiant,
took
Masterwork.
Masterwork
He does
and
good damage. He
Masterwork,
receives good damage.
the-
So he will enable the beast to
the
maintain or
adaptive.
give a lot more of that damage again to the
Radiant
opponent. So I
adaptive.
think that will be the
Is it?
stable condition at least for CUA right now.
That's really interesting.
Take a look here. There's a couple game plans.
Echoes
that
maybe
have
put
gone live.
adaptive
Title,
on
of course,
my
one of
Soraka
them.
yesterday, I
I'm still
think.
struggling to get that
Yeah,
Fiora
it's a
2
good
and doesn't have
Soraka
perfect
item.
items for it. The other one is Volta. If you're stacking this Warwick, you should not be 37 HP.
It's just
on stage
interchangeable
4.
with
Usually it
Shojin
actually
most of the
spikes
time.
all the way until stage 5, stage 6.
Title
some
is
reason,
struggling
gone
right
wrong
now with his
here.
items,
Oh,
man.
and he didn't hit any Radiant items for the Warwick. That was a pretty big miss.
Let's see
unfortunately.
Volta.
Warwick? He's looking
Also on
okay.
the Twitch in the end, there with the Infinity.
He's got the right items.
So
He's got
now
the
we're doing
burn.
this
He's got some
super hard
sustain. He's
here
got the
for
back
Volta.
line.
Not going to the back line,
destruction.
So the care pescado, we call it. So the fish.
I actually think the
Thespian trying
Twitch
to
is
do
the
some work
star here.
And
Can he get
pretty
to
much
6 Vanguard?
powerful here. So Volta.
Bamyang
could
is
stay
trying,
in the- could be the
Ezreal
final
as
boss
well.
Here against the UA.
Do you ever
35
take a
HP.
reforger and reforge those?
Who's the
things
last Vanguard?
Just to see if you get the right thing for a Warwick?
So
Possibility
level
with the
5.
high roll will have to be so
Rumble.
high that I'm not sure if it's
Blitz,
worth it.
but he
If
never
you're
found the
thinking
blitz.
high
Blitz.
roll, maybe it's the option, but we're looking now at mid
other
board.
yellow.
Oh, he
Back
doesn't
on
have
a
a
very
blitz.
comfortable 6 hunter, 70 gold, level 7.
I think there's 2
rolls
people if
lined
they
up
start
as well.
blitzes now.
This could become an epic roll down for midfield, a player who is also going to be on check and
This guy
very
needs to-
healthy in the HP totals.
Yeah, good damage. Good damage on the
It's
Jin.
Wukong
3-star,
bad.
very far still from the Wukong.
Oh
There's no
my
more.
goodness! As if we needed more chaos in this game 5.
Another
That is
frying
the support
pan.
anvil, everybody.
Oh, and there it is. He can go for the additional hunter and take out now the Twitch. So much stronger for him.
Darkest hits Camille to the player that was going for the vertical multi-line.
Is it
Maybe
Jam?
they
Jam?
found the
Or
spike they
Randuin?
needed to
Or
stay alive in this
Randuin,
game.
yeah,
Only
I'm
on
thinking
15
the same
HP. We're in
thing.
stage 5, a big loss.
Oh.
Disaster for the Turkish player that only needed a 4th to get into check if we go to game 6.
Interesting.
That's some new tech.
Does he have 9 multi-striker? No, doesn't have it online just yet.
Maybe to
Blitz between the
maybe
top,
it's
but
more
can't get it in on
stall, right?
time.
One more unit.
I hope
Kill.
this is not the end.
But like you could argue
Going up
that
against the US.
a
US
Randuin's-
so strong, hasn't found the rumble, but he's
that
very,
does-
very
does
strong in
that
the
as
back
well.
line.
This Camille's a monster. The true damage is absolutely massive on something like this Nunu here.
Can
Is it going to
access
be
the
enough
back line.
though? Looks like it is.
Darkest
a lot of
wanna
damage coming
go.
through. And just the survivability on the Camille is what
Oh, the
really helps
Kog'Maw.
with this. Oh
It
my
just
goodness, it's
needs-
not enough. Darkest
alive.
taken down. Title as well, one of the players who
Oh,
can
Darkest never
fight for
found
that checkmate
the
in this game
bow.
5 to end this tournament.
he also never found
Prismatics are
his
absolutely
9th
huge.
multi-strike.
I felt like Title had a chance
why he
because
never
already
found the
had
bow
an
for
open
it.
duplicator to go triple
Oh,
duplicator
that's
and
so
something
bad.
crazy, but probably
He
hasn't
had to
hit it
build
just
a
yet.
war
We're gonna
mouse.
see if Darkest or Title, which one is gonna be going out.
Okay, Taro at least hit. He had the Gwen 2, the Fiora 2 right now. Still
He's
remember
got 2
great
Hodges on his
on the Fiora
Callista.
trying to get some
Poor
dragon
guy,
going to the
no
back line.
bow multi-striker.
That's
Title
very
just
nice.
had a really, really
a no
hard
bow
game to try and
multi-striker
navigate
line.
a really difficult
that's
combination of artifacts from that What the Forge. Playing up against the UA, the battle of the players in check on the left side. This is the most important fight.
dead.
One player in check could be taken out so early into this game. Title could be going 8th. Not relevant to the position, but more just that chance of getting to checkmate this game is the most important thing. The Fiora does split onto the Kog'Maw. Can the Fiora take on the Kog'Maw in time? It does. He does so much with Title with a massive win to stay
So
alive.
does-
Just really good Fiora
Maybe
items.
Darkest
This
also
trench
getting
coat
a
with
win on the right-hand side as well, I believe. So it's going to be Balmyong now all of a sudden also going to be
Silvermere,
in that single
as we
fight
talked about,
territory.
and Winter, and
This
Winter,
is actually so
actually
close.
really
Winter is
good.
not good.
There is a chance he gets an open
Yeah,
bowl
Winter's
on the
okay.
carousel to put 9
He would
multi-striker
replace
in.
Winter
That is
later
going to be
if
the
he
win
finds
condition
something better.
coming
I think
in
he'll
from that
have to,
board.
but it's
Title,
it's
on the other
acceptable
hand, if
for
you
him.
take a look at his prismatics, I believe it was further Orn items.
It stalls
looking,
people
just
from
looking
hitting
at it
you,
here.
slows them, so that you can cast because your cast is
doesn't really care
attack
what his
speed.
place is in this game outside of not
It's limited.
stopping the
Double
checkmate. So
Gwen,
going 8th here will not be too relevant. He will still go into check for the next game.
Oh, you would want that 2 Fioras from the
Volta,
shop,
the
but
wolf on the left,
no money.
going directly against Title. Title only 1 HP. So let's see if Volta can keep the dream alive, take out Title. Remember him, mid-feed, with the possibility also with CUS, 1 win, take the
bad
championship.
split.
This is just so brutal for Volta. He has
Oh,
to go
he
through
got it.
3 Everfrost here on a Warwick without QSS, so not going to happen.
An elimination onto Balmyong, going down against YBY1 on that mage board, just too much to handle. Darkest also taken down. They cannot reach check in this game, only going to get it 2 points. Still going to be on 17 after this game 5.
Title
3 players in check,
is in
still
trouble.
alive, only 6 players
I think
remain.
Volterix is still
YBY,
okay
not only
if
the
he doesn't
GOAT
have
of
to
Vietnam,
fight.
he might be the GOAT of the
3
lobby because
winters.
he's the one that's looking like he has a chance to save this one. Remember, he already has 2 of those mage spats in. A potential high roll is actually just the 10 mage board, which we've rarely seen, but it's very exciting.
I don't know if we've seen his board in a while, but he does have a Xerath, as well as Tom Kench too. It's kind of a big deal to be able to have the Arcana in a huge Ascendant Charm pickup.
A lot of combat power for this fight. Every single fight in this stage 5, especially stage 6, is going to be so relevant. As you mentioned, Clement, Volta not really looking
So
like
he's
a
not
potential hero,
maging
and
the
probably that's one less player that
Xerath.
can stop
That's
the
interesting.
tournament from ending in this game 5. Gear PYN
Yeah.
Similarly so, Darkest
I'm
was
curious
taken
to
down,
see if
so
he
all these
would,
Molten go back into the pool, but will that be
swap.
enough of a
Swap
difference
it.
maker?
1v1 has the possibility
You could swap
of
the-
eliminating
with the Tom
one of our
Kench, right?
players that is in check. We have to wait and
Yeah.
see what the matchup
Yeah,
ends
I
up
always
being.
find that these gloves are a little bit more helpful on
Midfield already with the 2 Hunter
tanks.
and
Tom
was right
Kench,
here.
yeah.
Look at Warwick.
He's going.
He
Warwick
accesses
hit the back line.
Jinx is taken down. Can the Warwick stay alive? Can he heal with the BT, with the attack speed? The scaling from both the Rageblade and the Titans is going to be enough. Midfield
On the
taken
right,
down a
Tidal
notch.
is in trouble. Tidal
Down to
could
one
get out.
life.
And the
Tidal's
pumping
taken
of-
down. One
Oh,
player in
Tidal's
check
out.
is no longer in contention for the checkmate in this game number 5.
Well, as we take a look at what is left in the lobby, Midfeed and ZUA are still alive, but ZUA also has the possibility of getting eliminated here.
Both players are on 1 life. These next round are going to be so relevant. Any little charm that can propel you a little bit more combat power could be enough to prolong this tournament.
Title low road so
Taking a
hard,
look at
man.
Meatfeed, he is bored here. The problem is he can't really prevent the sides from just walking
Okay,
in
let's see
onto
this
his
honey
team.
board.
He's much more tied down in the
He's
position.
worried about the
Arcana
Warwick
is in
walking around.
already.
He decides to stay in the middle, so he doesn't have a possibility to, so he's going to be front to back here for midfield.
ZUA gets a ghost, so let's take a look at Midfeed's board.
It'll be 2 eliminations. Midfield versus YBY. On the right-hand side, the Jinx in the middle this time around, trying to buy enough time. The Olaf and the Wukong are already taken down. The Jinx as well.
Oh, the
much
Jinx is
versatile
not happy
cannot
without the
get through.
Ginsus either,
Midfield
man.
will be eliminated.
You never
Does
found
the
a
Honeyman stay
Ginsus.
alive against the Ghost? It does. Volta is Ghostborn not able to do it. It's
And
only
ZUA is
now
winning.
ZUA
is
that
winning.
can actually do
Yeah.
this. 1 player from CN left alive. 1 player in check left alive.
Both gear.
Oh, this might go another match.
TYM and YBY. Both of them have a lot
7
of lives.
multi.
And they're
It's crazy.
actually both in win streaks. So ZUA shooting is the strongest here on the board, but if he's able of finding maybe some moments, some charms that really enable him to do it, he could have a chance. Remember, 1 first place here for ZUA is the Tactician crown for the CN region.
With these placements, though, from YBY1 as well as Gear PYM, they are going to both put themselves in check after this game if ZUA does not take it. So we're going to have a lot of players looking to get that win.
We need to look for some additional tankiness on the side of YBY here. That's the big thing against those Hunter lines. So yeah, the Hunter on the Bees line. So I do want to see him be solo tanking this Blitzcrank, and the positioning is going to be so important. If he can snipe that Kog'Maw, that would be the difference maker.
Oh, what do you think of this combination on YBY1's Tom Kench? I think it's an Eternal Winter and a blue buff. Maybe?
Probably not the best. Get some additional cast though.
Is the Horizon focus.
Is that an Eternal Winter? It's a Horizons.
There with the Mage Emblem as well. Look at the units bounce up into the air there from YBY.
It's actually good.
It's gonna be all about
That's crazy.
Duedo.
It's
On the
actually
right,
good.
He's being taken down. That is going to be it. The tournament will extend at least to a game 6. The CN
Oh
player
my
taken
god,
down.
nobody could do it.
And not what he expected from
7
Gear
honey was
PYM,
never-
especially. 1 Darkest.
Get a cap,
got
right?
eliminated in 7th place. These units came back.
He
in the
tried to
pool,
cap it,
and
Arcana.
all the updates came through for Gear PYM with the anger
not
issues.
a
Able to now
prismatic
manage
lobby,
that
but-
anger and
Yeah.
eliminate
Easy
the
to win
last player in
lobbies.
check.
And both of them will get the check, so these 2 players, once again, in the next round, will have the possibility of a Tactician Crown Championship, so next game will be very spicy.
Oh,
I love-
interesting.
I
I
love
thought
Players now in check.
thought you would
Only
put
EMEA could come
third
through
item
the
on the
heroics to
Camille.
win it in maybe most incredible
Oh, what, the
fashion.
Kassadin?
But who is going to win
Camille.
this game? That's the question now.
Like you
I
remove
do
her
give,
before the
a bit of
Procs, but
favoritism
I
to
thought you were gonna
YBY
double
because he
remove
has a
her
lot
and
more
put
HP to work with, and I
item
just
on the
think
on
the
the-
amount of crowd control he has in this composition is very difficult for Multi to deal with.
Yeah,
Not just that, but there's a direct positioning counter with the clumping from the Randuins. The Tom
Oh.
Kench comes
Dude,
in.
the Tam Kench
divination
double
dive and
casts.
says, hello, hello.
Yeah,
bounce up into
with
air,
the Horizon
again and
With the
again with the
Horizons.
blue buff.
It erases you.
Perfect.
Yeah, no scaling here, no possibility of
Needs
access
that
to right
Camille,
then,
double
unless the
Camille maybe.
does something
Good fight.
interesting and amazing there for the back. So looks like very easy win here for YBY. Maybe some charms could make a difference here for a round.
The big thing here is he did get the mana reeve, so if he kills the Tom Kench before that bounce cast can come in, stop the bounce house before you go into it, that would be the win condition.
It helps for one fight, but YBY1 is on a 9 win streak, 46 HP. You have to slowly take down with maybe the best charm possible every single round.
Well, see if it's going to actually
No,
last.
he's gonna cast.
Mana Reef does help in delaying the bounce house, but once again the top
Camille is down.
with the main as well, he will not stop. We might
Jax is
just see a
holding.
second cast.
Doesn't have healing. Jax is down. So
Just
that
a
way
flash fire.
for YY. He's laughing. He knows it. He's happy. And once again, the aura here for him coming up for Vietnam. Clement, YBY is doing it. He's in check.
He saved the lobby. Of course, Gear PYM is the one that actually eliminated Zero from final contention. I was very surprised that that multi, while being contested, was able to stop it. I think it had to be some sort of positioning where the Ashe was able to get aligned onto the Kog'Maw.
And we see the difference in performance from the anger issues at 3-2, where you really make use of that, compared to the anger issues we saw from Araya yesterday at 4-2, which just was a little bit too late to find that value.
Definitely helped to reserve a lot of HP to make sure you could end up getting that second place, but wow, that mage board
Anger
was
management,
so
dude.
strong. We've seen mages be able to do a lot in this tournament, but it's been
Road
off
rage.
the back of re-rolling for that Soraka, that Seraphine, having that really strong vertical
That's
Vanguard
literally the
line, but,
builds
you have a lot
we've
of
been
them,
doing
why
last
not?
3 days.
Yeah,
so-
YBY actually recognized he has the Primaris ticket, so he can go for a lot of things 3-star. And actually, the Galio was one of the first that he achieved. He said, okay, why not? I want to go for Galio. And then he started popping off, buying charms, getting the armor, and finally with the Arcana, taking the win here on Game 5.
And weirdly enough, going into some biases maybe with the region, as an EMEA fan, you're obviously in the worst possible position. The only two players not
Young
in check
wanted
are
to
from
do
EMEA,
the
but also
Ezreal
the
nuke
most
build, but
heroic
never
position
got
as
to it.
well. Both players, if they get a win, obviously they stop the checkmate, but they also get into check themselves, and they're able to maybe prolong the tournament to a Game 7. A Game 6, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've never gone this far in the checkmate format.
Game 6? Oh, really? That's
I don't believe we have.
we can
think
still go
so
to Game
either.
8. And
Yeah.
I don't mind. I just want to say, I feel like Volta Times is coming up here because we have so many high roll things happening. It was Prismatic Party into Prismatic Orbs being spread across the board, and that was a big reason why YBY1 was
So
able
many
to win this one. You got
prismatics,
the
yeah.
Mage with the Horizon Focus that Necra pointed out.
You guys were laughing at me for saying that you should reforge the Radiant item, but I'm like, it's Volta. You guys can't laugh at that. Volta's
Are they
giving
going
it the
in,
perfect item for the Warwick. You just have to believe.
Oh, I'm believing, Necro, believe me. This has been my thing with Volta for 5 years now. We mentioned it a few games ago. I will mention it again just to remind viewers. Volta came into this tournament as one of the players with the highest set win rate, almost 30% in EMEA. This is a player that absolutely knows how to find win conditions. The Warwick didn't quite pan out in that game, but he is not scared of taking the risks, and that's exactly what himself and Darkus have to do in this next game.
Yeah, when we're going for win conditions, ZUA, he played Honeymancy. He knew that there was a possibility of getting a first place, but they were very capped. Gear PYM, YBY, so strong there with the mages. So I think there was a world where ZUA with that comp could win it all. But now maybe the threshold will be a lot higher. So everyone will go for the cap out. Everyone will try to go for 2 win conditions. You don't only need one. You need a good charm. You need good elements. You need good units, and the game to help you and give you luck.
Oh,
It was
that's
a
like
good effort.
every
There was
game.
also 2 Hunter players right there.
it's
He
what
had it
it's what
grabbing on his
Akko said
ankles,
earlier.
making sure he doesn't go too far ahead. And I love TFT checkmate format. I think this is why it's the most fun, because there's it's not just the standard meta. It's about what position each
Did we
player
lose
is
Tommy
in
and
how we
Akkus?
can influence that.
We even saw on the carousel
No,
a
I
lot of
think
players
Akkus is
noticing,
here, it's
oh,
just
well,
for
I
I'm here.
can't have this one champion with this one item. I have to take it from
It's
you.
what Akko said earlier. You just can't 7 Honey Mancy try to cap a prismatic lobby. It's just not good enough.
There for mid-feed.
Yeah.
Before we get into this game, I want to start setting up. We're seeing it here now. 6 players above 20 points. 2 players who are not. We've been talking about it already. EMEA forced to cause,
Dude,
heroics
this is
here
the
in
game. 6 players.
The rest of the players are no longer
Unless
targeting
Darkest
and
or
contesting
Water
with particular
experience.
players. There's targets on everyone's
I'm
back.
thinking
Essentially,
Volta's going to
this is a game where
get finally hit a
everyone's trying to win
reroll
for
in.
themselves, and I want to set up the idea and the arguments of what
And
are the
just
win
with
conditions?
zero
What are the ways that
expression.
players will try and win this for number 6.
Well, it starts at Portal,
Big
doesn't it?
egghead.
Because I think that does influence a lot of where our players' decision-making is going to go. We've seen Prismatic Party a couple of times now, which has allowed you to reach some caps like What the Forge, as well as even some of those vertical traits. But what happens if we go to an all-silver or an all-gold lobby?
Ooh, I really want to talk about the high-stakes augments that we have in this set. It was really particular to set 12. I talked about Trade Tracker a little bit in the TOC, which was the only region that actually played the checkmate format. There were 3 players on the checkmate when they were all check. picking Trade Tracker to make sure that they had a chance. So that's a really big possibility here.
Yeah, it is. It's niche. Obviously, it has to appear. If none of them appear, as you were saying, Mekra, maybe it was silver, maybe gold, maybe the Shapeshifter Dragon line. That's the line. You need to have a good early game. That's the only condition to play it. And then you just go to line, pray to the gods, pray to Mordok, and if you get Briar 2, you might win the game only for that.
And one thing, and one win condition really that we haven't seen yet, which I think is maybe time, a 3-star, 4 cost, 5 cost, Pandora's Bench, Volta, being a player that needs to try and go for it. He's someone that historically has won so many games and won, so many big games, especially off of Pandora's Bench, off of taking this massive risk and then high rolling into a 3-star 4 cost.
I don't want to shit on these EU guys, but
and I just want to say for the format, everyone wants to go for first. You're never going to be happy just
They must
taking
have done pretty
second,
good to get here,
I want to
though,
talk to you
right?
about the prize money. It's 150,000 for first. It's only 50,000 for second. So there's a huge gap there just to make sure everyone goes for the
Oh
check.
wow, the winnings is quite low.
So there's a massive drop-off. Every single player fighting for their own individual success in this Game 6.
And even more important than the money, the honor. For example,
well,
CUA,
yeah, but it's
recovering this dynasty
right?
of the CN region, and we have it there on the side of Clement,
if
the
it's
crown.
a team game, then
Getting,
you have to win,
being able to get this, the honor of having it on your head and actually showing to the rest of the world, my region is the best. We are proposing this. Is the highest celebration in TFT.
This is the second set in a row that I am asking that the players who win the Tactician's crown wear it in their player cams in the upcoming set.
I'm just saying, if you look at the standings here, there's an 86% chance that APAC is going to wear the crown. I'm just putting that out there, Five APAC in check.
And there's a 1% chance that EMEA stops checking from happening. 1% is all we need, baby.
You're saying there's a chance.
I mean, we actually now have that possibility of going even to a game 8. If Volta gets a top 1, we go again, and Volta then has a possibility even to win it all.
It would require one of Volta or Darkest to not reach check in this game, and then again, it would require a lot of things. Game 8 is maybe a bit too much. Game 7 is maybe the end of the possibilities of reality.
I think that the biggest probability right now is that Game 6 is going to be our final game of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. Cannot wait to get into the action. And don't forget to stay tuned after we do Crown Our Champion, because we are going to be showing you an exclusive dev drop and have an exclusive dev talk about the next TFT set into the arcane. So exciting that we have all of this new TFT stuff ahead of us, and also all of this incredible history in front of us right now to be able to crown our 10th Tactician's Crown champion.
It's so amazing to see into the arcane coming to TFT, because TFT has always been a high peak in the beginning of the set, and now everyone will want to play, okay, I want to play, I don't know, Powder, Reroll, I want to play Jinx, I want to play B, I want to play Violet. So this is great for the environment, for the ecosystem. We know Riot Games as a whole has this huge background of entertainment, and having it all funned
There's
out
so many
into TFT
characters
makes
in
me
this
so
show that I don't
As you
know
mentioned,
because I've only
Jinx
played
and Vi
this
and reroll. I'm
set.
just thinking about set 10 Punk. I'm all for it. I love Punk reroll as a degen reroller. So I'm just waiting for the possibilities of new reroll options. But our players are waiting for something a little bit more important, which is for this game to start and for us to finally maybe find out which of these competitors who have been working so hard the entire set, first in the rank ladder, then in the regional tournaments, to make it this far into now a day 3, working to break the barrier of those 20 points and now setting themselves up
Game
for a
6, let's
championship
go!
win over that 20-point mark.
This game number 6 is the precipice of what these players have been fighting for across the set of Magic and Mayhem. And as we enter into the portal choice, we've got Spatula, Anvil Buffet.
Look at the re-rollers hanging at the gold subscription.
Options here, so a lot of these players already in check, going over to that one. They know if Spatula is lucky, most likely it will allow them to cap out without being denied.
Oh, it is.
With a spatula, looking at the vertical.
Oh, it's a spatula.
AxxoKovax is off. Look at him.
And that's Tidal. Tidal showcased yesterday his prowess on 9 Frost. We saw in set 9 Runeterra Reforged his prowess on the Demacia vertical. He's a player who feels very comfortable and has been prepping this entire tournament for a moment like this. He played many games of Vertical Witchcraft, many games of Frost Vertical. He has the reps on all these different lines.
Yes, that's the other one I wanted to mention, Witchcraft. So you already have one. It's very easy to simply get an additional item and do it.
Going
so you
Frost
get a crest,
Vertical, I would be
crest, you already
super
set up.
surprised.
8 Witchcraft can easily be a top 1 comp.
We could see that as soon as 2-1 once the first augment sort of shows up. So I think most of the players are just going to be holding on to that one. Once we have a 2-1 option come up, I want to see if the other players try to stop them, because this will be we'll have a very clear front runner.
Yeah, that's the top. We have it in the right. Everyone with the crown, like David was saying. With one win, with a first place, takes it all here, takes the championship, takes the crown, and only Volta and Darkest, with the possibility of a first, will elongate this tournament to a one more game.
I want to see more games. I'm rooting for EMEA.
This 2-1 round, especially with the commitment that a spatula tends to give you in terms of the line that you select and if it's contested or not, could be one of the most important 2-1 rounds of these players' lives in terms of what they commit to, what is contested, what line later in stage 4 could have some consequences for having multiple players rolling for things like Rise, things like Olaf.
Depends on what actually drops out of these minions, though, because we have seen a couple of games where there haven't really been a whole lot of components, so that does actually kind of change your position on sort of what kind of emblems you can go for early.
That's a really good point. Only 2 components here, so that does lower the chances, but beggars can't be choosers. Could be a way to get that +2 online.
What's beggars?
I like that as an option.
Allows you to
Branching
reroll
out.
your other
Volta?
augments more, which means
for
you can find those
I think they went for
+1
beggars can't be choosers,
spatulas.
Help is on the way
So
potentially.
you have a spatula portal, so later on you can
Ramification
find
there
your
for Volta.
+1s easier.
Of course, players are not just selecting these augments on just the general strongest augments, but instead, what gives me the highest potential for capping out? What gives me the chance to, when it comes to stage 5 and 6, win this game?
This is a good start for EMEA. Nothing too crazy. Nobody on the +2 just to start off the game here. And
What did I miss?
Branching out.
You can reforce.
Okay, spatula portal.
Witchcraft emblem. I
Volta's
like it.
doing
The warrior
warriors.
emblem. Gangly likes it. Me not so much. It does synergize, of course, with the
Oh,
Fiora,
spatula.
but you
Okay.
would, of course, like in an ideal world, especially if you're Volta, to have 2 witchcraft emblems instead.
Yeah, so it's just funny, all the
And a
guys
big
in
thing to look
check
out here, I think
stood on
Zero with the
spatula, because
caretakers
that's a
is
high
going to be
cap, right? High
one of the
risk, high
highlight
reward.
points here, because
Yeah.
there's a very
And,
big difference between
the
a
other
good
guys went to
caretaker's
All the
element
other
and a
guys
bad
went
one for the
to
silver.
gold
I
subscription.
think there's a chance that is
Spatula one.
the Nila, but if it's Catherine now with this reroll multi-striker round, could be amazing. Maybe we can check and we'll tell you immediately right now.
And it was
Actually,
a silver
one that
augment.
pops out to me as the highest roll potential for
Silver
some other
augment,
of the checks here.
Darkest
Title, of
took,
course, going on to the
beggars can be
branching,
choosers.
I believe
good
title
for
going for the
finding
It's good
another
for-
high cap option as
That's
well.
good.
Spatula rerolling.
Yeah, and also
with
he's
a
hoping
little
that
sugar craft here. We
the
haven't
future
seen it.
augments
That
are
was
not
very
also
confident,
silver.
Clement, and it did happen.
Oh yeah.
This
What are you
is
seeing?
so cool. Mid feed,
It
actually
shouldn't be the
selected
case most
call
of the time.
shot. This is going all in. This is such
Yeah,
a
there's odds on
incredible
that
way to play,
somewhere.
and he is on 100 HP. If you
Yeah,
want,
there's an
it's
odds
go big or
tree,
go
and
home,
it's
so go
maybe
for the highest ceiling.
10% only.
And for bombing as well,
to
2 games ago,
silver,
bombing was
silver.
contested on the fairy
Which was
line.
game one.
Was not
Game
able
one,
to
they
make that
silver
work.
silvered.
Test with Darkest now.
Yeah.
Once again, recommitting on
And then
the
it was
fairy line,
prismatic
has a
after.
+1, has a Rage Blade already slammed here. Going to try and go for potentially a 9 fairy win out.
It
on
cannot
the
go
Callista
silver.
Rakondu row.
Can come from
No, it can't- it cannot go
Carousel,
triple
so a
silver,
lot of chances
pretty
to
sure.
go there, and this is gear.
Unless you
Gear Project
choose-
QM should be very
I have
familiar
it
with this
here.
comp. Like this is his
And-
highest cap out comp, so he's seen this before.
He's not the Fairy King. The Fairy King, exactly. Yeah.
I wouldn't say so. I think he's more of the Honey King.
Okay.
Yeah, he plays with some other
It makes
lines
more sense. And once again, here, Soraka is so good in the early game, even with the
28%
Ginso
and
that is
then
not a regular
36
item in her.
of
She's so good in
28,
the
so like
front, so
around-
you
around
will for sure
10%, yeah.
enable him midfield right now with Wukong only gaining a little tempo here. And let's see, as you said, Clement, important for him to maintain as much as he can the win streak. He hasn't slammed anything, so let's see if this is enough.
So I gotta ask.
This guy's
for
on a
more
6
info,
win
'cause
streak.
This is not an augment.
Oh,
that
no,
I am
he chose,
familiar with. I
called
don't
shot.
like playing risky, so I never pick this. So what are you expecting out of midfeed spot?
He has to go win streak, and he already leveled to 5 on 2-3, so he's going to maintain that. What it means is that you get an automatic 4 win streak already going into the game. And I just think it just goes to show his mentality. He knows what he has to do. He knows even though he has no slammable items, he's still going to go into this line and play for the best possible outcome.
Similar augment to
What line he's
ExoQuest,
going for?
to something like Souls of War. Where
He's holding a bunch of
if you
multis.
snowball early, if you do snowball early, fantastic, you get the max value. If you somehow lose that snowballing factor, you lose a lot of the value from the augment. You're essentially an augment down.
We still have 2 players here, actually 4 players who have not committed their direction with the spatula. I do want to mention, in terms of the stage 2, stage 3 carousel.
This
there's a
big
25%
midfield
chance
is
you
a
actually do
spot,
find a second
actually.
spatula.
It's high
I think
risk,
we're getting
but
a little bit of information about
he's
what
pulling off.
ZOA's Caretaker's ally
Yeah.
is as well. It is Neela.
Oh.
So
I wanna
did
see his
not
board
get the
again.
cast, and we could see Neela reroll.
All right, everyone, I'll step away from the
there.
cast. I'll
I really
invite
need
Gangly
Gangly back
over
in
here
here.
to break
It's
down
interesting.
for
He
20
didn't
minutes
get
the
portal?
tech around
Knowing he
the
had a
Esports
portal?
unit.
Actually, I could
I think
tell
he's
you
playing
Portal-
something Gangly has
strongest
coached
strongest
me
flex.
about
He
being
just
able to
has a
run
lot of
Neela.
outs here.
You actually
want a
do
win
need
streak.
a hand of
Fast 8,
justice
fast 9.
as well as
No, but like
the
I'm thinking about
edge, and then you can also
I'm
add
thinking
some
about
other
knowing what to
combat
have
into
called
it,
shot, like
and then
when
you're
what to
awesome.
have on your
The
board
key point, as
when
I have
you
learned
choose
from
called
Gangly,
shot.
is to build straight
Probably a
offensive
Wukong. Maybe he
items
was
onto
dropped the
this Neela.
Wukong
You
early.
want the Infinity Edge, max burst potential to get directly into the back line. A lot of times she does jump into the
Maybe
back
he had
line.
like a
Wukong
Zoe, a
portal
Galio,
champion.
and a
Yeah.
But
Wukong or
maybe
something.
Eldritch spat. So you
Yeah.
are going to be able to actually go up to a 7 Eldritch very quickly.
Yeah, this could be the reroll, but we know that normally if you want to go for the Syndra, Syndra has to
It's
be
not.
immediately. So
Well,
Cannot be.
let's
I just want to say, I think this is the
Let's
better
see.
version of Neela
Yeah.
compared to Neela.
you get it for free 3-star, and then you go up, you level, and get the Eldritch.
We talk about the problem with Eldritch reroll is trying to balance the fine line
Oh,
between
he
getting
just
your 3
lost.
stars and also pumping
Wait,
your
can't.
levels. Getting the Neela for free helps with this.
Sorry, that was midfeed getting his streak broken.
Oh,
Midfield
midfield.
That's what I
lost.
thought was the
Bad,
call,
bad
Clement.
news for the called shot player. We just talked about it. The moment you lose that snowballing tempo that you had, you're kind of in big trouble coming into stage 3.
One last augment, and
That's-
he also
I think
did
he got
level
enough
to
value
3
out of it,
for so also
actually.
did miss
Not
some
big
of the
trouble, yeah.
potential,
So
interest
silver
already.
augment is worth like 12 gold.
Still can't
Exactly.
slam
Got
the
out like
spatula
10
either.
gold
That's
I think
what
he-
he actually
yeah,
started out
exactly.
the game with.
8 or
You're
10
gonna
or
have
something
to
like
really
that.
pick up the pieces. After Krugs, you're gonna get another
Extra gold.
opportunity at an augment, and we'll have to see what kind it is.
One key thing to mention with a spatula portal start is the idea of loose streaking having that tiny bit more of value. As you mentioned, Clement, in the stage 2 carousels, there's around 20% chance to get a spatula. You can build a fawn, but more importantly, in a game like this where you have to get it first, you can build 2 emblems towards one of those verticals.
Warrior
That makes
Witchcraft.
Volta being the Witchcraft +2.
Yeah, for Balmium being the Fairy +2 here, so both of them going for that win condition as you just mentioned, Panda. So that's the vertical that you want to win. Maybe Witchcraft, with other people going for the vertical fairies, vertical portal, something like that, it maybe will not be enough.
There is an opportunity to reforge things, though. I just want to point that out, that we do see Volta still with that Reforger on bench, so you could try the high roll if you wanted to reforge that Warrior Crest.
It's
Would wait
so
until, 3-2 especially to see your augment choice and then have a
like
more informed
reforging
decision
an
around
emblem.
where your game is
Just
going.
hit now.
Even if you're Volta Necro, you have
I
to
don't know.
sometimes
I don't know what
use
the success rate of that
Wow.
is.
Sugarcraft,
there it is.
+1.
For Toby,
Alright.
it's
Or
like
title
100%.
here, a very, very
Yeah.
interesting choice. We
Yeah,
know
it's
this is really
true.
strong when you have a lot of extra
The,
resources.
the,
of
the,
extra
the emblem
items.
comes with an extra
And this
briar.
is so interesting
For
because
Toby.
he has to drop HP as
Get the
fast as
emblem, and then the
possible
Krug
in
drops a
order to get
Briar
that
at
sugar
2-7.
items online. He's on stim pack. Once he goes below 50, that's a couple more components to fill this out.
But it's so interesting because I
the
feel
biggest
like
moment's
Title's
gonna be
one of those
3-2.
players. We know that he likes to play to format. We know that
I'm
he
very curious
understands
how
the
he will
assignment of needing
navigate,
to get that first place in check.
sugar
And
thing.
I feel like it's going to be so fun to watch how
Very
he
much better
econ
than I do.
losses to try to lose as little HP as possible.
The big thing when you're
I'm
in
actually
this
quite good at
situation is
playing
to
the
get
sugar
one of
line.
those
It's just not
three
as strong of a line as I
on your
thought it
board. He's
was.
only
And
one away from Bard. If you can win streak stage 3, stage 4,
didn't realize there was like a
it
B
becomes very
tier.
hard to
Wait,
stop.
he took Tiny
I like
Titans?
that. Playing another Warwick reroll.
Or
Yeah.
what is that?
Why not?
Tiny
Stim pack,
Titans.
It
Stim
might
pack.
have a lot
Oh,
of
Stim
lifesteal,
pack.
actually.
It gives
Oh,
you,
One of the
yeah.
it
title
gives you
knows that this
after
Sugarcraft
50.
line is gonna be uncontested. So no one is
For
gonna
items,
stop
and then-
him
and then
or
played
try
sugar.
and pull too many
That's
of them
actually
away,
really good.
And kind of the main carries in that late game. Playing against Volta, unfortunately, for title, it's going to be a win
got
here,
a
breaking the loose streak,
Titans.
breaking the impact possibilities. Volta
Sugar
helping
call?
and starting to become maybe that hero already
Yeah, the
in this
4.
game number 6.
We didn't saw this line so far. Every time people try to play the Sugarcraft, it was always with the crown on the beginning, and it didn't work out. They tried to play a tempo. Now, different line. Full loss, game for the additional items, and now it could make the difference here with the silver.
branching out.
Another
This is
silver.
actually going to be a fairly low cap lobby.
Yeah,
shit.
Neka crawl it.
No!
Yeah, it's your fault, Neka.
No! It's
Another
not
branching out for
supposed to be my
title if you want
fault.
to get really crazy here.
That's actually not bad, you know. It's additional
Oh,
2
he's
components
rolling,
at the very
yeah.
least.
Restart mission,
There's
bro.
a restart mission available for
no, Thieves' Gloves
ZJ,
is really
but,
good.
I don't think you're gonna want to take that.
Restart mission.
Just thinking about branching out.
PYM,
He did take
He
branching
branched out, right?
Sugar
Yeah.
Craft, so
I'd branch out too.
What
a
is
lot
it?
of players having the same lines here. Of course, he's already in
Encounter,
chapter.
Frost.
Balmion
Okay.
with Jungle and Free, so huge for him being in the first place and now
Let's
getting the
branch
potential
again.
of getting
No
either
one took
Arakan
restart mission.
or Kalista in the carousel, and
Nope.
he's not jeopardized by being first.
More
Perfect.
importantly, a spatula.
True. Get
Uh,
that
Young, Wild, and
extra
Free?
Fairy crest. That would be big.
I just
In
wanna
case there's a
say,
spat
I
on
been
board?
through
That's
some
pretty
chapters
smart.
where
He's 100
half of the
he's
winners
streaking
have the
Swiss.
9 fairy. It would be the perfect way
Yeah,
to
it's
cap
really
out
good
this
for him.
bet. Just saying.
It would. Well, we see Midfeed actually take Tiny Titans, so is going to be sitting at the top of the HP. But as we take a look at Balmyong going up against Gear P, or no,
This
don't listen to
Kalista
me.
board is
I thought
looking
Balmyong
very
was just
scary.
peeking.
Balmyong is a 6-win streak right now.
Yeah.
With the 100 win streak coming into what is almost going to be that carousel round. And
Perfect.
importantly for Darkest, we haven't talked about them yet. They are committed to the Frost +1. Ideally, the Frost +2 in the future. We
Frost
did see this line.
Encanter
Yes,
is,
a Diana 2, if you have the right setup, it could lead you into
This poor guy.
a very, very strong board.
That's all
but
I'm gonna
the
say.
risk did not pay off just
Was
yet.
it right in
Branching
Frost's
out
time?
into an
He
Encanter
took
+1
beggars can't be
alongside it.
choosers.
This isn't the worst of options here because there is a very prominent sort of Karma Olaf line that you
What
can
could
kind
you
of
do?
tempo
I guess you
play
could do
around with.
Karma. Yeah, I was gonna
Obviously,
say
you would like the
Karma
Frost,
Zill
but
for
Karma
the
Olaf.
Chrono
doable on 8
Olaf.
until maybe later rounds carousels gives you the ones you want.
Yeah, you can gain some LP, but they're looking for the win. So on first place, I don't like it climbing. I don't know.
Olaf 3? Olaf 3?
Oh, that's the tech. And now I like it.
Too late. You have to index pretty early on into that Olaf gameplay.
Where's the 2 Olafs for Volta? You should have it already. Just based on my experience watching him.
And this carousel, we mentioned, it's so important. Hupe,
Maybe
you
he's
mentioned
stepping
for
into
Balmyong,
Karma
young,
Swain,
wild,
Encounter
free,
Swain.
He
which
can
is
break
like
out from the magical barrier.
Apparently
Does he find a
broken.
spatula?
That could
Does he
be.
find a Rakan?
Or he can
Let's know
reforge the
answer is
Encanter
no. Let's
at
hope
some
the
point.
next carousel he gets a bit more value.
Gets
The
a
dream.
bow, or Volta gets a bow at least. Balmyong's still picking.
I love what YBY just did there. He denied the 2 Sugarcraft players going to 6 Sugarcraft with the Gwen sneak
Yeah,
away. Very
that's
important. Once that 6 Sugarcraft goes online, it's 50 additional stacks compared to the 4.
Yeah, and that's actually the win condition. Getting early those 6 Sugarcraft.
Who did that?
Title
Oh,
didn't got it,
YBY.
so both of
Yeah.
them didn't got it, and that will delay so much the ramp up of the cake, and that's when you want to get the pop off. You want to get those additional resources as fast as possible, and then ramp up into the late game.
Or reforged into
Taking a look
Witch.
at Title's board here. Missed out on the potential
Frost.
for 6.
Frost
Let's see.
Witch.
Has he dropped?
Frost
He's still on
Witch.
57
Zillion.
HP. No, that's not the game plan, Title. You're supposed. You're
Zillion's
too
not a
strong.
witch.
One more.
One more loss, unless everyone decides to start lose
but
streaking,
Zillion's
and
50
title
to
never
which
goes under
board?
50.
I don't think he should have Title.
I think
Yeah.
this is going to be an interesting
Trying to get value
pivot
from being
for
strong,
him.
of course, without making it awkward later of having a split component on a different unit.
So I was going to bring this up. Taking away the Gwen is actually really good for YBY1 because there are 2 Witchcraft players in this lobby. Both YBY1 and Volta have those Witchcraft emblems, and one of the ways that you can get over to Witchcraft
There's
is
3
with the
now.
Gwen.
Yeah, one of the best options here because she is AoE and you can easily port her items later on to Morgana.
Title now does finally drop to exactly 49 HP, as all good players do when they're playing Stimpack. One note to make on YBY1, dominated day 1 and 2, coming into this day 3. 1.33 AVP on the vertical.
I think it's
line.
Frost Witch,
Absolutely insane performance on that
Shapeshifter,
vertical. Now,
put in a
like we saw
Nico.
Midfield in the past games, leaning into one of his comfort comps in a pivotal game stage.
Okay, so no one still has gotten the double emblem, like that
Derek
huge cap
Guard
possibility,
Breaker.
but Balmyong, with only 1 fairy emblem, he can go fast 9 fairies. It's not the
Oh, he's
greatest
waiting
cap
on
in
that.
the world, but
Just
if
wait
he
for
punish
Krugs,
the rest,
right?
doesn't allow someone to get the huge win condition, this could be enough.
He's got 9 win streak right now.
Mr. 100, game 6. check it.
Oh my goodness, could you imagine?
A lot of
I
warrior
can, but I
players.
think
It's gonna
the
be really
reality
hard
is
to
not gonna
find the
quite match
Gwen.
my imagination.
And he's
For
in such a
title.
good spot. I
Yeah.
wouldn't be too surprised as he is projected to win this one to just go into more of a tempo playstyle. You have to win out. anyway.
Sugar
You don't have
versus
to
the
roll
warrior
eight
players?
necessarily
Yeah.
even. Going straight 9.
Go to
into-
Camille, go to Morgana.
Yeah.
No one contesting the fairies means that once other players roll
Dude,
down
I
for
think
their
Balmyong
full cost
wins
that
this.
pair up with these verticals, these fairy units are not going to be
It's
contested
early
and
to
find
say,
an 0
but-
9.
What's he playing?
There's no multi
I can't remember.
in this lobby.
He's,
Playing the
Maybe
Kalista.
just playing
there's 2
Triple
fairy
Color?
players though, right? So
Question mark?
Is there?
Yeah, I think there's two fairy players.
Since Korea has
Unless
had a
I'm mistaken.
secondary champion, and it would be huge if the two champions coming from
That's a mistake by the rest of the lobby.
Especially so much later.
Basically, right?
Jaywalking in set 4 in Fates, and now we're in set 12 Magic and Mayhem. Would be great story.
Would be poetic too, knowing that Balmyong looked up to 8L Jaywalking so much and actually got started in TFT after seeing that win.
Pyro?
Yeah, now we're seeing Midfit, the only one who didn't commit.
Pyro didn't slam a spat yet. Could go 5 Pyro.
Does find a Rakan.
Okay,
no
rolling.
Callistas, unfortunately.
There it is.
Find one now. Double Rage Blade already built.
Oh, this is Fox. He's winning. This is scary as fuck, actually.
Maybe the augment could be incredibly important with such low resources off of 2 silver augments to start things off.
Oh yeah.
I think this is the much safer.
Yes, Envy buff.
And the crown and the gargoyles.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, wow.
Build out towards meal items that will eventually hold this carry +1.
Shit.
Important to recognize that it hasn't been on a high cap board in terms of resources. It hasn't been so much inflation, so this is perfect for Balmyong. He only needs items for the Kalista, for the Rakan. He has the perfect item, so now he only has to go to level 9.
One of these players is going to lose their win streak, though, and unfortunately, it is going to be ZUA finally
Korean
able
win.
to get that Neela 3 online, and still very healthy, but that win streak is gone.
Rakan 2.
Zero chances there.
Rakan 2.
Crazy.
Already finding more combat strength for that fairy.
For sure.
Immovable object and blossoming lotus.
Title got shook.
There's another sugar. Oh. There's another sugar crown.
To really start blowing
Which was interesting.
Yeah.
In the very first day of the
Living
tournament,
Forge with sugar.
absolutely dominating
Living Forge with sugar is like
setup. This could be the repetition
crazy.
on the very last
I think
game of
this is
the
Giant
tournament as
Mighty,
well.
right?
If Tidal is able to execute, we already saw Tidal execute the Vanguard Blasters earlier in this day 3.
I restarted him with one suspicious.
Well, somebody chose Golden Egg.
Trench coat right
Golden
there.
Golden Egg for ZUA was so much.
ZUA, Golden Egg.
84 HP to try and hack
I would
Egg.
do
Neela
it
has a
as
great
well
tempo
in his
option.
position.
Oh my god, now it's gonna be crazy this stuff.
A Golden Egg
The prismatic
hacking
at the
and
end
potentially
changes
winning
everything.
this game 6 for the only CN player.
The
What are
setup
chances?
is actually a time bomb. So Balmyong has the fast 9, has the possibility of
I think it's pretty high. Yeah, I think it's pretty high.
Set a title here with the possibility of getting a huge ramp up with the Sugarcraft. They both can cap out so amazing if they get enough time to do it.
Witchcraft, Crown for Volta, accessing 8 Witchcraft as a
So
possible
ZUA went
position
for
as well. This is exactly what we
high
talked
late
about.
game
Two
cap with the
silvers
egg.
into now prismatic,
Yeah.
throwing a wrench.
Very
into
interesting.
everyone's plans, giving the
He
extra
has
resources most
HP
of
to
these
work with it.
players need
Yeah.
to try and cap out. Rise
There it is.
2 with the Witchcraft emblem. Now we just need the 8 Witchcraft. The
2
Morgana
Witchcraft
has to
emblems
go.
is
Volta didn't
huge.
find any.
He doesn't have much
Volta
gold to
didn't
roll
find
though
any,
here, so
Maybe the carousel.
yeah, that's
Pick now.
huge.
Oh yeah, two.
Or maybe,
two
yeah, I
emblems.
guess I can pick with
He's got 2
Balmyong.
emblems.
In the mix with the
He's not in
Balmyong
bad
as
shape
well. It's just
anymore.
spatula maybe could come
2
back.
emblems with a warrior, right? With supplements of Fiora and
Morgana
then
on the
Morgana. Yeah.
HP before in the cup finals. So
Second pick.
if he could do it here again at Worlds, that would be so amazing. Usually on this golden.
What other
egg,
witch is
you
missing?
can you need 2 wins. If you have 2 wins, it's most likely you're gonna
Just the Morgana. He has the.
you're gonna be
Cassie
able
on
to
the
push it
bench.
through. And
Yeah.
I
Cassio's on
believe
the
already
bench.
has 1.
Good show.
This creates a very interesting dynamic.
Okay.
Every single player in this lobby was
Kill one more,
I don't need to
kill
win
1 or 2
now,
more.
I'm gonna
Actually,
tap
you might
out
win
later.
this.
But because the golden egg
If you
is
cast on
mix,
time.
everyone has to rehash their plans. Volta, regardless, has already kind of had that first big spike off of the X.
No, this is this whole
Wins
that
fight
Prismatic's
against
gonna change the whole lobby.
No
I think.
spatulas. There is Emilio for Balmyong though. Does pick it up. It looks
There's
like
no
there.
Morgana.
Diana
Oh,
for titles,
Emilio for
taking away Diana
Balmyong.
from potentially Darkest,
Yes,
who wasn't that Frost
yes,
plus
the
1.
Violent free.
Great call-ups here, and Volta does not find the Morgana here, unfortunately. Not able to find.
She's
the
playing
critical
it
legendary
perfectly.
for his piece.
It's actually crazy.
Ex-Riot also not getting a Briar, so I would say Balmyong just kind of the big winner.
And Darkest, we mentioned having to bring in some heroics to deny the checkmate. Did pick up Pandora's
13
item,
wins.
He's number 1. How did they let him
find
take
the right,
that?
No, he has Young
reinforce
Wild and
essentially every
free.
single round into the right emblem.
The
Oh,
augment.
means he can pick it early or what?
He's always free on the
So both
carousel.
of them, Volta and him, will not have the possibility of that as an out, but Volta should be the strongest, so
He's found the
everyone is
Morgana?
trying to not get him in the lineup.
Oh no, this
And
is a different guy.
preservation of HP now more important than ever. Level
The
5
6-switch
in all
guy
this board will
didn't
make
find
the difference. They are all so strong with
didn't find the
potential
emblem.
of being a time bomb.
The record we had was a 23 win streak coming in.
I'm
for
still
GFYM.
curious. Like, I wonder
Is
what
Tommy
happened to
gonna break that one?
Volterix.
There's a lot of things that could happen here.
Speaking of Gear PYM, that is a very,
But he
very
still has the
smolder
potential
flying
to
around
win
the
the lobby,
board.
I think.
Eternal's Flame, good lore and
needs the
thematic
Morgana.
synergy at the very least.
You don't need to put 2 dragons here, you know, support item to fill in that niche. Doesn't look like a high cap situation. He would really have preferred some upgraded 4 cost for him.
Volta also taking down a notch. Balm Young
Continues with the wins.
securing another win.
My
and
God.
it's an important win because you can tell, hey, I just beat Volta, who has the 2 Witchcraft emblems. I'm still very strong.
That's not true.
Young can get stronger. That's the crazy part.
It depends
won
on what
that
he
last fight.
has.
I have bad news for the lobby because Zira has already found his 2 wins.
Just pick up the
So
Gwen
even
and
on
hold
100
it.
HP, you just need 2 wins. He already got it on stage 4. That's going to be a massive cash out.
Is it going to be strong enough to beat a potential +2 vertical for most of these players who are angling for that? That's the big question.
What can be in the egg? Let's fill everybody in for a second on what can you actually get out of the egg that makes it such a strong win condition.
I like this
There's
girl.
little
She asks the
radiant
right
EVs
questions.
Inside of it. Usually it's much more
Like she's
item
talking about the right
components,
stuff.
gold, and also sometimes duplicators. You know, you rarely see that, so it's going to come
Yeah, I
on the
think
player
for
if they have that one memorized.
the
I really have mindful one on speed dial.
enjoyers that don't have the in-depth knowledge, she asks the right
Yeah,
questions.
midfeed has gone into this pyro line.
Did
has
midfeed
already
finally
acquired
do the
the
pyro
play.
emblem like he was
Is the
supposed
Briar
to from the
Bears combo
beginning?
gonna do enough? This is harking back to the start
Yep.
of the set, really where that combo was a bit more prevalent with a Nasus Briar synergy and the Varus as maybe a better main
5 pyro can go
carry
really
for
hard.
those nerfs.
Yeah, and coming back
Just
here
that's
with
true,
the possibility of the egg, those radiant items is exactly what you need. Additional items are not good
Can we
because you
check the
actually are
egg
going for a
status?
vertical that the units are not so relevant. Only the super boss, the semi-god that comes with
Is
the
it
Eldritch
bored
is the
or
important one.
soft?
So actually, the Nila is the one you want to pop off and have great
Oh
items from
man,
her.
this guy is item
Problem
starved
for
as
midfield
fuck,
is that
right?
this is a 10
Is it just me or he's just got no items really?
Yeah.
More than one problem.
When I saw him play this line, you were thinking about high cap, and the reason that he picked up this Tinny Titans is he wanted the extra HP to find that Xerath. If he got the Xerath on 8, then that's a very high cap. You can go Chariot, you can go Vertical, but he just didn't find it. So I was paying attention to that, looking for it, didn't happen.
This
Has
guy's
to go
getting
for the
fucked.
Briar 2, doesn't find it. Maybe looking at the Varus 3, but still just way too far away. One key player to look at is
Got the
Volta,
Varus
who
2.
now has found the Morgana. All of a sudden, his board has a big upgrade. Volta is on one life
there he
at this
is.
point in time. Midfeed, I think, still at 2, being in stage 5. Volta, one of the
Well,
heroes of
8
this
witch
lobby.
with
If
the
Volta goes
2-star,
down now, that means it's only down
Rise
to
is
Darkest to
pretty
prolong this
tough
tournament to a potential
to
Game
beat.
7.
Yeah, that's
He
what I
has the
mean.
fighting pulse.
He's huge right now.
Going up against Gear PYM.
And the 2-star Taric with the Protector's Vow is actually quite good.
You're gonna cast freely, get curses out later into the
It's hard to,
fight.
very hard to
Morgana
kill.
holding on still as well. The Taric with the Witchcraft emblem.
Right, you
Rise
just gotta
is
buy your
good
Rise time,
cleanup
2
against
casts.
Ex-Riot, one of the weaker players in this lobby alongside Midfeed. But Midfeed does have to win here at the very least.
So huge
Why
here for
everyone is
Volta.
dead?
Only 1 HP, but with the possibility here to
Who's
ramp up
dead?
to get us to another
Oh,
game.
one's dead.
And he has the spot. We have to see what the eggs bring us, and then what title brings on also with the sugar crack.
Volta, I don't want
I'll be
another
bored to
game.
see, how much HP,
Yeah.
how many stacks
Fucking
Titan
Volta,
has
come on.
already, you know.
Get the fuck
We're
out.
gonna go over to YBY.
He might do it. He's gonna get level 2 Morgana maybe.
He might actually do it.
You're a pair.
Oh, just did it.
Morgana 2 has
Oh, no,
been
that's
found
YBY.
for the
That's YBY.
Apex
Oh shit,
players.
okay, it's
They're
1v1.
paint with
They're in the
Ed on
exact same
Morgana.
position.
The red buff now, the anti-heal, the utility passing on to the Rise
He's
instead.
down 1 witch emblem though.
Yeah.
Gonna run it into his brother in arms mid-feed. Only one of them. No, like YBY could be eliminated here.
Both players on 1 life. Tough 1v1 here, and
more
YBY
cast.
off of that upgrade, off of the Morgana 2, cleans up here midfeed, not quite able to
He's
make
in
that
19.
work.
He's alive?
Will
PYM.
Midfeed stay alive. Gear
Yeah.
PYM is taken down, and midfeed on
Midfeed
5
fine.
HP now.
Oh man.
This is one of those comps from YBY that could actually clean up the backline from Bomb Young. If he has him on the right side, the Rise does target 4 closest targets.
Do you think he knew he was playing his teammate and didn't slam the Warmogs? Because that's some next level shit.
Ramp up as much as he can. The Briar is doing work, but it lacks additional damage. We need something else here.
It's a Briar 1 as well. That's the big thing. You need to find that upgrade.
Yeah, you do.
Looking at ZUE, the egg is getting hotter and hotter. It will be hatching soon.
You've told me nothing.
Just the next round, the animations, you can see that. Maybe it's just the Smolder waiting to pop out. I would be happy for the rest of the lobby.
Song of Fire and Olaf.
Wait, this Frost guy got a pyro emblem?
Olaf not ramping up. Good CC from the Nami. Should be the win.
Oh,
here
he
for
took
TUE.
Pandora's.
Still alive, but now with a huge chunk of HP, only 10.
Midfeet taken down, Volta taken down, Darkest on his last life, and just got a loss against ZU as well.
Volta taken down?
Soon.
Yeah, Volta's done.
Taken down, that means someone is ending the game in this game number 6.
Bong picks up the potential Milio 2. Massive find
that's
for
not
him
gonna be
on
Darkest,
the carousel.
I think.
Title, of course, just
I
going
wanna
for high
see
cost.
this Bombyang and Ryu.
On that big win streak.
What the fuck?
I'm getting cold sweat right now. We're getting so close to the end.
Still on
Unless
8.
Darkest. Can Darkest actually stop
They're
this?
still on 8.
Was no
And he's lost a lot of HP.
And reforged with the Pandora's item.
Who's been
That
beating
does
him?
Come through here. We just see quite a few
I guess
items.
everyone.
And we also see this.
Man, I need to speak to the guys at Riot and get us our own clean feed and set up our own stream. It's just so much.
We can apply as
we have AoE damage, we have good front line, we have a single
Can we? Can you look into this and then I can set up all the tech, all the visuals? No. If we get the application in, I'll talk
Take
to
it
them.
away from ZUE. Those are the two closest players in the lobby at the point.
Oh, this is the What the
Title is
Forge
catching up
player.
against YBY1, so possible elimination coming through from YBY1. Darkest still also going to be very
Look at Darkest. He's got his hand on his head.
Just taken down. The Fiora is also going to be taken down in the top right there.
Dude, the title is gonna win this.
Clean on Darkest's
He
board.
is-
They are not able
growing
to
his
become
sugar
the hero
tree.
that not just EMEA,
The longer the
but
game
everyone who
goes,
wants to
right?
see a Game 7
He's on a
needed.
huge win streak. I mean,
Look how big that cake is, bro.
champion.
3
Oh,
players
that's the
remain.
fucking cash out.
1438, he gets the golden remover. This isn't the biggest one. The next one is the Radiant item.
2 APAC, 1
Does
CA
that-
region there in CUA.
Mordekaiser have 3?
And so great to see 8 win streak for title. He's the lowest in XP, but with the
Mordekaiser
highest
won.
potential to take it off.
Especially if he's able to reach the next level.
I think
of
if he
that
just goes
game.
9, he just wins now.
1800
Oh, there's the
stacks is one
2.
title required.
He wants
It was his
Rakan.
birthday yesterday,
Yeah.
Rakan
but he
2.
might be celebrating
Big
today with this
was that?
absolutely massive cake.
Can have his cake and eat it too, maybe at the end of this tournament. But he's got
Oh,
to face
great
up
joke.
against this Eldritch Forge. The ZUE, this Eldritch Horror is coming in, and it's actually able to smack away at that
Yeah, he's from the
backline.
back line.
The Fiora split is big. Can he take on the Nami? Yes, the double
Dude, there's
bomb
a
attack
Gwen
from the
who's
Fiora
unkillable,
against the
basically.
Blaze.
Yeah,
Down to
yeah,
the
it's
bear
an unkillable
versus
Gwen.
1-on-1. Snip, but this bear
Oh,
is
maybe it's not.
absolutely
Oh, shit.
massive. Can the bear club
Oh.
no title gets
Yeah, no
the
heal,
win
no heal.
that he
This is
absolutely
living,
needed to extend
What
to
the
a
Forge,
9
right? I don't think there's a
win
healing
streak,
item.
possibly getting
That's
closer and
unless
closer
it's
to
Wit's
becoming the
End.
first
Everything
two-time
rocket.
Yeah, I know. He knows. He knows.
Champion.
He's gonna
Setup
swap
is
it.
Perfect. He just needs to get to level 9, get the Morgana in.
He's gonna
with
swap the
Scrapper
Wit's End
server.
in
So
on
huge
the
for
Gwen,
everything in
and
the
it'll be
comp.
over.
He has so many resources. The plan is set up right now for title.
Because Gwen is a magic
And,
damage.
talking about his items, these are actually huge coming in for the Gwen. You don't usually see Gwen play such an
Oh,
important
man, with
part,
45
but those are perfect
HP.
items. Mana Zane, Innervating Locket, also has the Magic Shred.
Yeah, he
which
might
is
have just like
missing in the
sustained
composition,
long enough to
coming in
outlast
for that
everybody.
Fighting Jewel.
But I don't think he can outlast Sugar.
Getting so tense.
He's going 9. He's going 9, looking for the Morgana. Any preserver can work also, or any weak one. Where the Morgana is
That's
good enough
a
here.
punt,
And
dude.
there
Oh,
you
that's
have more
huge
preserver,
hit.
Oh
more
my
front line.
god.
He makes
Rakan.
the
Oh
switch,
my
and now
god.
the Rakan will be the front line for his comp. He switch.
Nora
Mordecai
is
stays out.
purchased. Nora pair now as well. Nora 2 could be an interesting upgrade.
Oh, North!
Give that Yumi into one of those melee carries to have even more damage and survivability in these pivotal next few fights.
Gives it to the Gwen, the champion, the hero that we're
Oh.
talking about. Is
Oh, he didn't
Gwen
put.
and Boom
He didn't
Boom
put
Cafe
it. Where did he
finally
put the
gonna
Wit's
get
End?
a
Oh, on the
championship
bard.
here
Oh,
at the
Wit's End,
TFT
that's
Tactician's
a
crown?
Seeker's card, but I
Oh,
really
it's a
like
Seeker's
that
card.
as well.
Fairies.
I would have
Looking at the Gwen,
removed
we're looking at the Callista.
Innervating.
Yeah, me too, me
Okay,
too.
let's see this fight.
I would have put the Infinity Force on her, you know?
Early, huge win streak, but now
Suspicious in the back, but he's not
feel
It's
strong
good.
as players in the lobby climbing back up, and the Bard clutch up he does. Balmium taking down yet again, now to 30 HP. ZUA also takes a loss on his last life, the last hope of CN.
Title winning it down the stretch, going the entire way, and now he has the Radiant item. I don't quite remember how this one works when you have what the Forge. Oh, you just get another Ornn artifact.
The Fishbones, the arcane lore appropriate equipment onto the Jinx there. You love to see it. Title understood the mission.
Really did. Good sneak peek at what we're going
Oh,
to
the morgue.
see.
The morgue.
Well, exactly. After this game, finds the morgue con. That's going to be a
Free
huge way to be able to
preserver.
get just a little bit of
Blighting
extra
Jewel.
beef into this board, and
ghost
Title
of
gets the
ZUA.
ghost.
It doesn't look like he's been able to upgrade his board that much. Only a Radiant item onto his Mordekaiser 3. That was
Guys, it's a ghost. Watch the other board. Like,
this Gwen. She's 6 Sugarcraft with tons of stats. How are you going to take her out?
It's going to be so tough, but that means on the other side that Balmion and ZUA are going to actually be fighting it out. The real player ZUA does get knocked out.
Is taken down.
I'm super happy about this because APAC should win.
Korea versus Japan.
And how poetic is this?
Title should win. I think so. Although I want
to first qualify for Worlds are now
duking it out.
Yeah. No, I think Balmion knows. Like he knows he capped. He already capped too early. He's got no gold.
The most competitive region.
Like it's over.
Threats for Sugarcraft here for Title. Balmion finding the Thera too, so he goes for Arcana. That's the cap of the board.
He found the Thera.
Different from what we've seen so far.
I can make fun of it because my wife is Spanish.
Bypassing the Rakan solo front line. Maybe
He's from Barcelona.
Come into play there for the Balmion for Fairy. And
If it was like Oaxaca, it'd be a Hera.
Big cast, the Eye of the Magus comes out, the trench coat pops. Fiora is now looking for new targets to kill.
Yeah, GG.
It's too much. It's too much damage.
Get one carousel to save
This
yourself.
carousel would be huge. 9 Fairy could win it. There's 2 emblems, but no Fairy.
Do you have a Reforger? Does he have a Reforger?
Irrelevant emblems, irrelevant traits in this current one.
He knows he can't do anything
even
about
stronger,
this.
and Balmion simply has to go for additional defense. Looks like it's good for Title here.
Oh, cash out again.
Title's gonna he's gonna get the 9, the full cake anyway, even if he loses this round.
There's too much HP on Title. You can't take him down in one loss, and he's too strong for you to do so anyway.
Both boards are now showing Title because of how massive he is. It's just what do we do here? He also has the Gren 3 win-out condition. Everything is online.
I'm glad that even the casters kind of notice
Emilio
these
2
things.
was found for Balmion. Could that be the difference maker? Title has looked so dominant throughout every single fight in this stage 6. Continues to win streak, 12 win streak now. Look at the Fiora, look at the Gwen, both of the main carries on the Sugarcraft comp. It's just too much to deal with. The going to a backline Kalista. The Kalista has taken down. Title's done it.
And Title,
Hey,
I said
it goes back to when we were cheering for Title right at the beginning.
Time, Tactician's crowned champion.
He takes Magic and Mayhem. Title does it again.
I feel like that's so Japanese, his reaction. Tommy, verify.
He's going straight to that. He's going straight to that bed with no pillow, just lay on his back.
Set 10 when he won the championship. He didn't go to Las Vegas. I thought we were going to lose that.
Is it saying the wrong guy in the background? The name on the screen?
Yes.
And now
It's
undisputed champion of
Oh my. Come on.
You can see the emotion on Title's
Oh my
face,
God.
realizing what he has just done. He has absolutely made history for himself individually
They went
as
to
a
the
player,
wrong guy
for his country,
first, and
for
then
his
they
region.
displayed the wrong guy.
You could not have asked.
No, they
a
fixed
better
it. They fixed
birthday
it. They
present
fixed
than this. Winning his 2nd title. My goodness.
Really living up to the namesake. I did not think it could be done again, but here we are, TFT proving that this is not just a game of variant. It's a game of strategy, and you can win.
I just want to say how calm and collected, how killer he was in that final moment, because he actually held on to put the what was it, the thing that transformed Special Cutlass last after the fight. No chances given whatsoever. We have to do it to the maximum possibility of our board.
We have him here on the back, and in the end, we saw a sigh. We saw a breath from him. inhaling full air,
Wanna play one
knowing
now.
that he actually achieved it. So glad for him. This is so huge for
Give me
TFT.
one.
It's like
Gonna
we're
play
starting
like
to build a
5.
faker here. 2-time Tactician Crown Winners, title taking the win. He's the main protagonist. We always saw him like this, and it makes me feel so proud and so enjoyment to have this as our first 2-time champion.
And I really want to highlight the almost deja vu sensation set 9 Runeterra Reforged when title won. Late commitment into his game plan allowed him to play a line uncontested, allowing no one else to really stop him. We saw it back then with the double tome pop later in stage 2. We see it again with the late commitment to Sugarcraft. Not a +1 that
So
you really
that's
consider
how you
with a
play
silver
Sugar.
start to be one that can win a lobby like this.
Told you.
There were so many strong enemies in
No,
this lobby as
taken.
well. Bombyoung with 100 HP.
I don't know what
streaking
were the
all the way
notes.
into
I guess
stage 5.
find
The
what the
golden egg
forge,
with
right?
2 wins already on stage 4 for him to
That's a-
clutch
that's
it
a
out
note.
and best all of the rest of the competitors.
No,
I think
it was,
just shows that TFT is a game of
He
skill.
chose
There's
Stim Pack
decision-making, there is
early,
patience,
knowing
there
he
is
would play
ability,
Sugar,
but
which
that
is
isn't all
fucking,
RNG.
like,
You can
so
calculate it,
forward
and
thinking.
Tidal found the best
And then
Right?
he went
possible
lose
way
And
because
then
amongst all
lose
the
streak.
ways
Yeah, you
to
can
make
have
it.
so many ways to do
Because
it,
he
and
wanted
did
to
it
get to
smash
those
it. Did it
items
with
and know he
Mayhem,
needs to build the
with
cake
with the
and knew
Sugarcraft.
that he
You
needed to
called
get
it out.
to
Also,
the
they
Gwen
was
early
one
and then
away
play
from
6
the
Sugar.
cake, and I
Like,
want to take the
actually
time here also for the audience and
really,
ourselves, as
really
you just
intelligent.
mentioned yesterday was his birthday,
Yep.
so 22
Yeah,
years
because
old
you've
for
got to.
title,
If you don't
the
take
2-2,
Stim Pack, you have to
2-time
win streak.
Tactician Crown champion.
Right?
Yep.
It's
on
all
Sugar?
coming together.
Yeah.
It's either written in the stars or it was written in the
Wow.
script somewhere, and we just didn't get a
Imagine.
chance to read it just
All right,
yet.
boys, good
This
stream.
has been a phenomenal
Liking it.
Tactician's Crown. I cannot
Jump back on
believe-
Discord
I don't know
so
how
that
much
Tommy's
we're
mic
gonna
will
play.
work on
Almost
Discord maybe.
speechless in the sense
Arcane
that
set
Title
reveal.
was able to do it again.
Oh yeah, let's have a look
Just
at
seeing
that.
as everything
Season.
came together,
Sorry,
little
set-
by little,
set
layer
13.
by layer.
Should we stay here
getting
until-
closer and
or-
closer to that victory?
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
many players have their own game
Do you wanna
plans that
stream
they
it?
were
No, let's just, like,
equally
watch it together on
audacious,
Discord.
equally, brave, but
Okay,
in the end,
sure.
Title had the
All right.
unbeatable game
Guys.
plan. Once again, we saw it in set 9. It
GGs.
almost feels like the rest of the players
That was
couldn't do
fun.
anything to stop him from becoming